has almost that much. The factory stock B, that is a blown Copo. Stupid fast car over here on the left side. Big wheel stand for the Mustang. I'm trying to teach mine to do that. My Mustang runs pretty good, but I haven't been able to teach it to do wheel stands yet. 943, 141 the speed for Team Copo. Team Mustang goes 1084 at 120 miles an hour. And speaking of Team Mustang, oh, this is cool. Cool. I told you, I don't hate the fastbacks. But side by side, 1968 428 Cobra Jet Mustangs. Richie Pauly on the left side's got an automatic transmission. Don Keene on the right side's got a C stick, C automatic. C Mustang run. Run Mustang run. Remember the old fun with Dick and Jane? C spot run. 1055, 125 for Don Keene with the clutch. Richie Pauly goes 1085 at 120 with the automatic. We should take those two out just on the match race trail. It'll be fun to watch them race time after time after time. That'll bring up Jim Buthel. The Madcap powered Corvette F automatic 350. And Mike Pulvany over in the right side. Factory Superstock C, another one of the new gen hot rod Copos. I'm not sure what Mike was looking at when the tree flashed green, but, well, he finally got it underway. 998 at 138 miles an hour, 1097 for Buthel at 119. April Merrill, the green machine. What do you think of the Nova? I know, right? And Rob Civi's over there on the right side. 1968 Formula Firebird 400 HO. Put that baby in E stock automatic, turn it loose. I love muscle cars. Stock Eliminator. Stockers are way cool, and I don't think I'm the first one to ever come up with that, but I think somebody might have said it before I did. The Firebird goes 1080 at 120 miles an hour, 1155 at 113 for April. Greg Krause and Cliff Hansen now. We play one car, two car, red car, blue car one more time. One more time. .427 Copo Camaro Generation 1. LT powered formula over there on the left side, 1016, 129 for Greg Krause. Hansen goes 1023, 10.234 at 127 miles an hour. That's a fun little side-by-side run between generational hot rods as Chad Langdon brings his CUDA up. Barry Pollard, meep, meep, the 1976 Roadrunner. Final call. Oh, attention to the pits. Final call. W.W. Williams Shootout Super Comp competitors. Final call. Back of the lanes for pairing. Chad Langdon, Barry Pollard. A couple of small block Dodges, 340 on one side. I believe it's 318 on the other. 1131, 115 for Langdon, 1136, 114 for Barry Pollard. Oh, wheelie time. Wheelie time. Here comes Chris Hall, the Meta Motorsports Chevrolet. Chris is like an aerospace guy. Like really smart, really talented, really sharp. But he does have lapses in judgment from time to time. See that green car on the starting line? He actually let me drive it once. I know what you're thinking. What was he thinking? Well, that's what I was thinking too, but I wasn't going to argue with him. Randy Chen, 69 Chevelle, vinyl top racing. I love vinyl tops. The SS396 over there on the right side, B stock automatic. At some point in everyone's life, they should have a chance to do wheelies in a car. I just think they should. Chris Hall goes 1042 at 126 miles an hour, 1057 at 124 for Randy Chen. I don't think my dad would be up for that, but my dad was a guy that, cars are transportation. I'll never forget my dad when I was a kid. I had a 70 Roadrunner. I was working on trying to make it faster. I had my Mustang way back when I was trying to make it faster. I can hear my dad to this day. I don't know what the point is of having a fast car. Speed limit's 55 miles an hour. Dwayne Chaitlin, that's a 446-pack Dodge Challenger. I got to get me one of them. And Mark Kirby, the Wicked Stitches 340 powered Duster over on the right side. 1019, 128 miles an hour for Dwayne. Ripping her down to the finish line. Kirby goes 1102 at 118. Ooh. How about a matchup of tan cars? How about a matchup of big block tan cars? How about Andy Kimball in the left side? That's a 394 speed Fairlane. And in the right side is Mike Hackert. That's a 427 car. I had a 66 Fairlane when I was a kid, too. I had a lot of cars when I was a kid. They were all really pieces of junk. Mine was tan. It was kind of like these. This is actually exactly like these, only these are really, really nice, and mine was really, really not. Wow, that's like a flashback, isn't it? I mean, you go back in time 50 years and see these two cars side by side. Kimball with the clutch in the left side. Haggert's got a little bit bigger motor in the automatic in the right. I'll take tan Fairlines for 500. Alex, 1031. 127 of speed for Mike Hackert. Andy Kimball goes 1081. 123. 0.34. Here comes Justin Hutto, the AA automatic, big block. That's a 427 powered chrome bumper Corvette. I know, right? If I had that car, I'd put street tires on it, take the T-tops out. I go down to Freddy's, get my free ice cream on cruise-in night. Ethan Hall over on the right side for the folks at Colette's Uniform Company. Maximum use of company logo on the side of that car. 67 Camaro F automatic. Hutto bumping in the Corvette out of the Houston area. Ethan doing the same thing with his Camaro. Smash the gas and away. 984, 133 miles an hour for Justin Hutto. 1112 at 116 for Ethan Hall. Robert Pond, number one qualifier right now. Mike Hackert, 2. A Civi's 3. Foshi, 4. This is Kelly Lane. You got to love Kelly Lane's car. How many people do you know that would see a 1979 Ford Fairmont and think, okay, let's order headers? Not many. By the way, that's a clutch car because it had an automatic in it. Well, that would just be silly. Chris Ashley on the right side, that's the photo lady, the retired commercial photog in her Gen 3 Camaro. That's why you love Stock Eliminator, because you can run about anything. 1139, 115 miles an hour for Chris. 1326. That's a 302 Fairmont. 1979 Fairmont probably had 130 horsepower from the factory and just ran 1326. Reasons to like Stock Eliminator. Here comes Shelby Williams. Shelby was a top 10er last year in her K&N machine with the folks at Hoosier. Foggett engine treatment. And Tony Marconi, who's driving Rick Colbert's car over there on the right side. And that is one mean, clean Dodge Demon. That thing's worth walking down in the pits and taking a close look at. E-Car D-Car heading down to the stripe. 1073, 117 for Shelby Williams. 1090 at 111 miles an hour for Tony Marconi. Normal point now on the left side, and Rick Kagawa in the right. Okay, just because I'm curious now, let's find out what the Google monster knows. How much horsepower did a 1979 Fairmont have?
Here is information from Concept Cares.
Let's see here. It had a four-cylinder. It had 139 horsepower and was available with a four-speed in 1979 only. $139 horsepower. That one has a little more, I'm assuming. Normal point, his G automatic. That's a 327.67. First year Camaro. And Rick Kagawa, the SS 396 Chevelle. $10.79, 120 miles an hour for Kagawa. Normal point runs 11.11. Had 117 MPHs. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Comp, come on down. I need you all. Super Comp for your one and only time trial session. Come on to the stage and lanes, please. Super Comp to the lanes. Brandon Phillips in the left side. Mike Williams in the right. '67 Camaro D automatic. That's Williams. New generation A automatic Formula Firebird. You realize you can change the horsepower rating on a Formula Firebird just by changing the hood? No kidding. The Ram Air hood was rated with more horsepower. $10.64, 124 miles an hour for Brandon Phillips. $10.71, 121 for Mike Williams. As we continue rolling on through. Later today, they'll be dialed in, they'll be handicap started, and they will be racing for realsies. C.W. Hofer. C.W. had a pretty good run last night. Through the stock eliminator ladder. All the way into the final round. Darcy Clark on the right side. Down from Canada, the all maxed out. Max Wedge. 64 Dodge. $10.22, 127 miles an hour for Darcy. C.W. Hofer goes 11.08 at 118. So 11.08 at 118.1. A lot of aces on that scoreboard. Chuck McMillian comes out of the water box, and they're taking a little look under that Gen 3 Camaro down here for professional auto transport. And the right side is Brent Calvert. Factory stock A. Supercharged 5-liter Coyote. Those things make about 1,000 horsepower. And they're trying to put it to the ground on a 9-inch wide tire. You know how you do that? With Calvert suspension components. That's how you do that. And Calvert's got a nice little display over there with all of their new gen Cobra Jets. See if Brent's car can get a hold of the racetrack. They've been struggling a little bit this week. Getting the car to jump off the starting line. There we go. There we go. That looked like a pretty close to perfect application of power down there. Runs 9.01. 149 miles an hour. 9.01 in stock eliminator. Chuck McMillian goes 11.10 at 118 miles an hour. It was not that many years ago that we were like, waiting for somebody to break into the nines. Of course, that was before the factory started putting blowers on everything. Here comes Melanie Cox. That's another one of those Calvert cars over there on the right side. Another factory stock A. And Tony DeFrank. Tony doesn't get a chance to do this very often. His brother Jimmy is probably the more famous DeFrank. But the reason that Jimmy is the more famous DeFrank is because Tony stays home and runs the business. If Tony wasn't like making money for everybody, then, the rest of the DeFranks would... I don't think it'd be on food stamps, but I don't think it'd be racing quite as much either. The California Car Cover Team. Factory stock A, factory stock B. 427 Copo, 5-liter Ford. That is a fun little run with new generation cars. 887 for Melanie. 148 miles an hour. 912 for Tony DeFrank. At 145 miles an hour. Here comes Parker Theobald and Ryan Mangus. As we go from new generation performance, we go back in time again. Let's go back to the late 60s. Where Parker Theobald, 1969 Barracuda with a 440. The 1-year option. Just like in the A-body Barracuda, the only year you could get the Hemi was 1968. The only year you could get the 440 was 1969. 1970, they went to the E-body, and you could get everything. I mean, literally, everything from a slant 6 to a Hemi to a 440. Ryan Mangus over on the right side. Love Ryan Mangus. I don't think he's ever owned a car, but he's driven 100 of them. I don't even own a stalker. Congratulations, you're the All-Star. 1075, 122 for Parker Theobald. 1138, 114 miles an hour for Ryan Mangus. Oh, this is going to be fun. Leo Glassbrenner on the left side. Leo, top 5 player from last year. He's one of the biggest hitters out here on the West Coast. He's also the guy that ruined my racing career. Ruined, destroyed. Sent me home in tears one day. And Gary Hampton, they call that car shark bait. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, come on, an 86 Cavalier, that can't be a race car. That's silly. Well, no, this one's a hot rod. It's got the V6 in it. I mean, it was a 4-cylinder car. That would be silly. Hampton, though, has broken some hearts over the years. You don't have to have the fastest car on the property to be competitive, but you do have to be consistent. Wow, Hampton, that was almost out of control. Man, did you see that thing? It darted for the wall, then for the center line, then almost hit the tree. 940 for Glassbrenner, the transmission magician, at 141 miles an hour. 1493 for Gary Hampton. 1493 for Gary Hampton in that front drive Cavalier. Yeah, I know it's not as fast as like a Copo, but still, 1493 for a V6 front drive. Pretty impressive stuff. Phil Mandel on the left side, Billy Maddox on the right. The PMR, Phil Mandela Racing, MT Tires, the Maddox Motor Company. That's Billy's business out there in Sidney, Nebraska. He's at the car biz. And boy, has he got a deal for you. Hemi powered drag pack for the Division 5 player. Looks like this is going to be our last pair. And this is going to be our last pair. We're going to dive into Super Comp in just a minute. 938 Billy Maddox at 142. 1119 for Phil Mandela. Unofficially, Robert Pond, RPM, sitting up on top. That would be the Thunderbolt. Mike Hackert sitting number 2. Mike Hackert, why, that would be the Big Block Fairlane. Billy Maddox sitting number 3. You just saw him go down the racetrack. His drag pack Dodge. Acevius is number 4. That's that classic Formula Firebird from back in the day. Leo Glassbrenner, number 5. With his Copo, Chuck Igmelian. With his Gen 3, Jack Foshi. The red Dodge and Normal Point. That's your quick 8. Just for funsies. We're going to do a quick little sweep up down here around the Christmas tree. We got Super Comp going to be rolling out momentarily, and we're going to start things off with the W.W. Williams Super Shootout cars. And winners, you'll need to turn around and come right on back. to sound. I don't mean to sound unsympathetic, but ha ha! You should have gone on an airplane. It's beautiful in Arizona. Spread the word. Touching up the racetrack. Super Comp roll around next, and we're going to start with the shootout. Chuck Babcock over on the right side. Team Theobald over here on the left side. Round number one. This is the last year, end of year, W.W. Williams Super Shootout. And Super Comp, this is final call. Final call for Super Comp time trial run. You only get one free time trial today, and you need to be in the lanes now if you'd like to have that. Red light start for Theobald by 14 thousandths of a second. Chuck Babcock gets a free ride, goes 891. 167 the speed. Theobald missed it by 14 thou, then goes 884. On the quick side. I'll bring up James Cowie, the Monday's towing machine. Trying to do what, well, his uncle did yesterday, which was qualify number one and just blister this joint. Big block Chevy powered rear engine drags just kind of rule the day here. Dylan, the D&D Racing team over on the right side. James from Monday's Towing and Recovery here on the left. What are the chances we'd have a Canadian racer that qualified for the end of year shootout in Division 7? I know, right? This time both drivers get away on the green. They're racing for real. Whoever lights up the scoreboard gets to come back. It's going to be 893 to an 893. Dylan for the win by 5 thousandths of a second. Bring up the Crime Pays Racing Team. You guys remember Johnny Dangerously? Crime doesn't pay. Well, paid a little. Paid a little. And the Townsend car, we are going to see one more time because that's a red light over on the right side. Hey, a perfect reaction time. A bag of donuts wins a bag of donuts. 892, 178. Now, he's going to have to hot lap back around for the semifinals, but he can come up after that and pick up the donuts for a perfect reaction time. And an 892, 893 over on the right side after the red light came on. Here comes Tyler and Trent as they're getting ready to have at it. Tyler in the Miller machine. Trent in the victory machine. Winner of this gets to come back and run Dylan in round number 2. And again, they're going to have to hot lap, come right back around. Red light start by 18 thousandths of a second. So the victory machine will be back down the racetrack. 888 to an 888. Both of them a little quick against the index, but once the red light came on, race was over. We've got our final 4 set for the end of the year race, and this is this weekend's race. If you're curious, and I know some of you, especially out of division racers, probably are, we do a W.W. Williams shootout at each and every event. Keep track of the winners, and over the course of the season, at the end of the year, we bring back the best 8 for an end of the year event, and it didn't get completed last year, so that's what we're doing now. Allison McCone left, Tanner Thorpe right. Tanner had a pretty good run here yesterday. Tanner's car's beautiful, isn't it? I mean, not that there's anything wrong with Allison's, but Tanner's car's beautiful. Beautiful. Allison left, Tanner right. Down to the stripe we go. 8-9-0-1, Tanner Thorpe. Picks up the win. Here comes Damon on the left side. Cody Melton on the right side. Racing for real, just a little extra cash here to kick off the day. Our friends at W.W. Williams, remember, you need your truck, you need your toter, you need something taken care of. Let's support those that support us. That'd be the folks at W.W. Williams. Both drivers get away on the green. They're separated by 8 thousandths of a second on reaction time. They're separated by 6 thousandths of a second down there, and Cody is going to get the win. What is it with these Division 4 guys? 891, 174 to an 891 at 175, but he had a 8 thou advantage at this end. Got there first by 6 thou, and Cody gets the win. Now it's Kayla McRibbon in the left side. She's part of that Maynard family, driver development. The incorrigible racing. Incorrigible is a word that was used to describe me when I was younger and yesterday. Dylan Howe, Oregon motor coach. Cascade. We'll see his dad a little bit later on, out here trying to take home the trophy in Alcohol Funny Car that is going to run today here at Firebird Motorsports Park. Whoa, red light. Kayla got way over anxious. Way over anxious. 8-9-0-6 with a double 06 light. Dylan, you might want to save that for later. Like, you know, when the guy in the other lane doesn't go red. But Dylan Howe does an almost perfect job. Puts up a 12 pack. 889. 177 for Kaylee, but she was well on the red side. That'll bring up James Warden over the right side. Nick Alejandre in the left. Nick had a pretty good run. I mean, you get into the shootouts in 2 cars, you know you're having a pretty good run. The head games. Check out the design on the side of the car in the left lane. His Super Street car has the same basic design. The first time I saw it, I thought, you know, it's like a dinosaur spine or something like that. And I spent about 6 months trying to figure out exactly what it was. So I finally bumped into Nick, and I said, hey, you got to tell me. I said, what is that? What is it? And he said, damn if I know. He said, I just told the painter, you know, do something splashy. I said, okay, it worked. Who's going to come back? It's going to be Warden. 8-9-0-4. 0-11. Dead on 4 for 15 total. He's going to come back. and run Dillon. So our final four are set. And winners, you need to fuel them, cool them, and come right back up behind Super Comp for your semifinals. And now we go into target practice. Chelsea Moe on the left side, Rick Marcy on the right side. Just a practice hit. 8.90 is the target. Trying to hit the target. 888. 176 for Rick. Chelsea goes 895. 179 miles an hour crossing the finish line. Throttle stops in effect. The class that is dominated by big block Chevy-powered rear-engine dragsters, but they're not all that. We'll have a few small blocks. Yesterday we had one door car and one roadster, if memory serves. There's no rule that says you have to run a dragster, just most do. Kevin Romfo in the bright red car. Mitchell Marcy in the, what would you call that, maroon? Dark red? The one in the right lane? Yeah, let's go with that. The one in the right lane. Let's go with that. In time trials, you notice the reaction time comes up on the bottom of the scoreboards when the cars leave the starting line. In eliminations, the driver does not get that information. 887, 168 miles an hour for Kevin Romfo after 002. Mitch, 892 at 178 miles an hour. That'll bring up Adam Hicks in the left side, the big Foggett decal on the side, Foggett engine fogging treatment. And Virginia Welfringer Massey over in the right side. Driving the car that Lynn drove for so many years. Chassis's been around a while. You see the name Gary Ormsby on the side of it. That was actually a Top Fuel car years ago. It's been repurposed now. Trying to hit a target. Hicks goes 889, 179. Virginia goes 926 at 120. And we'll continue rolling on. Jeff Dorenson and Emmett McKillop coming at you now. Three thou separate them on reaction time. Jeff Dorenson goes 886, 166 miles an hour. Emmett McKillop goes 894 at 173. Hey, listen up, racers. Attention in the pits. Anybody want to suck up to the new division director? He wants a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I'm not making this up. So, if you would like to suck up to our new division director, bring him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Or, if you would like to poison him, this would be a golden opportunity. Because if you put the poison in the peanut butter and hand it to him, he's out of here. Maybe we'll have better luck with the next guy. Well, I get paid to be honest. Bill Dennis on the left side. Isaac Stetler on the right side. Well, Isaac is really happy that this was a practice run. Because if that happens to him in eliminations, he'll be out of here. Out here. Bill Dennis goes 887, 186 on the solo run. Bob Van Poppering left side and Johnny Birkin right side. Van Poppering with that wildly colored car out of Castro Valley. .891, 183 miles an hour for Bob. .886, 180 miles an hour for Johnny. Again, we disregard the red lights in practice. Having a red light in practice is kind of like having a pop-up foul in spring training. I mean, you know, do you want to do it? Nah. Does it count against you? Nah. Steve Stickelmeyer on the left side now, and Dave Alves. Red light for Dave, and then an 886. Steve goes 904 out the back. That's a pretty big miss, being off by a tenth and change. Happy that it's practice. Glenn Kern, Ray Medrano. Coming at you right now. .889, 164 miles an hour for Glenn Kern. Ray Medrano goes 892 at 143, and that'll bring up Vern Bolton. Slightly wicked. I've always felt if you're going to go wicked, go all in. Who wants to be slightly? I want to be really wicked. I want to be nasty wicked, like the witch. By the way, if you haven't seen the Broadway play Wicked, Dorothy's been lying to you all these years. Cecil Wiles over on the right side, the stone cold racing car. John Bolton goes 2,000 red, 892. Cecil Wiles goes 11 red, then 869. That's a pretty big miss. Remember, the vast majority of these cars have been here the last couple of days racing. They should be dialed in by now. Tim Parker left, Michael Miller in the right. W.W. Williams, Super Shootout, Final Four, Super Comp. I need you to head back this way, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. W.W. Williams, Shootout. If you're in the Final Four, I need you to head back to the staging lanes, please. How about Tim Parker, 012 on the tree? 897 on the track. Mike Miller, even better, 004 on the reaction timer, 8901. In this form of racing, remember, it's possible to be perfect. You can have a perfect reaction time. You can run 8.900. If you do that, your total margin of error is nothing. And you cannot be beat.
Thank you. Hero. Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't think it'll be able to.
All right, our division director has received his peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Tim Schuster on the left side, Cecil Johnson on the right. As they traverse the old 1320. An 885, 176 comes up for Tim. 936 for Cecil Johnson. That's a miss. 164 miles an hour. Well, I guess, I asked for a sandwich, and Matt got a sandwich. The announcer would like a Ferrari. If anybody out there's got like an F40 that you're not doing anything with, you can just bring it up here, park it behind the tower, and bring me the keys. That'd be nice. Probably be one of those, it needs tires. Of course they do. That even the tires for the Ferrari are out of my budget. Jason Wyke on the left side, Steve Flatt on the right, out of the machine shop. What? The machine shop. Everybody knows. There's only one. There's only one. $894, 174 for Jason. $894, 175 for Steve. Had that been a race, it would have been a pretty darn good one. There were 3 thou part in reaction time. 8 thou part performance. Brings up Alec Bianco and Todd McCann. Alec last night had a late into the evening run all the way to the final round. $885, 180 miles an hour for Alec. Todd goes 888 at 182. We keep rolling along, rolling. $892, 170 miles an hour for Steve Parsons. Carol Kransich goes 897 in one of the Bear machines. I'm sorry, I saw something shiny and got distracted. Joe Garbiso on the left side, Bob Earlywine on the right. I know what you're thinking. I've heard a lot of these names more than once. Well, a lot of these drivers will bring 2 cars to the party. You bring 2 cars, you double your pleasure, you double your fun, you double your chances to win. 894, 170 miles an hour, Joe Garbiso. 878, 149 miles an hour, Bob Earlywine. Here comes Melanie Johnson in the left side. MB Cabinets, AJPE, the hitching post. If you ever find yourself in Santa Maria in need of a snack. Whoa, how about this? Melanie's famous father is down there. Like 15-time Top Fuel world champion, Alan Johnson. No kidding. Let's see. He won championships with Gary Selzy, Tony Schumacher, Larry Dixon, Del Worsham, Brittany Force. Last year, Doug Coletta. He's down there on the start line watching his kid race. That's Jason Flatt over on the right side. The other half of that, The Machine Shop Flatt family racing team. Down from Utah. So we got a couple of next generationers here. 008 comes up for Jason. Mel with an 028. 892 to an 893. 92 for Jason, 171. 893 for Melanie. At 169. And here comes Dave Wolf. Driving another Tom Bear car. The first call logos. Those were originally put on there, I do believe. For Madison Payne. Toby drove the car as well. Tanner Thorpe over on the right side. Tanner won this thing yesterday. Tanner had a pretty good little run. I mean, you know, I called it a pretty good little run. You can call it whatever you want to call it. But Tanner's first round in competition, he ran a perfect 8.900. And then he ran the table and won the race. It's a pretty good day at the office. Wasn't nobody beating him yesterday. If you're looking at this and thinking it looks like fun, well, Tom Bear's the guy to talk to because he's got a fleet of cars. He can show you, teach you, and make it happen. $889, 185 miles an hour for Tanner, 895, 165 for David Wolf.
Everybody's giving me a hard time in the pits last night.
Here comes Amber Escobanito in the left side. Jeannie Smartwood in the right. Eight. Amber puts up quads. Jeannie goes 908 at 153 miles an hour. And here comes the aforementioned Madison Payne. She is double duty in this weekend. This is her slow car. The other one is the alcohol dragster, the injected nitro car. She'll be running later on in the day. Nikki Bailey over on the right side in the black Yancer built machine. Nikki turns loose a button a little bit too soon. Goes 883 at 165 miles an hour. 893 for Madison. 183 on the MPH side of things. And then rolls Grant Drury. And Trevor Larson. You're going to hear the name Larson a lot today. Pretty much everybody in the family races, and a lot of them run more than one category. They travel with a flotilla of race cars. All of a sudden, we seem to have a little red light-itis down here. 888 for Grant Drury, 172, 895, 182 for Trevor Larson. And here comes Toby Payne. Toby won here a year ago. Took that momentum to a runner-up spot in the division last year. Mitchell Lippin over in the right side. Toby, of course, Madison's little brother, and Got pretty famous parents and grandparents. Uncle. Drag racing royalty. And our red light itis continues. 887, 187 miles an hour. For Toby, 892, 141. For Mitchell, those are guys with a little different idea of the best way to do it. George Garbiso rolls in here now. George was a donut winner yesterday. As a matter of fact, so was Frank Lacasio. Garbiso in the car that is dominantly purple. Purple car with a green engine. Why not? A purple car with a green engine. The double take, Frank and Debbie Lacasio have been racing out here since about the day this joint opened. 893, 170 miles an hour for Frank. George goes 891, 182. I told you we had a door car. I told you. You didn't believe me. That is Lorene Rogers out of Seligman, Arizona. Seligman, Arizona was the model for radiator springs in the movie Cars. Little spot on Route 66 that was like a thriving metropolis until they built the freeway right over there, and then nobody came through the little town anymore. I don't think they ever used a cup car to tow a paving wagon with, though, just so you know. 887, 177 for Ty. 901, 176 for Lorene. That'll bring up Jerron Settles, the old flying airbrush. Had a Ted Weens tire and auto. And Bailey Neighbor.
My car was good, that wasn't.
Settles, a former division champ over here on the left side, driving for the Ted Weens tire and auto group. 888 184.88. A lot of eights. 891, 177 for Bailey Neighbor, who was 2,000 early on the lead. Justin Morris now rolls up in the green machine. And Mark Darso. Mark Darso over on the right side, he was the first donut winner of the weekend. A perfect reaction time known as a bag of donuts. And if you drop a bag of donuts, I will give you a bag of donuts. Well, racers, I got good news and I got bad news. The good news is your division director has now been fed. The bad news is it apparently was not poison because he's still standing and breathing. That's actually a small block over on the right side for those of you with a sharp eye. Mark Darsaw, like, we don't need all those big cubic inches. 885, 163. Justin Morris goes 891 at 181, 91. Here comes the sheriff, Tim Walker. In the Land Shark car, that's a little short wheelbase, the shorty blue machine over there on the left side. Mike Cornelius here on the right. Again, our red light itis seems to be contagious. 891, 172 for Cornelius. 889 after the red light start for the sheriff. There's a joke in there someplace, right, about a sheriff running a red light? Got to be. Bill Weber on the left side. Randy Beck on the right. Is it just me, or does the wing strut on Bill Weber's car look like it was made out of an erector set? And I mean that as a compliment. I just think it looks cool. I like guys with a little imagination. It's like, hey, why don't we do something a little different? If you are in the Super Comp shootout and you are not in the staging lanes, you're in the wrong place. I have 7 of them, and we are going to run them whether you're here or not. So if you're the one missing in the Super Comp shootout, come on. Pretty good hit for both. Randy Beck goes 008, 888. Bill Weber goes 023, 888. Next time we see him, it'll be round number 1. Now, race fans, just so you know, we're going to run the alcohol cars later on this afternoon, and they will run to conclusion today. All of the other machines that you're seeing on the racetrack, they're taking a practice or qualifying run this morning. We'll start eliminations today, trim the fields down, and then we're going to come back and finish up tomorrow. So if you didn't have any plans for Sunday, we'll be out here racing again on Sunday with the machines just like the ones you're seeing on the racetrack right now. Paul Lorton in left side, Bo Hicks in the right. Listen up in the pits. Attention to the pits. Super Stock, I need you the lanes, please. Super Stock, come on down. For your 1 qualifying run. We'll set the ladder, and then we'll go racing later. $894, $178 for Bo Hicks. $897, $177 for Paul Lorton. Next pair coming up.
Next pair, we got Brandon Dozel out of Queen Creek, Arizona. The Auto Image Paint and Body, Race for Home Realty, American Electric. Out of the right side, Keith Winters. He in that Radford lane. This pair of Super Comp getting ready to run down the racetrack. Remember, as Alan told you, they're going to get 1 shot at the racetrack today, and we're going to go into a round of eliminations in each of the categories. And, you know, Super Comp is one of the largest categories that we got in competition this weekend here at this race number 2 at this Division 7 event. So Keith Winters, right lane, went 11th thou red, 895 at 166. Brandon Dozel off the number, a 933 as he still goes through 171 miles an hour. You know, as Alan pointed out, we got the alcohol cars running at 1 o'clock, and I want to remind all you fans out there, you're going to get an opportunity to meet some of our alcohol drivers right in front of the administration office. So stop by. We're going to have some posters. We're going to have some of the drivers got handouts. You're going to get up close and personal with some of the drivers in the alcohol category. It's going to be all right around the 10:15 mark. Here we got Debbie Dozel, the Race for Home Realty, and Doug Johnson, the Pleasant Grove, Utah-based machine. He in the cement sales business. The Radford side of the racetrack. How about a dead-on 8? 890 is the index in the Super Comp category. Doug Johnson runs 890 with 8, 177. Debbie Dozel, she goes through with an 891.1 at 177 on the mile an hour. So some of the drivers, in fact, that are going to be over there, we're going to have Andy Whiteley, Maddie Gordon, Hunter Jones. It's going to be a cool deal. So I want you to stop by. Also, Johnny Otten. We got the specialty fasteners machine coming out of that right lane. Bobby Dye. There's Bob Dye Sr. standing behind. Chad Weber. So Bob Dye in that Radford lane. The Firebird side of the racetrack. Chad Weber. That Sherway machine. A machinist up there in the Kingman area, where they're going to have, I believe, the largest street race on Route 66 coming up in May. 890 with a 4, 181 on the mile an hour. Man, I'll tell you, that was a 5-pack thrown down by Bobby Dye, and a 890 with an 8, 180, Chad Weber. Joe Galati, he in that left lane, the Firebird side of the racetrack. Ryan Hansen, Pleasant Grove, Utah. He in the window sales business. Hey, if you want to win some money today, right here behind the tower, the brown tower that we are in, the Firebird Junior Dragster team is selling 50-50 tickets. There's going to be a big junior drag race here next weekend. In fact, the Division Junior Drag Racing, and you could get these 50-50 tickets on the eve of that junior divisional next weekend. It's going to go help the junior team at the ET Finals. Joe Galati, Ryan Hansen with a 10 light, working on that 890 number, a thou quick. That's where you really want to be. 889 with a 9, 182.45. Joe Galati, he with an 8.884, 168 on the mile an hour. I bought some of those tickets. If I don't win, I hope you do. Keep in mind, we are streaming, I believe, today on YouTube. If you want to go to YouTube, of course, you're here. The folks from Time Bandit Performance, Chris Yanez, and FNH Production. You go to YouTube, Trackside Live, scroll down to Firebird Motorsports Park, and you can watch the action. Joe Galati, again, just ran in the previous pair. Here's Steve Williams and Logan Moore. Steve Williams in the Super Comp category is probably the highest mile-an-hour car. I think once he bumped 193. He was in the 192 range. Watch him go through at 170 just to throw me off. Nope, 192.77. Thank you, Steve Williams. The K&N Filters machine, 884.5, 192. Logan Moore, how about throwing down a 007 reaction time and an 884.3, 183. Trey Vetter and Jerry Denton. Jerry Denton with the flamed dragster in that Radford lane. The Tempe consultant. He with a 600-plus cubic inch motor, the Matco Tools Trey Vetter machine in that left side. So keep in mind, they're going to have you're going to have an opportunity to pick up. We're going to give away some free stuff also. We're going to be giving away, and you got an opportunity also to pick up Firebird Motorsports stuff like shirts, hats. I don't know about no bumper stickers, but they do got bumper stickers, I should say. Trey Vetter with the better reaction time. He in the Firebird lane. 884, 175 in a mile an hour. Jerry Denton with the 891.9, 177. This pair, Travis Theobald and Trevor Harkema. Coeur d'Alene. Man, he was ran a couple passes, 870s yesterday. He's wanting to slow it down to that 890 number. Beautiful day. Keep in mind, you spectators, come over to this side of the racetrack. This side of the racetrack, yep, you with that big old hat on, because we're going to be giving some stuff away. I want to give you some stuff. You come over and say hi to me, all right? Yep, that's you. Raise your right hand. All right. Call the family. Take them with you. Come around right in front of that other tower there. Walk straight around. Stop by my booth, okay? All right. I'm going to give you free stuff. Trust me. Trust me. I'm not lying. All right. He's wanting to go. The family don't. Yeah, come on around. Travis Theobald, 887.2, 176, 885 for Trevor Harkema. So, Alan, again, we're going to be over there about 10:15ish. We're going to have some alcohol cars, and so send us some folks, all right?
I thought you just did that.
All right.
That was a Johnny Moto drive-by.
Uh-huh. I'll tell you what, Alan, it's a great day. Overcast conditions can make for fast cars.
Been a beautiful couple of days so far. Looking forward to two more, and then we'll be getting on a big Silver Bird and heading to Gainesville next weekend. Val Torres in the left side. Kevin Wright in the right side. doing their thing as they cruise on down the boulevard. .8909, 183 miles an hour for Kevin, 894. 180 miles an hour for Val. So Val went 894. Here comes his kid, Gabe Torres, G Money. And over on the right side is Jason Lawrence. Driving one of the Theobald mobiles. Lawrence, Division I player. Fly in, bring helmet, drive car. Kind of what Jerron does. Fly in, bring helmet, drive car. Or fly in, bring watercolors, paint car. Slowing down the pace a little bit here as Jason and Gabe both taking a little bit extra time. Backing up, pulling forward, getting set to go. .886, 181 miles an hour for Gabe. 879 for Jason Lawrence. He was in a hurry down there. 170 across the finish line. Super stock. Need to be in the lanes, please, for your lone qualifier. Set the field. Super stock to the lanes. Rob at Neighbor. And James Ward. Neighbor with his new race car. Bailey is driving his old race car. Figures Rob wouldn't give Bailey the new car. Like, no, you can have the old one. I'm keeping this one. To be fair, the car he gave her is a pretty successful hot rod. He's done well with it over the years. Both drivers 00 on the tree, only one of them 00 green. Neighbor left early by 0.04 of a second, and then ran too quick by 0.04 of a second. He leaved too early and run too quick. Be careful, there's a step there. 886 and 182 for Neighbor, 889, 180 for Warden. Robin Lane, Herb Yancer Racing Enterprises. Here in the left lane. Blake Williams in the right. Blake, a next generation racer. Came out here watching his dad run all those years. That's a super comp car. I think Steve Williams might be about to give up his speed crown. .883, 177 miles an hour for Robin Lane. 892, 173 for Blake Williams. Here comes Chad Axford. Because, well, why wouldn't you? Out of Kentucky. That is a pro-charged top dragster that he is running in Super Comp this weekend. So he's either going to run 890 at 220 miles an hour, or he bought a Super Comp card because he wanted to test. Just wanted to test his top dragster, so he bought an entry in Super Comp for the time run. Low ET of Super Comp, 6.7 seconds. And still shut it off early. All righty, we are into our Super Comp shootout. Dylan left side, Trent the right side. Winner will go to the final round, which will take place a little bit later on today. right start for Trent. Dylan's going to run for the money. .007 889 for Dylan, making his way there. Didn't need any of it. As soon as Trent turned on that red bulb, it was over. Hey, if you want to go over and see one of our alcohol racers, or all of our alcohol racers, or a bunch of our alcohol racers, now's the time. It's in front of the Firebird office. When you're wandering around over there, just look for the Goodyear trailer and look for the Hoosier trailer. And right across from there is the Firebird office, and they also have free posters. You want to go over and get an autograph from one of our alcohol stars, there's going to be a competition later on today, and pick up a free poster. Free. Poster. And our finalist set, it's a double breakout, 888 to an 887. Our final round is set. Dylan Haugen left side, James Warden in the right side. Now this is this week's. I know it's confusing, but we don't get this confused very often. Well, I do, but not as a general rule. For a berth in the final round, going to come up a little bit later on in the day. How about a double 0-1 reaction time and an 892 for the win for Warden? That is putting it together. Dylan goes 0-33, 891, had no chance after that 0-01 light. Brutal. So he's in the final round where he will take on the winner of this. Either going to be Tanner Thorpe, who's on a real hot streak right now, or Cody Melton, if he can turn on the board with the white car. Both drivers get away on a green. We had a 0-01 for the win a minute ago. We had a 0-02. Wow, 0-02 dead on 6. Cody just threw 8,000ths package right in his lap. Nothing Tanner could do with that. After going undefeated yesterday, Tanner goes 0-19, was locked out. So it's going to be Cody. It's going to be Warden in the final. Super Stock coming at you right now. Their one and only qualifying session will set the field. Super Gas shootout cars to the back of the lane. Evan Kowalski knocks down a 001 reaction time and then a 9:02 down the old 1320. 11:13, 119 for Jody George. These cars, kind of like the stock eliminator cars that we saw earlier, they're not racing against each other right now. They're just racing against the index. You look at the number on the bottom of the scoreboard, that's a class index. The farther under that you go, the higher you will qualify. When we get into eliminations, these cars run a handicap start. The slower car will get a head start. The faster car will run them down. Joe Faraday on the left side. That's a 1968 Dart. Now, it's not a Hemi car. It's an A-modified stocker. And that is a Maverick Matt over there on the right side. The Hawk brothers. Matt, who did not run race number 1. But he's here for the second. 9:47, 140 miles an hour for Faraday. Hawk stocks the timers at 11:62. So if those two were to run later on in the day, basically Hawk would get a 2.2 second head start. Give or take. Brings up Brock Broaddus on the left side. Now, this is the interesting thing about Superstock. Unlike Super Comp, where the vast majority of the cars are the same, big block rear engine dragsters, that has become the weapon of choice. In Superstock, you can do a lot of different things. Like Broaddus, that's a green car down. That's a V6. V6. Running in Superstock Q automatic. The V6 goes 12:33 at 107 miles an hour. 9:32 for Travis. At 140 miles an hour. Hey, look, I'm on the internet. Uh-oh, problems for Roger Comstock. Roger had a problem with that car yesterday. It's a supercharged Cobra Jet. But it has not been very cooperative. Not cooperative. Still not cooperating. Phil Kakuza, meanwhile, goes 927, 142 miles an hour. And Comstock just easing down the boulevard. So he'll end up on the bottom of the ladder, but they're gonna be a little frustrated by that thing. A V10 drag pack Dodge. That is Jared Jordan. He's got two pretty cool cars. He's got that B automatic in stock eliminator, and then this one he runs in super stock, 916, 145 miles an hour. Those V10 cars, though, they're pretty heavy on the maintenance. Like, for instance, you got to buy more spark plugs for them. Jody Lang, meanwhile, in his Malibu goes 1091 at 105 miles an hour. Oh, wheelie time. Chuck Stubeck in that Roadrunner. He is going to stand that thing up. Rich Aaron's car does pretty big wheel stands as well. The 350 powered Firebird over here on the left side. And I mean, no offense to you, Rich, but I really like Stubeck's car. It's 440, it's a 6-pack, it's a vinyl top. Oh, I got all excited for the wheel stand and it spun the tires. I'm so bummed. 969, 131 miles an hour for Stubeck. 989, 132 for Rich. Right now, over in front of the Firebird office, you want to meet some of the stars of the alcohol wars. Alcohol dragster, alcohol funny car. They're over there, and you can get a free Firebird poster as well. Tom Ferrugia. And his Copo left side, John Dorley. John had a pretty good run last night. Now, that's a factory GT car. It's a Duster, but it's got a new generation motor under the hood. Factory GTJ, it's got to be like a 360, right? Right? Stock and super stock are just so much fun. Lots of fun, loads of fun. Big, huge fun. Fun, and nobody's taking a T-Bird away. .941, 141 miles an hour for Tom Ferrugia. 984, 133 for Dorley. Here comes Billy Maddox. Billy Maddox, who won yesterday. And that is a new generation Hemi under the hood of that 68 Dart. Henry Slawinski over on the right side. The Super H automatic. .011 on the bulb, 918 on the track for Billy Maddox, 144 the speed, 1017 at 127. Comes up for Henry after the red light. Super Gas, this is final call for our WW Williams shootout cars. Final call, Super Gas, WW Williams. Need to be at back of lanes, get paired up, and ready to go for round number 1. We love WW Williams. You know, they're a trusted name in the diesel repair business. They've been in business over 110 years. Representing folks like Detroit, Mercedes, Allison, just to name a few, providing service at the track or in one of our 54 service center locations across the nation. All makes, repairs on engines, transmissions, chassis, or just routine maintenance. Consider it done. WW Williams expanded and now has service and repair facilities Seattle, Portland, Oakland, and of course, Las Vegas, Phoenix, and Tucson. And we are so proud to have them on board with us again here in Division 7 in the WW Williams Super Shootouts. 865, 158 miles an hour for Roy Craycraft. In the Copo, Doug Brodus. That thing didn't have no V6 in it. Got a big block in it, 931. At 143. Don Thomas now on the left side. Team Canada in the Grand Am. And Peter Lindbergh. The orange Dodge Super E automatic. Dodge back in the day, they wanted to make sure you couldn't lose your car in the parking lot. Whether it was plumb crazy, whether it was Sublime, whether it was Vita C. Must be Kirsten, because that thing was loud. 998, 131 miles an hour for Don Thomas, 959 at 135 for my Dodge. What do you think of that menacing black Camaro? Those supercharged cars, man, you can tell them from a mile away just because they're so loud. The 5.7 supercharged Copo. Going to run down in the 8s, or at least better. Mike Graham in the Mustang over there. He's got a 460 under the hood of that Mustang. GTK automatic. I like the guys with imagination. We're going to put a big block in it. Okay. What's the lowest horsepower 460 you can think of? I don't know, like 77 Ford truck with a thermoquad? Yeah, I think that's the one. Whee! I like wheelies. 859 for Kirsten. 158 miles an hour. 1021, 128 for Mike Graham. Here comes Derek Stephen. In the Nova. Going to back up, try the burnout again. And normal point. Out of Alberta, Canada. Derek Stephan, GTL automatic. What's that thing got in? Like a 283 or something? GTL automatic. That's an interesting combination. I must now do research. Any car that does wheelies like that is all right with me. I like cars that do wheelies. Normal point, 968, 134 miles an hour. Derek goes 11 flat at 119 miles an hour. Jared Jordan so far leading the way, but then he's got more cylinders than anybody else. William Davey in the left side. Larry Zavala in the right side. Relapse time. Every time I go to the races, it's like relapse time. .49 for Will Duke. 139 speed. I'm telling you, you can always tell the blower cars, can't you? Holy smokes, are they loud. 986. Larry Zavala, 133. Chad Gulford in the left side. John Calvert in the right side. They are supercharged Cobra Jets. Factory GTB. Does that have like the 5.4 in it, maybe? Okay, now I'm curious. Factory GT means it is not the supercharged motor from that year. John Calvert, the 19 model, that's a 5.2 liter. His two team cars both ran very well this morning. Yesterday they were struggling a little bit, get a hold of things at this end of the racetrack. They seem to have solved that issue. Nope, not on John's car. .832 for Chad, no problem at all. 164 the speed. John Calvert spun the tires and then drives it on down to a 1049 at 113, just kind of moving it out of the way. Len Schneider, one of the original GT cars. A 1984 Thunderbird. That car in the left lane was a budget rent-a-car when it was new. Len bought it after it had been in an accident and turned it into a race car. What it has been its entire life. Over on the right side is Toby Torres in his Mustang. The A modified Stalker. Screaming little small block. Tucked under the hood. .923, 144 miles an hour for Toby Torres after the red light start. .993 for Len Schneider. 351 Cleveland powered. Thunderbird, .993. That's a neat car. Tim Seymour now. Coming up in the left side, 427 Copo and Brina. They've been struggling with that purple car over there at Mountain View, so they decided to import some talent. This car's run faster this weekend, I think, than it ever has. .809, 172 for Brina. .809. I'm telling you, I think that's faster than that car's ever gone. In super stock trim, 916, 142 for Seymour. Here's Chris Hall in his Camaro and Shelby Williams. These two drivers both have stockers and super stockers. Chris, the guy driving the blue car down there, he's that said the professional announcer, has that green 1970 wheel stand in Camaro, and Shelby Williams, her stalker, is also a 1970 Camaro. The gray one, small block car. .878, 150 miles an hour for the factory Superstock C machine. Shelby goes 988, 130 miles an hour. Not too late if you want to swing over in front of the office. They've got those Firebird posters. They got the alcohol drivers over there signing autographs, meeting the fans, saying hi. Love to have you stop by. Coy Merrill on the left side. Todd Roddenberg on the right. Todd was part of our donut club yesterday. Perfect reaction time. That car's fast. Let's see if that red car can go to the number 1 spot. He was number 1 qualifier yesterday. Jared Jordan sitting in that top spot right now. .832 for Todd, 167. Coy goes 10-12. Todd goes to number 2 spot, Hun behind Jared Jordan. So the V10 going to hold on for at least the moment. A couple of pretty good hitters right now. Tibor Kadar on one side, Jimmy DeFrank on the other. Super Gas, come on down. Attention to the pits. Super Gas for your one and only time trial. And using lanes now, please. Jimmy DeFrank, 878, the California car cover machine. 136 miles an hour and 10:02. 130 miles an hour for Tibor in that show quality Chevy, too. Comes Tad Shee. 327 powered third gen GTM automatic. And Sergio Crespo out of San Francisco in the old school modified Mustang. Super Gas. Super Gas to the lanes, please. .006 light for Tad. That's getting it done at this end of the racetrack. 10.504 to 124. 963 at 139 for Sergio. Here comes Trey Vetter. Man, Trey was flying this thing yesterday. That 68 model 396 Camaro here on the left side. And in the right side is Justin Lamb for the folks at Stone Chevrolet. Rad Torque. The Super Stock A modified stalker for the 6-time world champion. Doesn't that look like fun? I got to get me one of them. I got to get me one of them. 876 for Justin, 151 the speed. Trey Vetter goes 966. I think Trey so far has wheel stand of the day, doesn't he? Doesn't he? I mean, you don't get paid for that or anything, but I think it's cool. Ed Niquette going to be the final car in category, and then we're going to start shooting them out. Super Gas style. Niquette screams his little Cavalier down. 866 at 151 miles an hour. Mike Lang on the left side. Ryan G. Cohn on the right side. W.W. Williams, Super Gas, shootout. One light's going to come on for Ryan. 991 and 165. 991 also for Mike Lang. Mike was 13 on the tree and got left on. And then Ryan made him pay on the other end. 91 to a 91. Roger Cotto and Pete Both. Pete won it all yesterday, trying to keep that little Porsche on a roll. He's going to stick the thing out front because Roger runs a whole lot more mile an hour. Roger went some late rounds yesterday as well, looking for a little revenge here today. Revenge is mine, saith Mr. Cotto. 991, 174 miles an hour, 9909 for Petey. But he was 24 back here at this end, and he would have had to have been perfect. Had to be perfect for the tie. Mike Boehner on the left side, Joe Galati on the right side. Racing for a little extra cash from the folks at W.W. Williams. We certainly appreciate everything that they do. You guys are thinking about it for just a second. They've raced each other a lot of times over the years. Now they're in and ready to go. Mike Boehner missed it at this end, paid for it at that end, 992 for the win. Galati, 136, double 04 on the tree, and that really put him in charge. Boehner with an 049 light, and he knew it. I guarantee you, he knew it. As soon as he let go, he's like, no, missed it. Ray Cordiero on the left side, Steve Parsons on the right side. We go Corvette racing. Side by side. 990 the magic number. Super gas. Super gas for your time trial. You should be in the staging lanes. What an absolutely beautiful day for a drag race. You guys can take your time. We got all day. Not in any hurry. Don't make the starter mad. That's free advice. It's worth everything you paid for it, but don't make starter mad. There's no rule says somebody has to stage first, but here's the rule. If nobody does, you can both be thrown out. I think we're about to get a little encouragement here. The rule does not say anybody has to go first, but it does say you must. There you go. Just a little encouragement down there. Parsons rolls in, and Ray. Wow, Ray still made him think about it. $992 for the win. Steve Parsons, 165 the speed, 989. Cordiero got there first by 8 thousandths of a second, but he broke out by 4 thousandths of a second. Gary Hasselbrock over there on the right side. Dan Moore over here on the left side. Dan had the better reaction time by about a half an hour, and he's going to win the double breakout. Neither one of those drivers did a very good job at the stripe. Dan took a mile, broke out. Gary followed him across and broke out by more. Looks like a clinic and how not to do it. Oops. Trent Lanigan on the left side. Evan Kowalski on the right side. Green lights on both sides. 991 going to be a winner. Right lane getting there first, Kowalski. He got there first by 16th out, but broke out by 0.005 of a second. When the number's 990, you run under, that's a breakout. Both run under. Whoever's closer is going to be declared the winner. Dan Shields on the right side. Greg Ventura on the left side. Both of them off and away. Down to the finish line they go. 995 beats 993. That one was won on the starting line. Tell you, it's a game of inches, no doubt about it. Greg Ventura taking care of his business. So Steve Williams going to take a solo run down there in his little K&N and Corvette, and then we'll be into the practice runs. Wow. Steve's car quit. I mean, it didn't do anything right. Cranked the tire off the starting line, jumped up on the wheelie bar, and then quit. Fortunately for him, there was nobody in the other lane. But they're going to have to go back there and get that thing squared away because they got to turn around hot lap right back for round number 2 of that W.W. Williams Super Shootout. I think you still got time if you want to get over there in front of the Firebird office. Got the autograph session going on. You can get your free Firebird poster. Round number 1 of alcohol cars will be on in about 2.5 hours. 1 o'clock is where they're slated. Alcohol eliminations. Appreciate the folks at Time Bandit Performance for getting behind our live stream and the guys at FNH Production for making it happen. You can find it on YouTube. Go to YouTube, go to Trackside Live, then find Firebird Motorsports Park, and then you get the idea. Rory Har, how about the Corvette? If there's something you don't like about that, you're going to have to tell me what it is. That thing's neat. Paul Weekman on the right side. Paul's got a carbon copy Corvette. Rory's got a real deal Corvette. .992, 152 miles an hour for Paul, 1042 for Rory. He's going to have to speed that thing up a little bit before we get into limbs, which will be later on this afternoon. Just practicing this morning, Kevin Romfo and Russ Ginger, the Spindy Seafoam Aspen. Don't see a whole lot of Dodge Aspens at the racetrack, do you? Throttle stops come into effect here. All these cars are capable of running quicker than the 990 target that they're trying to hit. That's why you see them slow down. 987, 166 for Romfo, 994, 163 for Russ. This category designed not so much for all-out performance, but you got to be able to tune Got to make the right decisions. Reaction time plays a key since you can't just outpower somebody, right? I mean, if we're just racing and my car's faster than yours, I don't have to worry about reaction time. Heck, I'm just going to pass you. But since you can't run quicker than the 990, that's where the degree of difficulty really ramps up. As the Iron Eagle rolls in, Larry Bradshaw on the right side, Tim Vargas on the left. 65 model Chevelle. Problems for the Chevelle as Tim is just coasting down there. 995 for Larry Bradshaw. The Iron Eagle, no trouble whatsoever. 171 miles an hour crossing the old finish line stripe. Have to make sure Vargas can get clear of the top end before we bring the next two at you. The next two, Mark Price in the 27T Ford and Bill Bethello. Retired farmer out of Smith, Nevada. And apparently we're going to have to go get the Chevelle, so we're going to hold up here for just a second. Want to welcome everybody out here to Firebird Motorsports Park. I am glad to be here for so many reasons. I thought when I left here a year ago after the Nationals might be the last time I ever got a chance to drive through the gate. And I've been coming to this race literally since the day it opened in 1983. But I really appreciate the Gila River Indian community having a change of heart, allowing the racetrack to stay here and stay in business. Of course, Casey Buckman and his staff that run the joint, Chuck Sundstrom, Go Fast Productions, takes care of the activity out here on the track. What do you think of the orange? That's been been an ongoing discussion. I talked to Chuck yesterday, and he said, we wanted to do something different. We wanted people to drive through the gate and realize that, okay, it's not the same old place. We're updating a little bit. It's under new management. Got a lot of great plans out here. He said, what do you think of the orange? And he said, just about everybody, the first time they saw it, went, eh. But then by the end of the day, they're going, I kind of like that. Kind of like that. I said Home Depot. He said Dunkin' Donuts. I said, okay, I can go with either one. Donuts. Donuts. But it's great to be back. The Arizona Nationals will be back in April. I don't know how many of you fans were here for the Arizona Nationals last year, but on Sunday afternoon, I stood right down there on that wall and talked about the history of this place and how much I was going to miss it and how I hated we weren't coming back. And the fans really, really showed out to support last year, and I think that had something to do with the decision-making process. So I hope you're all coming back this year. Very fortunate. In this day and age, there have been a couple of racetracks that have gone away that aren't coming back. Places like Atlanta, places like Houston, places like Denver. And we certainly didn't want to lose this one. I also love the fact they went back to Firebird. Even when it was Wild Horse Pass for that decade or so. To me, it was always Firebird. Always. It was Firebird when I came here in 1983. It was Firebird when I announced my first national event here. And it's Firebird again. Yay. All right, top end of the racetrack clear. Mark Price, Bill Bethello. Remember, W.W. Williams shootout cars. Turn around and come right on back. Mark Price did not have a trans brake. $991, 172 for Bill Bethello. Mark left before the tree was activated, so he gets no time. Here's a fun little fact for you casual fans that may not be necessarily mechanically inclined as far as how some of these race cars work. In the .90 categories, the Super Gas, Super Street, Super Comp, every car utilizes a tranny brake, a transmission brake. When the driver stages the car, the transmission is in forward. Right? Duh. You push a button, and the transmission goes into reverse, so it's locked in forward and reverse at the same time. Then you rev the engine up, like this. And when it's time to go, after dual 007 reaction times, 984, 123 for Marv, 993 for Mike Boner, 168. But you got the transmission in forward and reverse at the same time. You smash the gas to the floor, the car's not going to move, it's locked. When the light flashes on the tree and it's time to go, all you do is let go of a button. And when you let go of the button, the transmission comes out of reverse, and since it's already in forward, the car takes off. Well, what you saw down there with Price a minute ago, he pulled in, he pushed the button, the car did not lock in reverse, so when he pushed the gas, it just took off. He'll get that fixed. Promise you, he'll get that fixed. Brent McKinney on the left side, John Filippi on the right. Ah, the V8 Vegas. There was a time when V8 Vega was like the dominant car in Supergas. V8 Vegas and 27 T-Fords. Before the invasion of the Corvette Roadsters, 994, 163 miles an hour for Brent McKinney. Filippi goes 996 at 158. Mark Philbrick comes up in the left side. Gary Cook on the right. Now, Gary Cook, that's a roadstable. Well, if it was no windshield whatsoever, it would be a roadster. If it had a complete windshield, it would be a convertible. It's got a half a windshield, so it's a roadstable. Problem set in for Gary Cook as he's just kind of easing down the boulevard. 993, 165 miles an hour for Philbrick. All right, W.W. Williams shootout competitors, Super Gas shootout. If you're in the semis, I need you back. And top dragster, first call for your qualifying session. Come on down. Peter Yoon. If you don't like that Camaro, you're going to have to tell me why. But he's even got the T-tops out of it because it's a beautiful day to be riding around without the T-tops. Brad Pierce in the Corvette over on the right side. 58 model, real deal Corvette. .992, 142 miles an hour for Brad Pierce. Yoon with problems. That car will run well into the nines. We've seen that. And I got word that might be something down there on the racetrack, so we're going to run down there and take a look. I think somebody lost the contact lens.
Oh, there it is. Oh, I thought Dave said
Top dragster, come on down for your qualifying session, please. Top dragster to the lanes. Damon Bustamante rolling in the Corvette here on the left side. Top 5 player from last year. And Martin Lamas in the right. Team Mexico. I understand they actually broke a transmission on the top dragster. Called somebody to go by the shop in Mexico, pick one up, and drive all night to get here. No kidding. No kidding. Talk about that when Baruch comes up after his big win yesterday. 8, make that 9. 9,901 for Martin. 142, 987, 157 for Damon. Bill Dennis now on the left side. The topless Cadillac flamed machine, and Kenny Yeoman. The Daytona. That thing's all Dodge, too. In this category, mixing and matching engine stuff is a pretty regular deal. Like in stock and super stock, if you got a Chevy, it has to have a Chevy motor in it. If you got a Ford, it has to have a Ford motor in it. But in super gas, you can do whatever you want. It is not at all uncommon. See a Ford body with a Chevy engine or a Dodge body with a Ford engine, but that particular machine, Kenny Yeoman, staying true to the Pentastar, 991. 161 miles an hour for Ken. Bill Dennis goes 991 at 165. Here comes the Dirty Deeds machine on the left side, Daryl Mitchell. Over in the right. .986, 143 miles an hour for the 27T at 996 for the Cavalier at 167 mphs. And we go Corvette racing back in time. Pete Zach in the 63 model. Larry Scarth in the 57. Carbon copy Corvettes, as in carbon fiber. I don't know what Larry was looking at, but he's grateful that this is practice and not for realsies. 988, 162 miles an hour for Pete Zach. 993, 162 miles an hour for Larry Scarth. But Larry's going to have to tune up that reaction time, or he is going to have a very, very, very short elimination run. Greg Henderson for the City Tavern in Midland, Texas. The next time I'm in Midland, I'm going to the City Tavern. Greg Martin on the right side. Lakewood, California, in his Lumina. Whatever happened to Chevy Lumina? Man, that was a short run, wasn't it? Sounds like Chevy's most popular car for like 3 weeks. And then that was it. It might have been longer than 3 weeks, but it wasn't a lot longer than 3 weeks. 979, 153 miles an hour for Henderson. 985, 163 miles an hour for Greg Martin. John Perino now rolls in here on the left side. I don't think John was here for race number 1. I could be wrong about that. Well, we've definitely got a few new entrants here for race number 2, which means they only have one shot at the racetrack before we get into it. Mike Miller. Mike is a guy that's never going to leave school. Never, never, ever. Went to high school, went to college, got a job as a teacher, got a job as a principal, got a job in administration. I'm telling you, he's never going to leave school. What'd you do your whole life? I was in school. From the time I was 6 till I retired. 996, 142 miles an hour for John Perino. Mike Miller goes 988 at 159. Randy Bowers now on the left side. Roger Knapp in the right. These guys taking a little different approach to the 9. Check it out. Roger Knapp goes 975. Look at the speed. 113. Bowers goes 991. 169. When you're trying to judge the old finish line stripe, that'll give guys headaches. David Gotts drops it red by 0.03 of a second. Tim Parker. 011 on the green side. 985, 175. 987, 167 for Gotts. And now it's Jesse Cerna. Pontiac on the left side and Mike Wibleshauser. Wibbs finally decided to go to a Division 7 number. He moved down here from D5 a few years ago. I think he decided he wanted to stick with his lucky number, and then it just wasn't quite so lucky anymore. 975, 163 for Jesse Cerna. 991. 171 for Wibbleshauser. Going to be doing some adjusting on Cerna's car. Again, that's part of the beauty of this. All the cars capable of running quicker. So you got to make the right adjustments. Get your car to hit the number down there. Dave Thompson. Ryan Smith. Top dragster. Top dragster, we're going to make this final call. Final call. Top dragster, you need you in the staging lanes, please. That sounded weird. And looked weird. And was weird. 993, 155 for Ryan. Thompson's car goes 11, 906, 97 miles an hour. Something definitely not right in the throttle stop. Here comes Brian Morris in his little Chevy, too. And Gary McNaughton. McNaughton over there on the right side, working with Pete, Nancy. It's like all the tricks of the trade, right? Half a windshield, couple of rear view mirrors. Probably got Bluetooth. Just sitting in the car listening to Grateful Dead. At the finish line, 9,906 for Brian Morris. He's ready to race. 158 miles an hour, 993 for Gary. At $154. And here comes Big Tony. Tony Manning in the Corvette over here on the left side, and Chris Nafsinger on the right. What's that, like a C6 and a C7, or a C7 and a C8, or a C? I've never been very good with the Corvette C stuff. I know that like the 53 was C1, and that's all I know for sure. Nafsinger goes 992 after a double 0-2 reaction time. Tony Manning goes 992 after an 0-16 reaction time. So in that particular case, like Tony Manning did an okay job, Chris Nafsinger did a really nice job. And that'll bring up Don Cruz and Davey Adam. Davey, for those of you who are afraid, I don't want to go to Firebird because we'll be out there all day and I won't even see a Mercedes. Well, here's your Mercedes, so there. A 95 SL500. It does not have the Mercedes motor in it, just so you know. I wonder if he still got the top for that. I don't know if you know this, but like in the 95 SL, the convertible, you actually had to take the top off and put it someplace. It didn't fold up and go with you. Davey Adams, 992, 158, 997 for Cruz at 149. So like if you were, you know, just hypothetically speaking, oh yeah, we're over here. We're gonna drive to San Francisco. Well, it's a beautiful day. Let's put the top down. Well, if you took the top off when you got to San Francisco, you wouldn't have it with you anymore. Much nicer with one that goes in the trunk like mine. Here comes Laureen. Is Laureen Rogers really driving that? Okay. It's got about 6 numbers on the side of the scoop, so she might be. Jerry Denton over on the right side, I know that's him. 985. Jerry Denton, 165. 988, 165 for Lorraine Rogers. And here comes Ed Olpen in the Miller built, wildly painted carbon copy Camaro topless roadster. And Mike Blodgett, little Vega they call kicking chicken. That thing is like a family heirloom. I think there's been like 3 generations of Blodgetts have driven that car. Maybe 5 generations of Blodgetts have driven that car. 989. 166 miles an hour for Ed Open. 991, 140 miles an hour for Mike Blodgett. That'll bring up Jerry Calden on the left side. And Hank Premop. Henson. Premop out of Ariba Asset Management. I wonder if that's because, you know, when we're going to transfer funds, click bang, and it go, Reba! That's what I would say. Somebody transferred me funds. 9,906 for Hank. There you go. 011 dead on 6. That'll work on race day. Jerry Calton goes 985. Rick Marcy now on the left side. Val Torres. Val, multiple-time division champ. Guys in the construction biz over in California. Ooh, Val drops the red light by 1,000. Putting some numbers in the box. Numbers in the box. 991. 169 for Val. 991. 158 for Rick Marcy. John McCone left, and I do believe that's Team Dolezal on the right. Dolezal, Torco Race Fuels, Race for Home Realty. That's his wife's biz. McCone, part of that father-daughter team. I see Allison in a super comper. Well, either something happened with Dolezal's car, he's going to run 9,000 miles an hour. Yeah, that wasn't right. 1169. 991, 160 miles an hour for John McCone. That's a number you can work with. John Dexter left, Kevin Bryles right. John Dexter, 992, 152 miles an hour. Kevin Bryles misses it by a tenth plus, 10:02. All right, getting down to the end of our time trial runs. We're going to be up in a couple of minutes here. Semifinals of our shootout, and that means our top dragsters ought to all be in the staging lanes. This is final call. Top dragster, if you're not in lanes, you're in the wrong place. Keith Winters, a little white Beretta, the HBR machine, and Rob Neighbor. Neighbor Trucking, Transportation, and whatever else he can think of. Well, out in front is Keith Winters. Watch Neighbor try to track him down to that big speed at the top end. 988, 161 to a 989 at 141. Paul Lorton, final car down in practice. 986, 154 miles an hour. Got to practice because you get to winner circle the same way you get to Carnegie Hall. Remember the old joke? How do you get to Carnegie Hall? Practice, practice, practice. All right, looks like we're going to do a quick little sweep up out there. I'm judging that by the sweeper waiting to attack the racetrack. We got our semifinals of our W. Williams shootout. Then we're going to go into top dragster qualifying. We're going to turn up the performance a little bit. I think it's about time we start seeing some 200-mile-an-hour runs down the racetrack. Don't you? Don't you? Yeah, me too. Really do appreciate W. Williams, though, and a big thank you. I don't know how many of you guys know this, but W. Williams has been in the diesel repair business for over 100 years. They represent name brands such as Detroit Diesel, Mercedes-Benz, Allison Transmissions. They'll provide service at the racetrack. If you're in need, you got a problem with your truck or your toter, W. Williams, come here and fix it. No kidding. They do repairs on all makes of engine or transmission. They do chassis stuff, routine maintenance, whatever you need. They'll make it happen for you. W. Williams has also expanded recently. They've now got service and repair facilities in Seattle, Portland, as well as Oakland. And, of course, they have been a long presence here in the Phoenix Valley, Las Vegas, and just south in Tucson. And we're very pleased that they're continuing the partnership with the NHRA Division 7, sponsoring the Super 8 shootouts. 100% of the entry fees donated to RFC. The prize money comes from W. Williams. You can see them in the pits or visit the RFC trailer if you need more information, or if you need something fixed. Support those who support us. W. Williams, proud partners of NHRA Division 7 and the Super 8 shootouts. A little track maintenance, and we'll be right back at it. Super Gas, Super Shootout, semifinals rolled around the corner. Awesome, thank you. I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it. He handed me money, I'm keeping it. I'll draw. He just handed me the money, I'm keeping it. 50-50, so this is my 50. Where's the other 50? How much is it, do we know? How much? $320 and 50-50. Hang on one second, we're about to draw a winner. Somebody gonna pack their account here pretty quick. Roger Cotto on the left side. Team Ford in the right side. Ryan Giacone. Finish line, 991 to a 9. Wow, 2 10,000ths of a second. Roger Cotto with a perfect reaction time in a 992. Nice try. 011, one above, 2 10,000th at the stripe. Giacone for the win. Steve Parson left side, Joe Galati on the right side. One of these two is going to be the winner. Well, Roger, I don't know if it'll make you feel any better or not, but you won a bag of donuts for your perfect reaction time, and then gave the stripe back by 2 10,000ths of a second. I need Jeopardy music. Do 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 do. Oh, there we go. Now we're ready. separation at this end, 2,000 separation at that end, 300. A lot of smoke down there out of the back of Parsons' car. We're going to have to go down and take a look at that real quick. 992, 142 miles an hour. Comes up for Galati, and yeah, Parsons, after across the finish line, he let the smoke out. We talked about that yesterday. Race cars operate on contained smoke. The key is to keep the smoke inside, and he let the smoke out. Kind of reminds me of that time that I accidentally plugged my computer into 443 phase. Let the smoke out. Okay, we're 50-50 drawn? All right, everybody get out your 50-50 tickets. What did you say it was, 320 bucks? 320 bucks. All right, everybody get out your 50-50 tickets. You ready? All right. It's a red ticket. Who's got red tickets? Everybody that just yelled off crap and threw your tickets away? I'm kidding. It's a blue ticket. You ready? Here's the winning number. 820-146-84. 820-146-84. If that's your winning ticket, two things. Thank you for supporting our Firebird Motorsports Park Junior team, and come get your cash. 820-146-84. That is your winning 50-50 ticket. And thank you very much for supporting our juniors, helping them get to the junior finals. Just a word to the wise, okay? So if we do this in the future, the young man just walked in the tower and handed me the cash. I almost left. I think that's more than I get paid for this weekend. Is that for me?
No, it's for you to give away to a fan somehow. Why are you laughing?
Our beloved division director, Matt DeYoung, just walked up and handed me a blower belt. And I had a flashback to what my dad used to do to me with belts. And I was thinking, you know, Matt, you've been kind of annoying this week. And now that I have a belt, let me tell you about, I mean, I love my dad. I love my dad, who passed away years ago. His generation was a little different. When I end up in autopsy like 500 years from now and they get out the black light, I think they're still going to be able to see the imprint of my dad's belt because, well, when I was a little kid, I was just like I am now, only I was a smaller version of this. And so, yeah, discipline. My dad was big on discipline. Anyway, I have a blower belt souvenir that I'm going to give to somebody. I wouldn't hit you. I'm going to hit Matt. I just have to figure out how. I appreciate Chandra bringing it up for us. I hate the fact that it broke yesterday while you were trying to get that beautiful car qualified. Why did nobody ever make a blower belt belt, right? Like make a belt for your pants out of a blower belt. I think that'd be cool. Well, they may have let the smoke out, but fortunately, didn't put anything on track we need to clean up. Dan Mullen left side, Greg Ventura on the right side, trying to get into the final round. Remember, we're doing two shootouts. .992 to a .992. This one decided on the starting line as well. An 016 light for Greg Ventura was better. then Dan. And he's able to take the stripe and take the win. Here comes Trent Lang, and Trent Lang had a pretty good run yesterday. I do believe run for the money. And he's got Steve Williams over on the right side. Winner goes to the final for the money. Money, 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 money. Dun-dun, 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 money. Away on the green. Trent left, Steve right. Who's coming back to run for the big bucks a little bit later on in the day? It's going to be Williams, 994, 153 miles an hour. Trent let him by. They were 4th thou apart in reaction time. Trent got down to the other end. He's like, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming. Decided to cut him loose. Williams rode 994 for the win. Top dragster going to be rolling around the corner momentarily. Wherever you are right now, get someplace where you can see, because we're about to go a little bit quicker and a little bit faster. 200-mile-an-hour players coming at you next. Hot dogs, they got chicken tenders, they got fries, they got stuff, they got drinks, they got, it's not quite lunchtime yet, but it's sneaking up a little bit. You want to get a snack? Get a snack. You also want to stop by the Firebird Shack down there. It was while they last, and I don't think they're out of them, but they have a number of hats, t-shirts, some of the stuff from past events. They had a sale going on earlier in the weekend. So if you want to add to your wardrobe, pick up some stylish motorsports wear, stop by and see them. I think they even have some of the last Wild Horse hats, the last pass at Wild Horse Pass. And while we're very grateful to be back, we're back as Firebird. Wild Horse is no more. Time to time throughout the course of the day, just needed to keep a little track maintenance, a little traction farming out there. Taking some slicks on the back of the tractor, laying down a fresh coat of rubber, kind of smooths out all the chatter marks because the performance is coming up, the horsepower is coming up. Need a little extra track prep. Top dragster next. Getting ready for Top Dragster. You know, Johnny Moto was over at the autograph session. For those of you who don't know Johnny, he's been kind of the voice of this joint for the last 40 years or so. Schmoozing. That's what Johnny does. Schmoozing. So he comes back up in the tower and goes, look at me, I got a celebrity.
You know, Alan, it was a cool deal. We had some great drivers over there, and right now in the tower, we got Bobby Bodie. And Bobby, you're looking forward to coming out here in April, first week in April.
Yep, we'll be here for the national event. I can't wait for it. You know, I'm going to have all my buddies from college come out, and you know, hopefully we can put on a pretty good show for everyone.
Yeah, Alan, he was telling me if you could come up with an extra 10, 20 tickets, he'd greatly appreciate it.
I'll tell you what, Bobby, I can do that for you if you can do that for me in Chicago.
In Chicago?
This is my home race, as much as it's your home race. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Bobby Bodie, professional funny car driver, goes to school at the Arizona State University here. So, I mean, it's not like a real school. How's your basketball team? I'm a Wildcat, if you don't know. I'm a Wildcat. How's your basketball team?
Yeah, you open this up. He's a Wildcat, man. I mean, you know, telling you. But
Oh, he and I have chatted about that a time or two, believe me.
you know, actually, you're going to be graduating in May.
Yeah, I'm graduating in May, and with a business marketing degree.
All right, so you got to go back to Chicago then.
Yeah, that's where the family business and the race car, all that stuff is. So I want to stay out here. I love it out here, but there's more back there.
I'll tell you what, it's a cool deal. We got a lot of great race cars out here this weekend. There's Doug Gordon. He was sitting next to you down there in the autograph session. We had Maddie, of course, Maddie Gordon. Doug was there. Hunter Jones, Johnny Otten, and of course you. A great opportunity for you guys to meet some folks and a lot of people. Alan, looking forward to the Mission Foods Arizona Nationals here at Firebird Motorsports Park.
I am too. I got a question for you, Bobby, and I'm serious. I know every time I say, hey, he goes, oh, here we go. Your college buddies, how many of them legitimately understand what you do on the weekends? I know you've had some of them come out to the races before, but for those who, how many when you go, yeah, my car goes 325 miles, how many of them go, oh, yeah, Bobby's drunk again? How many legitimately understand?
They look at me like I'm crazy. You know, I try to explain it to them, but unless you know anything about this, it's really hard to, you know, comprehend. And so yeah, they just think I drive in a straight line, and that's about it. And then I bring them out here and, you know, give them the whole experience, and then they're mind blown, you know, like, you know, 330 miles per hour and under 4 seconds, you know, and sometimes we catch on fire and do all that.
I got to believe it's just like everybody, right? You can come out one time, come out, see what we do, and you turn them into fans, don't you?
Exactly, yeah. All my friends I had out last year, they all want to come back this year, and I'm going to bring a whole new crowd to try to get them in it too. And yeah, be a good time.
Awesome. Well, it's great to have you here. I look forward to seeing you back here in April. I want to wish you the best of luck, and good luck to your Sun Devils as well. When you're not playing us, I root for Arizona as a whole. When you're playing us, I don't root for. But when you're not, I root for Arizona as a whole. Bobby Bodie hanging out here. Funny car superstar, and here we go. Top Drags are getting ready to go. Johnny, you ready to? You guys got to warn me when those loud cars are coming. Johnny Moto's been out schmoozing and doing stuff this morning. He's going to slide in here and tell you about one-shot qualifying in Top Dragster.
This is going to be a cool deal here. And first pair out, we got Taylor Vetter. Taylor Vetter in the Red Line Oil Machine. And in fact, Taylor Vetter also runs in the alcohol dragster category. We got Roger Comstock. He, you know, it says he's from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, but, you know, I have to say that, you know, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, he's got places all over, man. He's been fishing a lot in Costa Rica, him and his lovely wife, Karen. But right now he's thinking about this one shot at the racetrack. It's like qualifying all over. Got the supercharger hanging off the side of the motor for the Red Line Oil Machine. It can go as low as a 610, and how about Taylor Vetter? Throwing down a 613. 613 at 225 mile an hour. Well, first pair of cars, definitely number one. Roger Comstock, remember, once it gets into eliminations, they're going to be dialing for dollars. Roger goes through with a 728 at 183 on the mile an hour. Here, this next pair will feature the Kendra Larson machine. Kendra Larson coming out of the Firebird lane. There's Jeff Conley, the Landmark Iron. Now, you just seen Taylor Vetter throw down a 613. 613 with a 9, okay? Well, this is the second pair of cars. That 613 is in jeopardy. Let me tell you this car in the right lane, I believe ran a 699 with a 9 yesterday, so very capable of snatching that number 1 spot back. Now, again, we've only had a pair of cars, but this car is a rocket ship. He goes red by 4th thou, but he's looking for a number right now. Whoa, that's like way under the number. Now, remember, you can only go 610. 610 on the high side, so he knows. In fact, I have to believe that car can actually run in the 5s, but you never want to do that at a NHRA event, because if you did, you would be relieved of your opportunity to carry on in competition. Joe Glenwinkle, he out of Poway, California. George Slatton coming out of that right side. So we got the blower car, the Olhausen, the best in billiards. You know, my man Mickey Prestrich, he's into the billiard game. He's got a $3,000 pool stick, man. I'm like, what do you got, man? Like diamond encrusted? Uh-huh. I want to apologize to Annie Whiteley. I was supposed to come over there and grab her, and I got all wound up in what I was doing. Annie Whiteley, I had an opportunity to talk to her, and I'll tell you about that here in a little bit. Right now, George Slatton. Go Glenwinkle. Fastest bracket cars on the planet. So Glenwinkle with that 624 with a 7. That's good for the number 3 spot right now. Slayton with the 678. He, that 678, 197 on the mile an hour. I won't talk about number 1 qualifiers or this or that, because we only had 6 cars go down the racetrack. But when someone jumps in front of Taylor Vetter, I'm definitely going to try to point that out to you. Beautiful car in the right lane. And I believe the gentleman who painted that car standing alongside, this is Taylor Weens. This is a machine based out of Las Vegas, Nevada. And Ted Weens, I'm sure he's standing down there somewhere. Jerron Settles out of Maryland, the Flying Airbrush, who painted those machines up there. Mallory Reese, in fact, he came here, he delivered a car, and does some spectacular paint jobs. And I'll tell you what, Racing for Mom on the top of the Madcap, got a Ted Weens sticker on the machine of Mallory Reese in that Firebird Lane here at Firebird Motorsports Park. And I want to thank everybody for stopping by to get autographs by the folks that came over from the alcohol pits, and of course Bob Bodie. There we go. Hard charge, Taylor Weens. The right Taylor Weens with a 641.7, 641.7 to 225 in a mile an hour, and Mallory Reese, Racing for Mom, with a 6.528 at speed of 208. Our next pair out. This is kind of some cool graphics. I like the blacks, the grays, and the oranges flowing back to that single strut dragster. Seeing a little nitrous purge down there. Still kind of cool out there, the overcast conditions. Just beautiful, beautiful day for drag racing, and so happy to have you folks out here with us. Randy Dahlberg, he in the right lane, got the squirrels working also. The blacks, the yellows, and the golds. Both machines went red, but that's okay. Throwing down a 6.69 with a 4, 196. Randy Dahlberg, for the time being, he is in the number 6 spot. Mo Trujillo with that 6.790, and Mo goes through at 198 on the mile an hour. Here's Don London. In fact, when Bobby Bodie and I were walking across, we stopped and said hi to Don out of Lake Havasu, Arizona. Don and Connie London's machine. 540 cubic inch twin turbos. You know, keep in mind, a lot of you folks out here as spectators, this is like a car show. Some of these cars are pitted up on the upper level. Now Don London, alongside yesterday's winner. That's right, Baruch Lamas out of Hermosillo, Mexico. So the first trophy of this double divisional is going to Mexico. Boy, would he love to double up. Don London, I believe, was the number 4 qualifier yesterday, and he throws down a 6'14" with a 7 at 227 on the mile an hour. Baruch Lamas with a 6'31" at 215 on the mile an hour. Now, you might be saying, well, hey, you know, that Don London's got a lot quicker car. How did that Baruch Lamas win? This is going to be dialing for dollars. It's bracket racing when they come up the next time for eliminations. Today, they only get one shot at the racetrack.
Did you hear the Baruch Lamas story?
No, I did not.
Broke the transmission yesterday.
Oh.
That's why he came up in the final round, was dialed back because he had a
that's
broken
right.
transmission.
Yeah.
Called the shop in Hermosillo, told one of his guys, load that up, and drove all night from Mexico to put a new transmission in the car for today.
Boy, that's not like a short drive either.
Yeah, 10, 12 hours.
Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. Tacos when you get here, right? Rick Milanazzo, 729 machine in the right lane. One of the Peyton Janik Motorsports machines. Oh, that's PJ Janik. This is the one, the machine that came up, came back down and broke the front end on it. So it's all ready to rock and roll. Single strut, wings, working their way down the racetrack. And it is the right side Janik machine, 671 for Rick Milanazzo. The Janik machine with a 680 at 200. Milanazzo, for the time being, is in the number 9 spot. Spectacular, spectacular paint jobs. On this next pair, you got Jennifer Weens and Brianna Weens. Oh, you got to figure side bets. Oh, look at this. Ted's working behind Jennifer. Yeah, he stands behind Jennifer. Knocking a little debris off the wheel before Jennifer jumps in. Boy, it's interesting. The Weens family got different combinations of power adders. Top end. Brianna Weens with that 653 at 209 jumps to 8. Jennifer with the 725 128 jumps to 15 right now. We've only had 16 cars go down the racetrack. Here's a big hitter here coming up in the left lane. The motorsports director from Hughes Performance Converters and Transmissions. He lives in Maricopa, Arizona. Of course, the Hughes facility, the manufacturing and retail sales over there on McDowell and the I-17. Andy Spiegel, the Spiegel Race Engines. He coming out of that Radford School racing lane. Christine, by the way, is out in front of the office here at Firebird Motorsports Parks. Got a lot of cool merchandise for sale, hats and shirts and who knows what. You better stop by. Also, we got some free Firebird Motorsports posters that you can pick up. Kevin Kleinweber, he in the left lane. He's looking to run. He can run about a 612. Actually, if he really let it loose, I think he could dip into that 610 range, but I think he's going to go a little conservative here. The car, Mark Simmons and Bad Brad from Canada, that's where the machine is based. Andy Spiegel. Right lane with a 659 at 204. He in the number 10 spot. Kevin Kleinweber looked like he spun the wheel just a touch and ran it through with a 616 at 223. If that baby would have hooked up, I think he would have been right there in that 612 range. We'll have to keep an eye on him when he comes up for eliminations. And I say we, I mean you and I, okay? That's right, Chad Axford. He's got that number 7 plate on the side of his top dragster. That's Hannah Cook, the Cook racing machine out of Novato, California, coming out of that Radford Racing School side of the racetrack. Chad Axford got the mini blower, supercharger hanging off the side of the motor for the Hannah Cook machine. pretty much sky's the limit. You come up with a power adder, throw it on there. 633. Hannah Cook jumps to number 7. 213 in the mile an hour. Chad Axford with that 704. 189 in the mile an hour. Good for 18. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. We need competition eliminator. Competition eliminator. Come on down. Here's John Richardson. He coming out of that left lane. This is the MSI Maintenance Services Incorporated machine. It's John and Ronnie Richardson. They got that Goodyear on the sticker on the side of the car also. Warren Racing. That's right, 7168. This is the man, James Warden. By the way, we got all of our tire trucks set up over at the right there in front of the office area. Geez, do I got my phone? Huh. Hey. James Warden. Oh, man, another one of those cars goes under the 610 mark. So we've had 2 so far. What? All attention in the pitch. Shootout finals. Shootout finals. We need you. Shootout finals. We need you to come to the staging lanes. So James Warden, a 609 with a 3. So actually, I've been calling the qualifying order. I should realize that 2 of the cars are actually too fast. So everybody can drop a couple of spots of the numbers I've been talking about. I'll try to give you a wrap-up when we're done. The number 7523 machine. That's Paul Rolandelli. He's got Napa Auto Parts. He being sponsored. He is the man from the Napa Auto Parts in Antioch, California. He's got the RCE, RC Electric on the side of his car, along with Fisher Pools, Plumbing and Electrical and Gas, and PMS. So Paul Rolandelli, the Napa machine in the right lane. We got Geneva Nash. She driving a beautiful car. Talk about long, long wheelbases, Geneva. That young lady out of Visalia, California. It's got a 588 cubic inch power plant. Jesse and Danny helping her out. How about Geneva Nash? 6.376, 222. That should be good for the number 8 spot, while the Rolandelli machine should be good for number 22, running through with a 7.83 at 171 on the mile an hour. Here we got Dylan Haug. There's Brian Haug. He's going to be out racing in his alcohol funny car. His lovely wife, Mindy. And they're going to walk over. Got Jerry Goddard on the side of the car also. So Mr. Baggs, limited on the side of the machine, alongside John Freer. John Freer with the little GoPro. I think they're out there just taking a look. They're having a look. There's the Pacific Division starter, John out there, and then you got...
Finalist back on the lane, the motorcycle.
Okay, we need those shootout finalists. Shootout finalists. We need you to come to the staging lanes. And attention in the pits, all you motorcycle riders. Motorcycle riders, why don't you come over to your side of the racetrack, your side where the staging lanes are. Now, remember this. We have the alcohol cars and also the motorcycles are pitted on the Radford side of the racetrack. That's the right lane side of the racetrack here at Firebird Motorsports Park. All the other race cars pretty much on the left side, that being the Firebird side of the racetrack. And that's where we also have the concessions set up. So if you're thinking of getting yourself maybe a hot dog, hamburgers, some chicken tenders, or some delectable delights for your pleasure, stop by on the left side behind that first set of grandstands. Also, we got, I believe, Chucky Priestley is out here with us. He's got a super deal on some of the NHRA gear from the years past, the 2023 season, 2022. He's got some really, really cool stuff. And in fact, yesterday he brought up some chips, some some poker chips. I got one here from the Sonoma Nationals, one of the stops on the Mission Foods NHRA Drag Racing Tour. I don't know. Alan was talking to Mindy yesterday. She's going to be getting a race car, I think. You think, Mindy? Nah, she's like, nah, leave it alone. It'll give Brian something to think about, doing his spare time, right? I like this Mr. Bags Limited. So they're taking a look at the top end. I see the flashers going on down there. We need our shootout finalists, and we also need competition eliminator, and we're also looking for motorcycles. I can ride a pickle. How did they ever come up with that song? Just want to ride. That's for you, John Bycroft. I hope I turned down the right mic and turned up the other. I don't know. Let me know. Keep me posted. There's Terry down there. He's pacing back and forth. I want to thank the staff of the Division 7 coming out, working with us here at Firebird Motorsports Park. Dylan Haug did very well in the 2023 season in the top dragster category. He got that number 4 plate on the wing of his machine. Well, the machines come to life. Dylan Haug, John Freer. You know, if I was to get a competition NHRA license, I would love to have his number. 7-11, baby. What is that old saying, Pat? Baby, get a new pair of shoes. Rolling it out. Oh, man, John Freer, he might have let a motor loose. 666 1 201, Dylan Haug. How about that? A triple 003. 003 for Dylan in that left lane, but John Freer, whoa. Hey, you know, I was just talking about Dylan Haug and his dad down there, of course, Brian. You know, Brian is the division champion in the alcohol funny car. He's going to be coming out and racing a little later today. I believe he's won 25 divisional events in his time of their racing. He's going to have to square off against the kid that was hanging out with me from Tucson, Hunter Jones, in round 1. That's going to be a very interesting matchup. So, in fact, Brian down there is doing a little double duty. His son, he watched just run in that left lane and moved himself to the number 13 spot, but he's checking the traction in both lanes because he knows he's going to be coming up for eliminations later today. And he, in qualifying, in fact, ran a 5:49 at 263 in a mile an hour. So he's going to have lane choice over Hunter Jones, and he's kind of like double dipping here, just getting some data for not only Dylan coming up for his round of eliminations, but also when it's time for the alcohol cars to run. And I do hope you realize that our first round of alcohol is going to go off at 1 o'clock today.
I'm going to pull the drivers out.
1 o'clock. So it looks like there is some liquid out there. They might, I might.
Go ahead, correct.
We're going to see here. They might have. I'm going to just wait here. They might have to let the drivers get out of their cars while they do this cleanup. So we'll check and see here where the status is. Okay, so there is some stuff down on the racetrack, so we're going to have to clean that up. So if you're thinking about getting a drink or, hey, you know, I told you that we've got some posters available right in front of the administration office here at Firebird Motorsports Park. We've got, you'll see the big Firebird Motorsports Park canopies set up, and I've got some posters over there. When I run out, I'll put some more out, and when I get back over there, I'll be more than happy to try to meet some of you fans. Can I give away tickets for the upcoming national event, Connie? Casey? No. Oh, okay. Good thought, though, right? So we're going to throw the bus at this. I know, it's just a figure of speech. But we're going to have to we're going to take the scrubber out there. So John Freer's motor went south on him. So you've seen all that smoke come out. So they're going to be doing some cleanup just to give Bob Johnson the opportunity to throw some more film in his camera. Bob Johnson, of course, the photographer for the Division 7 National Dragster. He's been at it for quite a few years. You know, we are broadcasting live today, right? Aren't we broadcasting live? That's right. You can catch us on the YouTube channel. That is, go to YouTube, go to Trackside Live, and then scroll down. You'll find Firebird Motorsports Park, Time Bandit Performance, and also FNH Productions are providing us an opportunity to stream all over the world. Yeah, right, Jeff Jackson. Yeah. What are you, streaming this thing? Yeah. I know he's not here. Are you streaming this? So my man Jeff Jackson from up there in the Pacific Division, that's cool. You have an opportunity to watch from all over the world. And we'd again thank Time Bandit Performance and FNH Production. Remember, go to YouTube, Trackside Live. You can also go to YouTube and look out Man Stuck in the Boulders, Thanksgiving Day. Alan and I were talking about that yesterday. As I look to my right, there's some lights up on the tower. I got wedged in the rocks one time. I was out doing some hiking. That was quite a experience. Again, right now we are in the process of cleaning up, so we're going to be down for a while. I'll try to update you as soon as possible. They have, in fact, let the drivers get out of their suits, but they got the process here as they got Dawn dish soap. Dawn dish soap in the because Dawn is good enough to take the oil off of a baby duck. And if it could take the oil off a baby duck, it could probably, you know, oh, they're not going for that. But anyways, we got a process, a compound in that scrubber that'll take this oil up. And then we come back across it with the maybe a blower or the kick broom. So it's going to take a little while. You know, sometimes, you know, it's interesting when stuff is on the racetrack, then you just hope. You just hope. Maybe a little water down on the racetrack would be one thing, you know, then you got synthetics and all that kind of stuff. But the track crew, they're going to be down there. They're going to be doing everything they can to get this going as quickly as they can. But again, a good time to stretch your legs. Again, we want to thank you folks so much for coming out and see us. This day. We have actually 2 Lucas Oil Division races this weekend. We run out of Division 7. We kind of are partial, although we do have a Division 1 competitor. We have some competitors from Division 4. Some come down from Division 5. You can probably just say. Hey, we got a racer up here, Brina. So And how's your day going, man? How's the car working?
Oh, it's going really well. I actually went 8:09, so it's the fastest I've ever been in my career.
All right. So now you're going to have to dial next time out's eliminations, right?
Yes, next one's first round.
So let's see. You ran an 8:09. What are you thinking? What are you going to dial? Is that like a secret thing? You kind of keep that right till you're ready to run?
Yeah, I usually wait, until we're ready to run, so be a couple hours before we go.
Now, don't remember that way. I just talked to Brina, and she ran an 8:09. So if you see her dial at about an 8:21, but whatever. Wish you the best of luck today.
All right, thank you very much.
Who you out here with?
I'm with the Mountain View team, so Ryan Pretty and the Mitso family. So they're running comp and top sportsman. I'm running super stock.
Well, cool deal. That's all right. You're up there on the lakeside, so you're overlooking watching the ASU ski team. They go out there and practice and everything, but you're focusing on that super stock car, right?
Yeah, just focusing on the super stock car. But I'm from Chicago, and it's the first time I've been here, and it's a really wonderful facility, so I'm really enjoying it.
You're not the only one from Chicago. Bob Bodie also out here with us.
Oh, really? I didn't notice that.
Yeah, Nitro Funny Car driver. Good luck, Brina.
All right, thank you.
All right, take care. She was stopping up here, actually just looking for Matt DeYoung, but Matt DeYoung, who are you waving to? She's down there waving. So, again, we got concessions open. Even bringing out the torch. They might, see, that's the thing. Here I was talking about that we got the overcast conditions and track temp just right. Sometimes when the sun beats down on the racetrack, it helps us. Once they run the scrubber, it actually puts that soapy compound down, cleans up the oil, and then brushes, soapy compound is brushed in. Then they have a squeegee on the back that kind of like, do that again, Johnny. Sucks it up, and then there might be just a little bit of moisture that...
I don't have a winner yet.
Nicole, I bought tickets for the 50-50 drawing and want to thank everybody that bought tickets. I bought tickets. That could be me. Let me look for my tickets again. I don't know. I was so excited this morning, And but we do have a winning ticket number. So if you bought tickets for the 50-50 drawing for the Junior Dragster Fund, that for the Summit Series. Who keeps texting me? Let me see here. What is this? Give the TV. Oh, he's got the TV in the garage on. Up in, I should say, everybody in Washington hates this. Yeah. Hey, Bob, there's a guy listening in from Washington. Washington. Yeah, Washington. You hear that, Jeff? Oh, they hate that, It's like when you say Oregon, you know what I mean? Oh, God. There's one of our junior dragster drivers coming in. Next weekend we've got a giant junior divisional here at Firebird Motorsports Park. What can I have done with these tickets?
Okay. I love you.
all the adjustments needs to try to get as close to that 1 time as possible. But ball is still out. Right there.
Call Wade.
Got the baby blue hoodie working. And it's already there. Alright. It ain't raining, is it? No, it isn't. So then it's doing a little matter what it takes. Like, hey, how was that pizza? You know, Little Caesars, where's that? I was thinking that I don't know.
Do I gotta?
No, I don't walk.
No, I'm oh, let me go.
Contracts for transport, so that's qualifying yet to do. We've got the track personnel cleaning the racetrack off. About 20 spectators on the and
Oh. This on here.
Now they've got a new program with the National Hot Rod Association that is junior free, so you don't even need a driver's license. have a garden with weeds and grass. Go out there, you know, jump in there. They have super gas cars, like that. No, not really. It'd have to be a street machine, but that's really cool. You know, the race is 8 mile. You know, there's another program that's really crazy. Some of the street cars that they're building nowadays. And you almost have to have a street legal license because we get Teslas come out here that run in the 30s and 150 miles an hour. And in that case, you almost have to want to have that familiarity with the racing surface, the incrementals, and all that stuff. You can actually you might pull up next to a light and just like look over and oh, this guy's grandma's tail. It's like, no way. And the really cool part is that the Gila River BD community offered us an opportunity to open this facility back up because with cars like that, you need them on a controlled environment. And because this, you have all the safety aspects. You don't have to worry about somebody jumping out in front of you, making a weird turn or anything like that. So we do have a Friday night program. That's why I invite people to check us out on both Entertainment or the Firebird Motorsports website. What kind of car do you have around here? Coyote? Yeah. Oh, man. Why don't you bring it out here to Friday night track sometime? I'm thinking about it. I have all my friends that in high school, they all
Yeah. Oh, man. But you know what? Every pull, was fun. Yeah, it's fun. One cherry, 5 pulls. Oh, man. But no. Again, we're very thankful for the Gila River Indian community. Let's see. Let me see, Bobby. Let me glance across the way here. Who's wearing a light gray polo shirt today? Guy looks familiar. Is that AJPE man himself? Alan Johnson in the house. Yeah. And I haven't seen him since he did a super job coming out with the last year, crew chiefing Doug Coletta to a Top Fuel championship. In fact, his daughter out here running in the super comp category. She's with the Tom Bayer group. It's a cool deal. You'll see the AJPE, Alan Johnson Performance Engines, on a lot of the race cars. He makes products. He's based up there in, I believe, Santa Clarita, California. Whoa, good sign here. We got the sticky pig out there throwing some glue down on the racetrack. Keep in mind, this is interesting. Bobby Bodie up here, Nitro Funny Car driver. The weekend of the race, when you bring some of your buddies out here, you can always go over to the Gila River Casino. And, we got that Rawhide Western town right across the way. But I don't know. And it could be cool, though. They're going to have an 80s rock concert over at the Rawhide Western town. And I don't know if you were paying attention over there when you were doing the autographs and stuff, but I was playing all 80s music.
I did notice that. I love the 80s music, too, so good music choice.
All right. In fact, at a lot of the NHRA events on Thursdays, we would go with the 80s music on Thursdays and then just go up from there. And then go country-ish towards the, I guess, as the weekend went on. But, good sign here. Again, I want to thank all you fans for bearing with us. And it is not what we planned to show you today. We are debuting. This is like the kind of the kickoff, the rebranding of the Firebird Motorsports Park. We are located, of course, at right across the way from the Gila River Casino, Rawhide Western Town, and we've got a lot of racing on tap. Hey, also one other thing, the junior dragsters were set up for a fundraiser right behind the tower. They were selling blue and white raffle tickets. If you had a blue and white raffle ticket, and the last 5 numbers are 14684. 14684. Come up and see me. I got over $300. $300. Bobby, thank you, man. Sitting here and he says, Jesus, man, you can really talk stupid for a long time. I can I?
Yeah, I mean, I'm here with you, though. I love talking about drag racing, you know. So yeah, thank you for having me.
Well, I thank you for sitting there and listening. I'd rather not be talking. I'd rather be walking. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, again, I want to thank you. That's right. I want to thank you, and you for bearing with us as the crew went out there and prepared this racetrack. And got it ready to rock and roll. Let's continue on. Qualifying session. Top dragsters. Must have been a while because when I came in here I was wearing a jacket. Now I'm down to a tank top and shorts. Woo! Take it easy, Jessica. She's still in her bathrobe and slippers. Bobby, wouldn't you say that looks like a funny car chassis right there? Surely does. This is Reed Taylor. He out of Las Vegas, Nevada. He's a heavy truck repair owner. Now he's got like a deal like you. You know, it's like he goes back, you bring your semi tractor in, and what'd you do over the weekend? Well, I just went down and raced my 23 Ford with an Alan Johnson Performance 522 cubic inch engine. Supercharger hanging off the side of the Cody Weber machine. He in that right lane. This is Top Dragster qualifying. Continuing on. .621, 220 in a mile an hour. That's good for the number 4 spot for Reed Taylor. And Cody Weber, he rips off a 651, 209 on the mile an hour. Cody Weber moves to the number 11 spot. Got a few cars yet to go. 28 have ran. I know one that won't come back, but I won't talk about him right now. Unfortunately, the gentleman who lost his motor. But we've got Tony Giardino. And, hey, shout out to the crew. Cody Weber just came off, laid down a good, solid run in that Radford lane. This pair featuring Mark Colton. He got a Yancer dragster, Tom Yancer chassis field right in this area, while Tony Giardino, he could probably ride his bicycle to the In-Out Burger Raceway. So Giardino from San Dimas, California. He's got the 632 cubic inch power plant, got the dual 4 sitting on the top. How low can you go? Only 610. Red light comes up, but that don't matter. Looking for an ET. So Tony Giardino with a 651 at 205. He jumps to the number 12 spot. Mark Colton running through with a 730. He's going to go to the number 26 position. This next pair coming out will feature. Whoa. Hey. Terry White Racing with the left side of the racetrack. Stephen Will, man, I'm telling you, here's another one of those cars. He could easily, the first time I ever seen this car run, like 6 seconds is the limit. You go under 6 seconds, gotta go. You know, he ran a 595. He had just built the car, and that was in testing. It was a good thing. It was one of those warm-ups. So this car, very capable of running close to that 610 number. It's Stephen Will, right lane. It's Terry White in the left. It is top dragster qualifying session. They only get one shot at the racetrack today, then it's elimination. Nice solid run. 6:12 with a 6. Guess what? He's your new #1 qualifier. He just pushed Taylor Vetter back a notch. So 6:12, 2:34. That is a good, solid run. Terry White, he, in that Firebird lane, runs through with a 6.72, 198. That's good for the number 20 spot. Mike McBrayer. McBrayer came from the Sonoma area. He was a plumbing contractor up there. And, you know, I asked him one time, I said, how do you install a toilet? He goes, Johnny. I said, yeah. He goes, the plumbing work I did, I plumbed vineyards. You know what I'm saying? So I said, all stainless steel stuff. So I was like, so you don't think I should hire you to install my toilet? Especially living in California, he's got to make like $500 an hour, right? Just to buy groceries for the kids. No, he's not thinking about that right now. So Michael McBrayer, Michael and I believe Barbie down there be standing alongside, looking on. So got the Superman look coming out of that right lane.
Well, maybe not to the ground, but that flank's about to fly.
6.30, 215 on the mile an hour. So the Mike McBrayer jumps to the number 8 spot. So there's still a few more cars to go. Right now, I've got Stephen Will. This is all unofficial in the number 1 spot. He ran a 6:12 with a 6. Taylor Vetter was 6:13 with a 9. Number 2. Then you got Don London, Kevin Kleinweber, Reed Taylor, John Richardson, Joe Glenwinkle. Michael McBrayer just ran that 6:30 at 2:15 in that right lane. Good for the number 8 spot. But we got a beauty coming out of that Firebird lane right here. This gentleman, Mike Mendenhall. He's looking to jump up into the pack. So the Mendenhall Racing got the blower on the top of his machine. Crew member walks around the car, takes a close look at everything. My, what a good-looking machine. This car can very well run in the teens. Let's watch and see what he can do. He's got to run a 6 quicker than a 6:12 with a 6 if he wants to get to number 1. How about a 6:17 with an 8? That'll work. 223 in a mile an hour. With that run, he jumps to the number 5 spot. So again, a 6.178 at 223.65 on the mile an hour for Mr. Mike Mendenhall out of that Firebird lane. What now? Hello, hello?
Hang on, Johnny. Hang on.
Is the All right. Okay, so I believe we got a couple more of the top dragsters yet to run. Don't forget, if you get any extra time, you racers, stop over to the Gila River Casino, Rawhide, Western Town. Keep in mind they're going to have a great 80s rock concert coming up. In fact, I believe the weekend of the Mission Foods Arizona Nationals here. Hey, well, I'll tell you what, that concludes our top dragster qualifying. So it looks like, again, they will post the qualifying sheet downstairs. You can pick up a copy of it at the RFC booth right downstairs. But I have Stephen Will, your number one qualifier, with a 6:12 with a 6. Taylor Vetter, 6:13 with a 9, number 2. Then I got Don London, number 3. Kevin Kleinweber, 4. Mike Mendenhall, 5. Reed Taylor, 6. John Richardson, 7. Joe Glenwinkle, 8. Mike McBrayer, 9. And Baruch Lamas, yesterday's winner in that number 10 spot. So, again, that concludes our top dragster qualifying. And stepping into the booth right now, he's going to take the cool seat is my man, Alan Reinhardt. Tell you what, Alan, still overcast conditions. That should make for some great qualifying in our alcohol, not qualifying, eliminations coming up for our alcohol categories shortly.
Yeah, racing for real. The a little bit of cloud cover will keep the track temp down. Not that it was exactly boiling here anyway, but that is a pretty interesting lineup you've got there in Top Dragster. Steve Will with a Roots blown car. Taylor Vetter with a side sling blower. Don London with a twin turbo car. 1, 2, 3. Pick your favorite power adder and have at it. Going to be fun. We got a full field of alcohol dragsters here. We actually had 10 dragsters on the property trying to qualify for the 8 spots, so you had to fight your way in. We got 6 alcohol funny cars on the property, but every one of them capable of jumping up and getting a trophy, so it's going to be a battle out there as well. They're getting suited up, strapped in. The alcohol funny cars were slated to go, or the alcohol cars, I should say, were slated to go at 1 o'clock, and then we had that little delay out there, so they were kind of waiting to see how long that was going to be as well. They're all lined up over there now. They're getting suited up, they're getting strapped in, and they're getting ready to go. They're racing for real. We will run to conclusion today in the alcohol cars. Our West Coast opener out here on the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. It's going to be fun. Bobby Bodie decided to hang around here because, well, he likes fast cars. You never drove anything in the alcohol ranks, did you? Pick that up. Turn the switch on. There you go. He goes to ASU, so you kind of got to give him step-by-step instructions on everything.
Yeah, I didn't go to U of A like some people did.
Right, exactly. I didn't go to the U of A either, but I drive by it every once in a while. Hold that up a little closer. I want to make sure everybody can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, so I raced Frank Cawley's top alcohol funny car. I did about 8 laps in that, and I didn't have to rev it up or do anything like that. Just let the clutch out and stab it.
From watching you when you moved into the big cars, and obviously you've been around watching your dad race for so many years, reminded me a little bit of Robert Height and a lot of Matty Gordon that we're watching out here right now. that you can kind of learn through osmosis. I mean, you've spent so much time watching, you're so familiar with the machine, you know what's happening, that once you get in, it's like you've already got a feel for it. Did you feel that when you got into the faster cars?
Yeah, I really did, and I mean, there's still a huge learning curve, obviously, with the 10,000 horsepower. But yeah, I worked on the car starting when I was 14. So between 14 to 18, when I started racing funny cars, I learned how to do the clutch. I was working close with Tim Wilkerson. He kind of is my mentor and kind of guided me through everything. And and having my dad too, who raced for 20 years, it really helped me help that learning curve.
Now, I don't know if you talked to Johnny about this or not, but you're not going to the Gator Nationals. You're going to start your season out here. You're going to go out to Pomona, basically just for as a warm-up race because you want to come here and show off for your college buds, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Pomona is going to be our first one, and yeah, hopefully we can get all the cobwebs out there and run pretty good here.
When you come into a place, when you used to go to Chicago and your dad was there, of course, that was home for you. Coming out here with all your college buddies, is that more pressure to perform, or is it more just kind of casual, laid back? Is it a plus or is it a minus?
I would say it's a plus and a minus. I mean, I wouldn't say it's any added pressure. Obviously, it kind of motivates me to do, or motivates me more to do well, just because I have all my friends out here. I don't want them to come out and not put on a good show for them. So yeah, it's fun though, just trying to introduce new people to the sport.
Is there anything else you want to drive?
I'll drive anything. Yeah, no, funny cars, dragsters, roadsters, all of them.
I just wonder if you ever thought about doing like a pro mod thing, something like that. I mean, usually you get a funny car guy goes to a dragster, and most of them have told me it's like, after you drove a funny car, dragsters are okay, they're fast, but it's just not as cool. But pro mod stuff is kind of wild. I could see you in a pro mod.
Yeah, no, pro mod. I mean, I always watch them. I think they're super entertaining, and they're just super high horsepower cars that are really hard to drive. If I did drive a pro mod, I would love to do a blown pro mod.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, come on, coming from a funny car, you're not going to be a turbo guy.
Yeah.
What is your plan going forward? Would you like to? I know you're working in marketing. Would you like to be full-time funny car racer, or is the plan to take over the family business and kind of continue with what your dad's done, run 6, 8, 10 a year, whatever you can do?
Yeah, I mean, whatever I can do would be great. I mean, my goal since I was a little kid was to do it full-time. But I'm just satisfied with what we have going now. Racing with my family, my dad. And, if it can parlay into something bigger, I mean, that'd be great. But if not, I'm just enjoying it for what it is.
For as long as you've done it, where's your comfort level now? Do you still, when you're sitting in the car, do you ever look over and go, oh, my God, that's Matt Hagan? Or,
Yeah.
Look who I'm lined up with.
Yeah, I mean, I still do. I mean, I would say I'm a little bit better in that regard, just because I have a little bit of experience. But, racing against all those big names, it's still pretty surreal for me. I have a lot of respect for all those guys, and yeah, they're tough to beat too.
Chit-chatting with Bobby Bodie, the second-generation Nitro funny car driver that'll be here in April. When we come back for the Arizona Nationals, looks like we've got our first pair of alcohol cars lined up at the ready line, set to go. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get into eliminations today, would you please rise? We'd like to start off our eliminations with an invocation and our national anthem. Lee Stiles for Racers for Christ.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for coming out and joining us. So please, with every head bowed and every eyes closed, we are going to give thanks. So, Father in heaven, thank you for this beautiful day that you provided for all of us to enjoy, and that we are grateful for receiving for everything that you have given us. Father, we ask of you, and that these in challenging and uncertain times, that you come along beside us and grace us with your presence and give us all your spirit of peace. Father, we also lift up to you the men and women of our armed services. We ask that you bring them strength and guidance as they place their lives in harm's way to keep this great nation safe. So, Father, today we ask for your blessings as we are gathered here as friends and family, and we're here to race, to have fun, and to give you thanks for everything that you blessed us with. We ask that you comfort us by placing your great hands protection upon our racers as they drive their cool hot rods, and that also that you place that great hedge of protection upon everyone here at the track. Bless us all with peace and safety, and we pray those blessings will be generous and gracious. In Jesus' name we say, amen.
Thank you very much, Lee. Please remain standing, if you would, as Old Glory flies over the bridge that brought you in through gate number 2 this morning, our national anthem. Uh-oh, computer issue. If you know me and computers, give me 1 second here. Apologies, we had a computer idiot problem. Let's try this. All right, Firebird Motorsports Park, it's time to go racing. The quickest, fastest, loudest cars we're going to have here this weekend at Top Alcohol Dragster, getting ready to come out at you. And you know you're in for a fun day of alcohol dragster racing when you fire off with 2 former world champions. Joey Severance on one side, Chris Demke on the other. Both of these cars are alcohol burners, and if you're saying to yourself, well, duh, Mr. Announcer Guy, didn't you just say that it was Top Alcohol Dragster? There are 2 very distinct combinations, and we're going to see both of them. You can run a car like this, it's got a blower on top, got alcohol in the tank, got a 3-speed transmission, or you can run an injected nitro burner, and we're going to see a couple of those as well. Bobby, put me inside the car. It's round number 1. You ran yesterday. You know you've got a pretty decent hot rod. You also know you got a pretty tough opponent in the other lane. You're the first pair down the racetrack, and if you screw this up, you don't get to play anymore. No pressure or anything, right?
Yeah, no, I haven't. Actually, I was first pair one time, and most nervous race I've ever been.
Is it worse being first pair than if you're, say, back in the pack a little bit?
Yes, and no, you don't know what the track's going to be like, but you don't have time to overthink it.
Joey Severance on the left side, the J&A Services team. Noonan Power for the second-generation driver in the Peenright machine. That is Chris Demke. The car owner, Jerry Mattern, stands alongside. Kevin Watson, the crew chief. They qualified 4 and 5. In theory, the most closely matched pair we have. Chris Demke takes the tire off, and Joey Severance goes 5:31. 270 miles an hour. Joey ran 5:31 yesterday in qualifying, so they duplicated that. 11:45 at 88 miles an hour for Chris Demke, and you saw what happened down there. He had that thing on high C. When it came time to dump the clutch, the tires just wouldn't quite hold on. He smokes him off the starting line. 11:45, 88 miles an hour. Joey Severance will go back, get ready for round number 2. Chris Demke will start thinking about the next race. If you're Joey Severance, now what? or driver standpoint. Okay, first wind light. You got a little bit of pressure off, but now it's time to go back to work, right? Does that just put you into your routine?
Yeah, no, it's, 531, that's a great pass, and it's great to build on that for the next couple of rounds.
Next are going to be the two Redline oil cars. It's going to be the first of our injected nitro burners, and that's going to be Eric Chesley coming up over here on the left side as he goes head-to-head with Taylor Vetter. And I know what you're thinking. Didn't I just see Taylor Vetter in her top dragster? Yep. She's got two hot rods. This is the fast one. I know we've got a few casual fans out here today for Fan Day at Firebird Motorsports Park. In qualifying, whoever has the quicker car has lane choice. And then the run orders determine the same way. They go to the number one qualifier. They say, do you want to be first or second or last, or who do you want to be? Well, almost nobody wants to go first. You always want to put a guinea pig out on the racetrack. So the 4 and 5 matchup were the first pair. And this is the 3 and 6 matchup. Taylor Vetter on the right side. Qualified third, that blown machine out of Nick Janik, Plan B Motorsports, and Eric Chesley in the left side. You'll notice there's no supercharger on that car. Big air scoop, the injected nitro burner. Eric qualified with a 532. Now, Taylor was one of the show-offs. She made back-to-back runs in the 20s, 526 as a pair. If she can duplicate that, Eric Chesley is going to be looking for a little bit of performance out of his machine. Eric did make 3 solid consistent runs, just not quite as fast as Taylor was. Well, sometimes your foot takes off before your brain says so. Eric Chesley knew he was a little bit behind on a performance standpoint, rolled in, staged, and smashed the gas. The red light came on the left side, and that turned on the wind light for Taylor. A very consistent, again, 526, this time with a 9 in the thousands, 265 miles an hour. Chesley goes 540. Looked like it might have chewed itself a little bit down there at the other end. But, Bobby, that just looked like a case of a guy that knew he needed to be sharp on the starting line and pushed a little too hard.
Yep, and going into that round, he was the number 6 qualifier compared to Taylor's third, so he probably knew he had to get a good light to be in that race, and just left before. And growing up, I raced with Eric Chesley's kid.
Did you really?
In juniors, yep. Yeah, they're a great family of racers. Hate to see that happen.
Okay, wait a minute. You said that was when you were growing up?
Yeah.
You're like 12 now.
Yeah.
There's no way you could buy a beer without somebody going, kid, let me, you got.
Yeah, I know. I do get carded a lot, that's for sure.
You know how fast a car I drive? You know how fast a car I drive?
I could drive a Nitro Funny car at 18, but couldn't have a beer.
That's actually funny. Here comes Madison Payne, the third generation racer. She's going to be lined up in the Muscle Milk car over here on the left side. Johnny Otten in the right side. A pair of injected nitro cars now. Listen closely to the engine RPM on the burnout. The injected cars operate at very low RPM, comparatively speaking. They make a lot of torque down low. There is no transmission in injected cars, just a centrifugal clutch. Robert Height once referred to it as a glorified go-kart clutch. And that's why you don't rev these things up when they stage them. They go in at an idle and you just smash the gas and go. Madison is a college student at Texas Christian University. I guess, pay for college with drag racing, right? And nice work if you can get it.
Yeah, exactly.
Her mom out in front of the car, Shelly Anderson. Now Shelly Payne, obviously. Shelly drove everything up to and including Top Fuel, racing the alcohol dragster category for a while, racing Pro Mod for a while, was successful every step of the way. There's Madison's father, Jay Payne, former champion in this category, raced alcohol funny cars for a year. Grandfather is Brad Anderson. That's one of those families that you're going to race, okay? No, I don't care what you want. You're going to race. Johnny Otten is a L.A. Fire captain working with his dad, Al, the Advanco 111 Inc. car over in the right side. Now, Johnny was not qualified until the last session yesterday when they got this thing to go down the racetrack. Madison Payne qualified in the 20s. Let's see if she can keep up that pace. Well, this time it's Madison that goes up in smoke. Johnny Otten goes 5:32 at 270 miles an hour. His best run of the weekend. And Madison, even though she had a great car in qualifying, 3 solid runs, the best of which was a 5:24. The Muscle Milk car smoked the tires off the starting line to a 10:32. So the number 7 qualifier advances. Johnny Otten will be back later on in the day to take on Taylor Vetter. You got to hate that, right? I mean, your driver, it's like, oh, come on, really? Watching your opponent drive away?
Yeah, and especially she was number 2 going into that round, so she had a great car in qualifying. Yeah, there's nothing worse than having a great car in qualifying and having nothing to show for it on race day. But going into that round, I was talking to Johnny earlier at the Fan Fest, and they had a problem with dropping holes in qualifying, and he told me that he thought that they fixed it, and it looks like they did.
Well, they wounded it on one run yesterday. They actually sat one out in qualifying, then came back last night and got her straight and smooth down the racetrack. And it looks like a situation where, you come up and you race the racetrack, right? And like, look, if Madison goes out there and she runs 24 again, she probably wins a round. Mm-hmm. But let's not give it to her. Let's go out and see if we've got our car straightened out. And now it would appear that they do. So we've got 3 of our semifinalists. We've got 1 pair left, and that's going to feature the number 1 qualifier. The guy who was really showing off out here yesterday, Sean Cowie, who went 5:18. Teens in a blown alcohol car are still pretty rare atmosphere. And for anybody that went, oh, yeah, it was a fluke, let's see you do it again. Okay, he did. He came up and did it again. 5:18 for Sean Cowie. Got one of the quickest, fastest cars in the country, the Monday's Towing Machine. He's going to go up against Casey Gristle, driving for Jerry Darien. Jerry Darien, who has taken a lot of drivers, worked through his alcohol dragster and gone into the nitro ranks. If you don't want to be Bobby Bodie, where you get out of your junior dragster and get into a nitro car, call Jerry Darien. Let's see. He's had some pretty successful people in his car, Gary Selzy, Ashley Force, Morgan Lucas. You want me to go on? and on and on?
Yeah, that's already a great list of drivers you already named.
Casey running an injected nitro car. They will almost always start the injected car first. They have a little bit longer routine, building some heat while they fire it up on alcohol before they put the nitro into the engine. Sean Cowie with just punishing burnouts. Monday's Towing, their family business. The folks at Core helping out. Slow down, move over. Anybody that works out on the interstate is familiar with that movement. It's very strange to look out the window and not see Norm Grimes down there with Sean Cowie. He's been a part of the team for a number of years, but is not going on the road with them now. Got himself a pretty good race car. He's the guy, right? The only thing he's never done is win the championship. Year after year, he's in the conversation. Nothing like getting off on a hot streak, and coming in here qualifying number 1 is a pretty nice way to start.
Yes, it is. And hopefully they can parlay it into, a couple round wins today.
Well, that's Jerry Darien out in front of the green machine, a former school teacher. And I think that's part of the reason that so many drivers like to get in the seat of that car, because he's very patient, working with people, teaching them the ins and the outs. And Casey Gristle actually worked on the team for a number of years. He's in the aerospace industry before Jerry was didn't have a driver. And Casey said, I always wanted to try that. And get a helmet and get in. Number 8 qualifier on the right side. Let's find out if lightning can strike twice. Casey double-stepped on the starting line, 5.208, 278 miles an hour. Sean Cowie still the class of the field. Casey, 541 at 270. If you were watching closely on the starting line, you saw what happened. He pulled in staged. Because with a nitro car, you leave it in idle. He's got his foot on the gas, ready to go, and his foot took off a little bit too soon. You heard the when he started to hit the gas, it went, nah. And Bobby, I don't know if you've ever done that before, but I've seen a lot of drivers do it, and it's like I said, you're so amped up and ready to go, the tree doesn't come on fast enough.
Yeah, it's really easy to do. I haven't done it yet, knock on wood. I've been close a couple of times where I start to squeeze into it a little bit early, but I usually catch myself. But yeah, it's really easy to do.
So Sean Cowie's going to come back and run Joey Severance. Those two are so much fun to watch. I'd buy a ticket to watch those two run a best 2 out of 3. And on the other side, looks like Johnny Otten against Taylor Vedder. And just like that, we get into alcohol funny cars. Now, there are a couple of injected nitro funny cars running around the country. We do not have any here this weekend. All of them that are here are the blown variety. That's Will Martin on the left side. In the heating and AC Biz, HVAC. The Clean Slate Motorsports team, and that is a clean-looking car. And over on the right side, Annie Whiteley out of J&A Services. Annie is the A in J&A. Her husband Jim is the J. He is not here this weekend. So, yeah, apparently he had to work. Where is he? Dubai. Oh, okay. I can understand how, okay, well, let's just run down to Phoenix real quick. The Shattered Glass car for the team that's based up in Colorado. Annie's been at this a long time. She is one of 3 female drivers that have won in the category. Will Martin, a relative newcomer to the category. In qualifying yesterday, Annie, second best car on the property behind that show-off Matty Gordon that we'll see here in just a little bit. So Will Martin here on the left side, looking for what you might think was a little bit of an upset if he can pull it off. Will Martin got the jump on reaction time. Is it enough? No, 5:46. Annie Whiteley picked up from qualifying, 265 miles an hour. Will goes 5:60. If he makes the run he made in qualifying, he probably wins the round because he got off the starting mark first. But Annie Whiteley's Shattered Glass car had enough to run him down. 5.466 for the win for Annie. One thing, and again, I know we've got a few casual fans or maybe new fans out here at Firebird Motorsports Park and love having you. In qualifying, as we've been watching all morning, the only number that matters is the number on the scoreboard. But in eliminations, especially in the heads-up categories, you got to get there first. And if you can get a jump on the starting line like Will Martin does, sometimes you can win with the slower car. Annie, fortunately for her, had enough car to run him down. Competition Eliminator. If you headed back to the pits, you need to head back to the lanes. You're following Alcohol Funny Car. Need you back for your one-shot qualifying. Competition Eliminator to the lanes. Here comes Ray Martin out of Alaska. He's a concrete contractor, the Wild West Guns machine, and what Ray desperately doesn't want now is to be a footnote in history. Because over on the right side, the Beta Motorcycles machine, this is the first ever elimination run for Matty Gordon. Her father drove this car last year and won the world championship with it. No pressure, right? Matty is younger than Bobby Bodie. How'd you like to be a teenager driving an alcohol funny car? Well, there's not been one person watch her make a run in this car and think she's a rookie. And I think, like I said with you, so much time watching. She actually does the clutch. She works on the car, but she spent so much time watching it. She looked like a natural getting in the car. Her first ever competition run, doing it from the number 1 qualifying spot. She's got to have butterflies, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Ray Martin looked like he was having trouble holding his car on the starting line. You heard him rev it up. It was inching forward. He actually brought the RPMs down and ended up going red anyway. Hey, race fans, if you're here, mark it down. Because someday you're going to be able to tell people, I saw Matty Gordon's first ever round win. She went 5:49, 267 miles an hour, and she will advance with 6 cars. She was the number 1 qualifier. By run next round, she's going to race for the trophy later on today in her first ever start.
That's really impressive. It's her first ever round win. You know, she's looked like a natural. Everyone that I've talked to said that she's doing a great job, and you know, I just stopped myself right there. Yeah, congrats.
Anybody that follows alcohol funny cars, like I said with the alcohol dragsters, you know, running in the teens is pretty stout. Well, in an alcohol funny car, running in the 540s, anything less than 5.5 seconds, pretty stout. Matty Gordon has made 4 runs this weekend. 543, 547, 549, 549. And the worst part about it is, if you see Maddie, it's like, she looks like, oh, she's like so friendly and always smiling and happy. And, you know, she'd never break your heart or rip your throat out with a funny car or anything, right? Our final pair here in round number 1, Hunter Jones. Hunter Jones, another one, very young driver, went not quite directly, but almost from junior dragsters into the alcohol ranks. Southwest Graphics and Wraps, that's actually his business. His family runs a National Collision Center down in Tucson. Brian Haug over on the right side. Brian's got one thought on his mind this year, and that's championship. Oregon Motor Coach, Cascade Truck Body, that's his family business. Number 3 qualifier, Brian Haug. Hunter Jones was number 4. Winner gets Annie Whiteley. That's a good side-by-side run. Better for Brian. 548, 264. Hunter Jones runs 551. They left the starting line within a thou. Hunter Jones makes his best run of the weekend and still comes up a little bit short. Brian goes 548-1. So our 3 cars going into the second round, Annie Whiteley at 546, Brian Haug at 548, Matty Gordon at 549. Go ahead, pick a favorite. Who do you think is going to win this thing today?
I would say Matty Gordon definitely has the best car. That was a great side-by-side race, though, best of the round. And, yeah.
All righty, the alcohol cars are slated to be back on track. I believe they're shooting for 3:30 for the semifinals. In the meantime, we got competition eliminator in the staging lanes. We're going to finish up our qualifying and time trial runs, and then we're going to start eliminations in the other Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series categories. Bobby, thank you. I'm glad you came out to the racetrack today. I'm glad you came up. You're welcome in my office anytime. Great to have you.
I appreciate the opportunity. This was fun, my first time doing this, and hopefully next time I'll be on the track.
I look forward to seeing you out there on the track in your Nitro Funny car come April. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Now he's got to go back to school. Ha ha, at least I don't have to go back to school. That's pretty good racing out there in the alcohol categories, no question about it. Already looking forward to how it's going to go later on in the day. All right, we'll continue on. Competition Eliminator. If you're not in the staging lanes, you should be. We're going to do a quick little sweep up on the racetrack and get back to it. It is so good to be back here at Firebird Motorsports Park. We left last year. I really thought it was the last time, but a big thank you to the Gila River Indian community and to the folks that made this happen. Casey's down there on the starting line. Chuck Sunsom's down there on the starting line. Their staff, and again, the Gila River Tribal Council and the entire Indian community, thank you for saving the racetrack. It's great to be back here at the Lucas Oil Series season opener, and it's going to be even better to be back in April for the Arizona Nationals. All right, competition eliminator. Comp, you should be in the staging lanes. And we should have all of our WW Shootout finalists. If you're not in the staging lanes, let's go ahead and head back. We'll figure out who's going to take home the cash. Just to give you fans out there a little run of show, as it were. Competition Eliminator qualifying coming up next. These are some really cool cars because in comp you can use your imagination and do some wacky stuff. Then we're going to have our shootout finals for the WW Williams. A lot of money given away up for grabs there. We'll have qualifying. One shot, set the ladder for our sportsman motorcycle, our top sportsman cars, and then we're going to go into eliminations in those series, starting with Super Street. We'll trim the fields down for those categories today and come back and finish it up tomorrow. The only ones that will run to conclusion today, we're about to run the finals of the WW Williams Shootout. Alcohol cars will run to conclusion. A little traction farming, a little maintenance out there on the concrete here at Firebird Motorsports Park, and then Comp Eliminator will be running around the corner. If you haven't had lunch yet, the Sonoran hot dogs, chicken tenders. Got a great menu here at Firebird. They always have. That's one of the things. Since this place opened, they've always been kind of the top of the heap as far as concessions go. For you race fans, you want to stop by and get yourself a snack, feel free to do so. We'll make an afternoon out of it. It's a comfortable day out there. Bobby, what's the weather like at home today? Is your dad shoveling snow?
Well, it's been raining there, so my dad's right now, he's fixing our leaky roof there while I'm out here playing with you guys.
So in Chicago, it's not 74 degrees right now?
No, it's probably like 30 right now and windy and yeah.
Okay, this is better.
Yes, way better.
In August, yours might be better, but in February, this is better.
Yeah, here would be perfect to live for between November and April, and Chicago would probably be better from May until August.
I'm working on that. I'm actually, I've been, putting some money aside. So what I really want is I want to build a castle in the clouds. That way it'll never rain. I'll always be on top of it.
Yep.
And that's what I'm working on. I just haven't. A couple of bucks short.
Yeah, my dream has always been to build an indoor drag strip so that you can race year round.
I don't know if you saw it. There's a home here in the valley that's for sale that has like a go-kart track and basketball court inside and all the stuff. And you'd have to find the listing. I'm only about 20 million short. 20. If I had another 20 million, I think I could go ahead and buy it.
Yeah. No, if I had a spare 10 million, we could split and go in on that.
Yeah. That'd work out fine. Between you spending half the year in Chicago and me spending 300 nights a year in hotels, we'd probably never see each other.
I know, yeah, but
be one of those things you walk in the kitchen in the morning and go, holy crap, he's here.
So, Alan, I started a list of all the people I know.
Yes.
I figure if I know enough, we can get each pitch in $1,000 we can buy that house.
Okay, all right.
Are you in?
Sure.
All right.
Chuck wants to buy the house. Here's the deal. He wants all of his friends to pitch in $1,000 each, and he's going to buy that $20 million house. So far, he only needs $19,975,000.
That's, yeah. Actually, probably a little more than that.
995,000?
That's closer, yeah.
You got 5 friends?
Yeah, you were assuming I had 25 friends, so you were pushing it.
I figured you had 25 friends.
Is that track operator in need call? That's what that one is?
Do what?
It wasn't funny.
You got a corporate credit card, right? Why don't you buy it? Here comes Competition Eliminator. I love comp, and I'm going to tell you why. Because comp is performance-based. These cars don't have to worry about breaking out when we get into eliminations. It's all about how much power and performance you can make. And the way to be successful in comp is to find a combination that you think you can do better than anybody else. For instance, the guy that won yesterday's race was driving a 4-cylinder Honda-powered Altered. In comp, you take weight, engine size, number of cylinders, induction type, transmission type, chassis type. You shake it all up and throw the dice like a Yahtzee board, and you come up with your category. Dean Carter on the left side. That's an A Nostalgia Dragster, 400-inch small block, injected on alcohol, front engine, automatic transmission. This car will run in the 6-second zone. And for Don Beavers, that's an A Supermod automatic. That, if it's not the trickiest probe on the planet, it's in the conversation. It is a 400 cubic inch naturally aspirated small block Ford, no power adders, makes about 1,000 horsepower. Now they're just qualifying right now, so they're going to leave heads up. When we get into competition, it's a handicap start, but it's first one to the finish line. Right now, performance. How fast? Wow, Don Beavers took the tire off when he cut that thing loose out there. Dean Carter, I told you that thing running to sixes. 689, 187 with a small block injected car. 833 for Don Beavers. Believe me, his car's faster than that. Saw it spin the tire down here on the starting line, 169 miles an hour out the back. That'll bring up Kevin Carter. Car look like the last one? Yep. Well, the last one was his dad. Another Nostalgia Dragster with the injected small block out front. I love the way that the Magneto sticks up like a foot taller than everything else on that little Chevrolet. Over on the right side, that's Joe Mazeras from right here in the valley. Advanced Automotive, their family business. That is a small block Dodge rear engine dragster. A couple of 4 barrels up on top. C dragster, automatic. Mazeras, former division champ. One of the big hitters out in this part of the world. And he just loves his Dodges. You saw Dean Carter go down a minute ago. Kevin coming up now. Joe's daughter, Kayla, also races. And they had like the best father-daughter day you could have up in Denver a couple of years ago when both stood in the winner's circle in comp and super stock. Kevin Carter, come get your donuts. 727, 173 miles an hour, but a perfect reaction time. Perfect reaction time in qualifying. That'll win you a bag of donuts, and Kevin Carter just did it. Joe Mazeras had a 008 light, goes 702 at 178, so a fun little side-by-side run there in qualifying. Here's the car I was talking about earlier. Josh Lee in the left side. Won yesterday. That is a 4-cylinder Honda in a little bitty flyweight car. No power adder. That thing will run in the 8s. And Jeff Conley over on the right side, flat hood, loud car. That is a pro-charged, pro-modified. No kidding. The Landmark Iron Driver. We saw him in his top dragster a little bit earlier as well. But Conley just loves fast cars from the because life is funny sometimes file. Nick Janik was running his pro mod here yesterday. And the 2 pro mods ended up matched up in round number 1. If you're betting first to the finish line, Conley's car should outrun Josh Lee's. But when we get into eliminations later on in the day, if these two were to face off, Josh would get a head start. Like almost a 3-second head start. .615, 237 miles an hour for the Pro Mod. 893 for Josh Lee at 147 miles an hour. And here's the beauty of comp. Josh Lee out-qualified Kevin Conley because it's not how fast you went according to the clock. It's how you ran according to index. And Josh Lee ran a little more than half a second under the index. Jeff Conley ran a little less than half a second under. Dean Carter's the one they're chasing right now. Here comes Ryan Pretty, the former world champion. A altered automatic. 700 cubic inch big block. Out of Mountain View Performance. The Mountain View folks are here with 3 cars this weekend. Paul Mitzos in Top Sportsman. Ryan here obviously in comp. And they brought Brina Spling Air in to drive the Super Stalker. Pretty was a world champ a couple of years ago. Something's not right down there. A couple of times he's opened the door and signaled to his team, and that's not the normal routine. You know what might be the normal routine? I just figured it out because I'm smart. I'm smart, even though I didn't go to college. His radio's not working. Normally, all that communication takes place in his headset. His radio's not working, so he opened the door and went, "Hey, let me know when the wheelie bar's done. Hey, let me know what time it is. Hey, let me know when we're going to go over and get chicken tenders." I am not just another pretty face. .651. 213 miles an hour for Ryan Pretty. He goes 6/10 under the index and put the Mountain View Performance team on top currently, the number 1 qualifier. That's right. I might not be able to work a computer, but I can watch a drag race. Pretty darn good at that. That'll bring up Steve Graham. That's the Taco Bravo machine. This is actually a Pro Stock car. One of the beauties of Competition Eliminators, just about anything, just about, can find a class in comp. And it is not at all unusual to see somebody who wants to come out and do a little testing and tuning at a Lucas Oil regional event to enter in Comp Eliminator just to make a couple of passes. And I think that's what Graham and the team are doing. Graham out of the San Francisco area. Bring your Pro Stock car, put a couple extra pounds in it, call it a B altered. Big block, naturally aspirated, fuel injected, clutchless 5-speed. This is going to be the fun part. Anybody out there that drives a clutch car, listen to how fast they go through the gears. You're in second, third gear, less than 1 second, and if you miss a shift by 100 RPMs, you've ruined the run. Let's watch and listen. Plugged in high and shut her off. 718. Coasting across the stripe, 165 miles an hour. And here comes Scott McClay in his Dodge-powered dragster. If you're wondering why we're running all the right lane singles, Comp Eliminator, they are assigned lanes in qualifying. We put together the qualifying sheet based on all of the cars that ran yesterday, and there were a couple of them that opted not to run today. So instead of just shuffling everything around, it's okay, all right, we'll just have a couple of singles. This is going to be our last comp car. Then we're going to play W.W. Williams Shootout for the Bucks. I've got motorcycles at the ready line for their qualifying session, and Top Sportsman, oh, attention in the pits, Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. .320 inches, 1 4-barrel, big wheel stand, 723, 182 for Scott McClay. All righty, we're down to the money runs. The finals, the W.W. Williams Super Shootouts for our .90 categories. There's one race that we intended to run this weekend, and there's one race that was scheduled to have run last November. They got pushed back to this weekend, so we got a little bit more for everything. Dave Kiesel on the left side, James Brown in the right. Super Street, 10.9 seconds. Winner gets the big check from W.W. Williams. Throttle stops in effect. Pro Start. Any heads-up category will have a Pro Start tree where all the yellows flash at the same time. Every handicap category, they count down individually. This is Pro Start. This is 1090 Index. This is Turn It Green and go. At the finish line, give the nod. Wow, that's just nasty. James Brown goes trip, zip, perfect, dead on 5. His entire margin of error on that run was 0.005 of a second. Dave Kiesel was mathematically locked out. So, James, come get your donuts for your perfect light, and congratulations on your W.W. Williams shootout win. Now it's going to be Brian Downing on the left side. Keith Downing on the left side, Keith Downing on the left side, and Gary Erickson on the right. That Ford Probe has got a 500 cubic inch Ford FE V8. There probably aren't 5 of those in competition anywhere on the planet. 1090 the magic number again. Last time we had a perfect light. This time we had identical light. Both drivers, 023 on reaction. 1091 beats a 1092. Congratulations. Team Bustin' Loose on the win. The Towns End Stillhouse and Grill. Doesn't that sound like a place that you'd like to go have a beer? Yeah, me too. Me too. As we dive right into Super Comp. Jason Rosenbaum lined up here on the left side. He's got Dylan Hedgewood in the right. One run, one time. Money on the line. 8.9 seconds is the index now. W.W. Williams has a check filled out. They just don't know whose name they're going to put on top of it. And now we know. 8.95 for the win. Jason Rosenbaum off the starting line first. Had the reaction advantage. Goes 8.95 and wins the round. Dylan goes 8.93. That's closer to the index, but he was late reacting up here. Paid for it. Down there. Team Ward on the right side. Team Melton on the left side. We're going to play a little black against white. The white car out of Panhandle Performance, that's Cody. The black car, that's James Warden over on the right side. They're in. They're set. It's over. By 0.02 of a second. The red light's on. Warden's gone. And Cody going to take home the cash. 889. 175 for the win. 888 for Warden. But the only number that he's going to remember is 002. Because he was 002 red. Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, I need you to lanes, please. Top Sportsman, come on down. Here's Ryan Giacone in the Thunderbird, the Gosselin Equipment Machine, and Joe Galati. In the green car, the Shoebox Chevy 2. As we go into Super Gas, 9.9 seconds the index here. These two guys have spent a lot of time racing against each other out here in this part of the world, the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Next stop on the divisional trail will be Las Vegas, the week after the Nationals up there. Red light. Look at them celebrating down there on the starting line. Team Galati goes crazy. and 9,900 to put an exclamation point on it. Didn't need any of it. Red light by 1,000th of a second for Giacone. We just had a 002 red and now a 001 red. And Galati, 9,900 for the win. All right, our final, as it were. Greg Ventura in the left side. Steve Williams on the right side. These two used to work together. But I don't believe anybody's thinking about, I remember when that guy was my buddy at work. Right now they're thinking about money. Ventura with a little Chevy 2. And Steve Williams in a Corvette. Williams, the only guy this weekend that's won donuts twice. Twice. Greg Ventura's out in front. Williams got more mile an hour, trying to push him out the back door. Ain't happening. 991 for the win. 148 miles an hour. Steve goes 989, couldn't get there. A 004 reaction time for Greg Ventura. That put him in charge at this end of the racetrack, and he closed the deal at that end. 991 for the win. Congratulations to all of our W. Williams winners. And thank you again to W. Williams for being a part of the program. Here comes Justin Willison on the left side. Is that mine?
No, found under the grandstands.
It's mine. I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it. Paul Silva's on the right side. We are qualifying now in Sportsman Motorcycle. Reaction time is the way the bikes qualify, and that 002 for Justin Willison. That's going to make him pretty tough to beat. Pretty tough to beat with that 002 light. We'll see if that'll hold up for number one. Paul Silvas goes 015. That's not bad either. All right, hey, everybody. Everybody, grab your phone. Everybody grab your phone. Do it. Grab your phone. If you're the person that just went, oh, crap, where's my phone? Come see me. Because somebody just walked up here and said, we found this. That's John Colbert in the left on the Harley Destroyer. That's Mark Avila in the right. On the Suzuki. Your reaction time will qualify. Your lapse time is your only practice run of the day. 988, 142 for Mark. John goes 10-12 at 121. 1012, 121.1. And here comes Dan Snyder, the other Destroyer. Don't you think they should have run the Destroyer side by side just for the photo op? I think it would be cool. They never seem to consult with me on all these important things. They never do. Want to be number one? You got to be better than 002. Dan Snyder goes 020. Sean Connor missed the tree. He'll start from the bottom half of the ladder, but he don't care. He don't care. 817, 161 for Sean Connor. 985, 135 for Dan Snyder. Here's David Ochoa and Clayton Howie coming at you now. Now, one of the unique things in the motorcycle, I talked about the fact that the heads-up categories all have a Pro Start tree and the handicap categories all have a full tree. In the motorcycles, you can choose your own. If you want the full countdown, you can have it. If you want the one flash and go, you can have that as well. In eliminations, it looks kind of funky sometimes when one tree's doing one thing, one side's doing one thing, and the other side's doing something else. These riders both taking the full countdown approach, both taking the long swing arm approach, both taking the no wheelie bar approach, and both ending up on the red side of the tree. 846, 157 for Clayton Howie. Ochoa goes 879 at 154 miles an hour. Comes Eric Jacquith here on the left side on his stretched out bike. And over there on the right side, Kahea Woods, former division champ. Kahea, motorcycles are like his whole life. Builds engines, builds bikes, helps folks out, and then races them on the weekend. Kahea Woods, yesterday's number 1 qualifier, not going to get it today. 005, going to put him in the number 2 spot, I do believe. 827, 157. Eric, 012 on the bulb. That's not bad either. Justin Woolison holding on to the top spot with a 002 light. First bike down the track. Kahea 005. Eric sitting third. We're not finished yet. Here comes Sean Phipps in the left side, and here comes your reigning division champ, Tom Medlin. 71 proudly displayed on the wheelie bar, that flamed bike over on the right side. And Sean Phipps on his stretched out Suzuki here on the left. Sean with a nice swing at the tree at 006. Pencil him into the number 3 spot. 814 for Medlin. 163 the speed. 953, 139 for Sean. So the 006 light puts him third. Now we got 3 players in the 00 zone. Justin Woolison, number 1. Here comes Tom Patterson. Tom is Justin Woolison's father-in-law. Oh, yeah. And yesterday's winner, as a matter of fact. Team Tucson normally travel with 3 bikes. Only had 2 of them out here this weekend. But yesterday, 2 was enough. Tom obviously saving those good reaction times for eliminations. Stops the clock at 8:90. So how about that? First bike down the racetrack was 002. And that held on for the number 1 qualifying spot. We'll generate the ladder and get the motorcycles ready to go racing into eliminations. According to my scribbled up credentials, we have 1 class left to qualify, and then we're going to go into eliminations. We're going to bring out one of our Radford cars, one of our Hellcats from the Radford Racing School, which is right over there. If you race fans want to come out and take a swing at this, you can do a ride along. You can get your street legal NHRA license. You can get a little experience. Of course, Radford road racing and high performance driving, a big part of what they do. But they've got drag racing incorporated into the program as well. And let me tell you something, those street legal Hellcats, $966 with a car that you could drive back and forth to Circle K, an Arizona corporation. That's a 170? Oh, where do you leave the keys for that overnight? Because, well, I don't want to steal the whole car. I just want the engine. I have a 1970 Barracuda at home that would love that engine. 966 at 142 miles an hour. Street legal. That's awesome. I got to get me one of them. Top Sportsman getting ready to roll around the corner next. I can't believe nobody's come to get the phone yet. I mean, in this day and age, right? Usually, if you're missing your phone, you realize it in 12 seconds. Don't you? Don't you? Hmm. All right, here we go. Top Sportsman qualifying. Top Sportsman, like Top Dragster, the floor of the category, you're not allowed to run quicker than 6:10. It's a whole lot harder to make a door car run that fast. So we shouldn't have anybody flirting with that. For those who might be wondering, and I get questions regularly, well, how come, 6:10? Well, why would you get disqualified if you run in the 5s? And the reason for that is once you run less than 6 seconds in a quarter mile, there is a whole new set of safety and a whole new set of chassis regulations that come into play. As the cars get quicker and faster, they're required to have different chassis, more safety equipment. And once you run into the 5s, you've run into a complete new realm from a performance standpoint. So most of the cars here would not be legal to do it, so you're just not allowed. Lance Abbott in the truck. Craig Lyles in the Camaro. 676-204, Craig Lyles. 713 for the truck. Abbott, 191. Again, all they're doing right now is finding a spot on the ladder. It's dial-in bracket racing when we get to eliminations. Rich Okerman rolling in here next on the left side. Roy Haynes over on the right. $6.99, 200 miles an hour for Roy Haynes, just nipping into that 6-second zone. 7:08 for Rich Okerman, who just missed it by that much. Craig Lyles is still the one they're chasing for the moment. Here come the next pair. Bill Knutson. Pat Ward backing up after the burnout. Big cubic inches, sure. Power adders, whatever. Really fast bracket racing. That's what Top Sportsman is all about. Pat Ward. War Pat. And Bill Knutson. $7,004 for Pat. 195 to speed, put him third behind our two 6-second players. Knutson goes 792 at 174. And that'll bring up a couple of our early model Camaros. Mike Lucas out of Canada. That's the black machine. You can see the two 4-barrels sticking out of the hood and the plexiglass scoop that, well, you can see through. Hey, Super Street, come on down. Attention in the pits. Super Street, round number 1. Need you staging lanes. Super Street, round 1 of the lanes. Will Yakimit's on the right side. Cindy brings him up into the beams. Now that one's supercharged. A 540-inch supercharged Chevrolet. I think Yakimit's may have still had the numbers in his box from last night. Will Yakimitz goes 600 and goes to the top. Mike Lucas goes 737. at 184 miles an hour. Will Yakimit's now the one we're all chasing if you want to be number one. And here comes the Flying Dutchman. Actually, it's the Flying Dutch person. It's Lindsay. Lindsay Snyder Ellingson and her spectacularly beautiful 69 Chevelle. I love you, Linz, and the car's nice. I really like the Barracuda. Really, really like the Barracuda. Paul Mitchell's over on the right side. Fast Tire and Auto, Mountain View Performance. Team Purple. Mitchell's former division champ. Pretty good hot rod, the Purple New Gen. Whoa, hang on. Mitzel's made a move towards the center line, started tracking back toward the wall, and he wisely chose to take his foot out of the throttle. He threw away the qualifying run, but saved himself a race car. So Mitzel's will start from down at the bottom of the sheet, but don't worry, that's not going to deter that team at all. Lindsay gets into the 6-second club as she, 676. 203 miles an hour, put her third behind that show-off Will Yakimitz and Craig Lyles. All right, here comes Ed Olpen in the Camaro on the left side. And Brian Warr, the Camaro on the right side. These two things almost look like they came out of the same mold, don't they? Team Warpath, the team that's family in the diesel repair biz. And Ed Olpen, retired, turned the reins of the business over to his son. Couple of cars look similar, a couple of cars run similar. Brian Warr, 683. 203 miles an hour. Pencil him in number 4. Ed Olpen goes right in behind him, number 5. 694. 197. Super Street for round number 1. I need you lanes, please. Super Street, round number 1 to the lanes. Brings up Sammy Gonzalez left, Dan Lafferty right. Sammy in the Pontiac Grand Am that I'd be willing to wager at some point in its life was a pro stock car. Just kind of has that look. I could be wrong. I don't think I am, but I could be wrong. Sammy Gonzalez just missed the bag of donuts. Gonzalez goes 7-11, 191, but Dan Lafferty jumping up into that 6-second group, 677 at 201 miles an hour. Here's Darren Shank now in the left side. And David Cook. Cook had himself a nice little run here last night. Cook all the way into the final round. Came up just a little bit short in the money run. When your first race of the season ends up with a final round showing, that's not a bad way to start. Not terrible. David Cook's Mustang got that Christine look about it, doesn't it? It also has a big block Chevy under the hood. 700 plus cubic inches. But it's a big block Chevy. Just saying. Just pointing it out. Just pointing it out. .682 David Cook. 688 Darren Shank. Fun little side-by-side run. David Cook moves to number 5. Darren to number 7. Here comes Kelly Harper. Kelly was number 1 qualifier in the race yesterday. And I'd say he has got a reasonable shot at doing that again. A lot of horsepower under the hood of that Mustang down there with a big blower sticking out of the hood. Kelly, who sells airplanes. You didn't think they sell themselves, did you? We got a call from the top end of the racetrack, said, hold up just a second. And then they called back and said, no, we got this. We're clearing off. So you can see the safety truck rolling out momentarily. And now going back to its hiding place. So Kelly gets the wheelie bar adjusted and set. They'll pull it forward. I had Kelly for a few years trying to find me a used SR-71. I thought that would be the coolest way to go back and forth to work. Then I realized that those things are kind of a pain. I mean, they're fast, but they're kind of a pain. Do you know you can't fuel a SR-71 while it's on the ground? Yeah, you put like 10 gallons in it, take off, and then fuel it when it's in the air. Which would be a real pain in the ass trying to fly back and forth to Gainesville. Yeah. I'm also not sure that... I'm not sure you could land it at Gainesville Regional Airport either. I'm not sure it's long enough. So anyway, he's now looking for a F-16. I'm trying to find a used F-16. 675, 208 miles an hour. Kelly Harper's going to start from 2, at least for now. For now. That'll bring up Greg Lair. You guys like small block engines? Greg doesn't. Greg Lair's engine is 959 cubic inches. And it's the only car in the field that's got a clutch in it. Everybody else got an automatic. He's the last guy with the clutch. Super Street, if you're not in the staging lanes, you're in the wrong place. Super Street, round 1 is next. Austin Moore rolling up in the left side. How about Austin? He's making his debut this weekend. Just finished up his license. Hey, if you're driving a car this fast, you got to go through a procedure before you're licensed and allowed to compete. And Austin's got that taken care of, so he's making his first competition start this week. .655, Greg Lair. 211 miles an hour, and Greg Lair goes to the top. Last car down the racetrack. Takes the number 1 spot. Pushing Will Yakimit's back. Kelly Harper. Yesterday's winner, Craig Lyles. That's your top 4. Lindsay's 5. Dan Lafferty 6. Dave Cook. Brian Warr. That's your quick 8. Ladder generated and get them ready to go. And here we go. All right, from here on out, we are racing for real. If you light a scoreboard up right now, you will be invited to stay overnight, come back tomorrow, and continue racing as long as you can continue lighting up your scoreboard. If, however, you are not fortunate enough to light up your scoreboard, then you'll be asked to pack up your junk and get off the property by 4 o'clock. No, I'm kidding. You can stay until 4:30. 4:45. What a great matchup to start with. Jeff Safranek, the Colt of Arms. Get it? Mustang, Colt. And David Poole, the Hemi Barracuda, 1968 model. It's round number 1 eliminations. Turn on a scoreboard if you want to be able to hang around and come back and race some more. And a red light start for Jeff Safranek. David Poole, come get donuts. Perfect reaction time for David. Perfect reaction time in a 1098. 121, 1092 for Jeff Safranek, but he left 0.07 of a second too early. Clocked out early. And he'll head home. Kenny Snow, you got donuts coming. Kevin Carter, you got donuts coming. James Brown, got donuts coming. Now David Pole's got donuts coming. Nick Pressimoni left. Jeff Burke right. They're in. They're set. They're ready. They're off. Jeff Burke with small tire car, the 75, Gen 2 Camaro. Down to the stripe. This wind light's going to come on for Nick. Oh, Jeff. Jeff had the superior reaction time, but he went down there and ran too quick. 1089. He was well out in front at the finish line. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Stock eliminator. I need designated pairs, please. Stock designated pairs. And if you didn't get the memo, designated pairs. Mangus Pavolny, you're a designated pair. Pollard and Bill O'Connor, you're a designated pair. Clark and Sherry, you are a designated pair. Clark and Sherry. Mangus Pavolny. Pollard O'Connor, you're my designated pairs in stock eliminator, and I need you to the staging lanes, please. Kevin Thorpe left. The truck. Bob Earlywine right. The Camaro. Both drivers away on the green. Bob had a little bit better reaction time, and Bob is going to take the win light. 1092 at 127. Kevin Thorpe got there first by 0.03 of a second, broke out by 4 of them. Hey, listen up. Competition eliminator, comp eliminator. There was an index question. There is a revised ladder. RFC has it. Ray Bong on the left side. Brooke Giacone on the right. Got a little blue oval matchup coming at you down here. The Mercury Comet on one side, the Ford Mustang on the other. At the finish line, look for the win light. Mustang's going to get the better of it, 1093 to 1094. Reaction times were identical. Brooke was 11th thou closer to the index. Brooke's the winner. Gary Erickson now in the Ford Probe. Michael Lowe. We do another blue oval matchup. Mercury Power on the left side. Believe it or don't. And Mike Lowe in the Mustang. 67 model. Stock designated pairs. I need those 6 cars to head this way, please. We're going to get the rest of you coming in here pretty quick. Red light start for Mike. .1091 for the win, 140 miles an hour for Gary. Michael Lowe went 004 red. Fouled away his shot at fame, fortune, and the trophy this afternoon. Here comes the Wolf. Marv Wolfmeyer on the left side. Brenda Briles in the right. Oh, and the old school Vega. Jumping soon. Red light left side. Wind light right side. 1093 for the win for Brenda. 135 is a 1092 for Marv, but he initiated it with a red light start. I'll bring up James Brown. James, you still got donuts coming. Probably figured he wanted to go down there and maybe see if he could win another bag of donuts before he came up and got these. Jake Bleakley in the right side, the Monte Carlo. I'm going to try to make sure that this is the last time Brown goes down the racetrack today. Well, to be fair, it's going to be the last time he goes down today anyway, but I'm going to try to make sure he doesn't go down tomorrow. Carlo in the right side. Nova in the left. I always talk about drag racing being the right place, right time. We've had a lot of killer reaction times. That time they both missed. If you're going to miss, you want your opponent to miss as well. But James Brown got the better of it on the double breakout. Bleakley goes 10.87. Brown goes 10.89. They both run too quick. Whoever's closer is your winner. And that was Brown. Melissa Zach in the left side. Dale Toros in the right. Tell me the truth. When's the last time you saw a Datsun Z car? Think about that. Not this one. You know, saying, well, oh, this one this morning. No, that doesn't count. The Broguers Dairy. Chocolate milk. Trying to hold off the Camaro down to the finish line. Going to do it. 10.91. 115 the speed. Wow. 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 Melissa goes 11.04. Melissa missed the reaction time a little bit and was way back of the dial. Torres was 001 and then 10.91. He was only 115 miles an hour, but that is trusting. That is trusting. Even though he had the race in hand, if he goes too quick, he could hand it back over. Jim Gobble in the left, Bill Kidd in the right. Kidd was a donut winner earlier in the weekend. The real question is, do I have enough donuts, or am I going to have to go get more tonight? I know I got enough for today. I think I got enough for today. So far, I got enough for today. 10.909 for Jim. Oh, Kidd. Got there first by 19. Broke out by 12. There were 2 thou apart in reaction time. Goebel goes dead on 9. Bill Kidd had a little bit of window. About 7 thou and just couldn't quite get there. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Stock Eliminator. Come on, each and every one of you. Got my designateds in there. Stock Eliminator to the staging lane. Brian Griffey, left. Darrell Bostick, right. Mustang, Charger, Arizona, Colorado. 10.906 with a 007 for Darrell. That's playing mean. Brian Griffey was locked out on the reaction time. The guy put up 13 total. Couple of thou at one end, couple of thou at the other end, and that was game over. Cody Robinson now and Dan Bain. Bain in the right side, Cody in the left. Look how much smoke is inside Cody's car. Whoever did your wheel tubs need to put a little more sealant around them. That would be very helpful. Very helpful. Dan Bain was 004 and could not run the number. He goes 10.95, lift the door open. Cody Robinson, you hear a little whopping of the throttle down there. When you're out in front, you want to try to snug it up a little bit. Too far out in front could be a breakout. Kevin Burnett and Chris Allen. Kevin left, Chris right. The 69 Dart. I like the little lunch tray on the trunk. Isn't that nice? A place to set your stuff when you're packing a parachute or working on the wheelie bars. No, no, no. Red light, Chris Allen. Win light, Kevin Burnett. 1087, 135. That's going to be a winner. 008 light. He was ready. Chris Allen too soon, and then 1095. His weekend is over. Kevin Burnett will race on and on and on and on if he has his way. Kevin Beckwith in the blue Chevy 2. The blue deuce, as it were. NASCAR thing. Anybody remember that? John Bycroft. Over there on the right side. Mycroft, who hails from right here. The Valley of the Sun. Dart one side, Chevy 2 on the other side. Win light, win light, win light. 1091 beats 1091. Bycroft for the win. He was 4 thou better on reaction time. He was 3 thou closer to the number. Margin of victory. Wait. 4 thou plus 3 thou. Wait, no, give me a minute. I'll figure this out. Wait, carry the 3. Oh, yeah, 7,000ths of a second. Larry Scarth left, Trevor Harkimer right. These guys did a poor job of pulling into the staging lanes. Oh, red light. Larry Scarth. 002 red. Trevor Harkimer. 10:39. I think he hit the override. I think Larry Scarth right now is muttering words under his breath that I probably should not mutter over the PA. 2 thou. 2 thou red. Mike DeCarellis with his attitude adjustment. I said, why do you call the attitude? He said, why are you bothering me? I said, okay, I'm sorry. Leave me alone. John Filippi in the Vega over on the right side. Orange car. Red light. Red car. Win light. They both run 1094. None of it mattered. That race was over 12 thousandths of a second before its scheduled start time, because that's when the red light came on. Here's Kyle Fritz. Stock eliminator, final call. You should be in the staging lanes, please, and stock. Our designated pairs. I believe we were missing one of you, like Barry Pollard. Pull up to the front. Pull up to the front. Kyle Fritz left, John Bianco right. They're off and running. Look how far apart the cars are when they're going to get the starting line or the finish line at the same time. It's like the slingshot. Pushed him out. 1091. John Bianco for the win. 148. 1089. Kyle Fritz got there first by 0.04 of a second, and he broke out by 4 thousandths of a second. And now it's going to be Matt Bong in his Fox Body Ford Mustang and Dave Ricard. The Hugger Orange 65 Chevelle. Sweet car. And Bong in the Mustang. Did somebody say that this was actually a California Highway Patrol car at one point in time? I'm trying to remember if I heard that or if I made it up. Sometimes I make things up. Oftentimes I make things up. Like last week I pretended I had a friend. It was an invisible friend. We used to hang out and... Uh-oh. I'm not sure what Dave was looking at when the tree came on, but he is in trouble. 11:03, 124 for Matt. Yeah, he was not giving that one back. Whatever David Card was looking at when the tree came on, it was not the tree. He was not ready. Here comes a 1 of 1. Keith Montague. 68 Nova convertible. Mike McBrayer over on the right side. The Pennzoil Corvette. Red light by 4 thousandths of a second. 004 red for the Corvette. 1091 win for Keith Montague. 148 to speed. 1091.7 for Mike. Over at the start. Nick Alejandre, the head games. And Bob Richmond for Glendora Glass. The 1950 Ford. That thing really is sweet. It's got a big block Chevy in it. But it really is sweet. No, no, no. Richmond goes 003 RED. And if you like, he can head HOME, I guess. 1093 for Nick, 144, 1095 for Bob. 129. Dave Thompson now, the Shameless 1955 Chevrolet. I was going to sing Head Games. I guess I could sing Shameless. What are the words for Shameless? Oh, yeah, I'm shameless. I don't know the rest of them. Jimmy G and the Chevy 2. We got a couple of shoe boxes from different eras. The Tri-5 Chevys are known as shoe boxes, and those late 60s Novas are as well. Oh, check out this. $10.91 for the win. Jimmy G. Dave Thompson actually had the better reaction time, ran 10.93, and Jimmy G snuck around him by 6 thou. Galani for the win. I said in the time trial runs, hey, we almost got the El Caminos together. This time we did. Do you have a favorite El Camino? Kevin Humard on the left side. Like 79, 80, somewhere in there. Will Thatcher on the right side in the 65 El Camino. I could probably put either one of those in my car collection. I like them both. Now, Will Thatcher's been having problems running a number. But he's going to outrun Humard down here. Huh. Well, I said Will Thatcher's been having trouble running a number. Then he runs 10.18. Apparently, if that thing had the choke stuck, they unstuck it. 10.86 for Kevin Humard. 135 for the win. But I am glad we got to see the two El Caminos side by side. It just wouldn't have been the same. How about two Chevy 2s side by side? Jed DeHart on the left side. Ryan Humard. He just watched his dad win. The guy in the right lane is the son of the guy who just won the last race in the left lane. And there are those who would tell you that these are both first-generation Novas, but the fact of the matter is, they're not. Ryan Humard, the 64 model, that's a first generation. The 67 model for Jed DeHart, that's a second generation. The third generation was 68. They were really blasting through the old generations back in the day. Well, we went side by side El Camino. We'll go side by side Chevy Nova. Both of them small blocks, both of them screaming. Double breakout. Jed, better light. Jed got there first. Jed went 10.86. Ryan, left second, got there second, went 10.89. Sometimes your best move. Don't get there first. Don't do it. So the Humard family goes 2 for 2. Keith Downing left, Dave Kiesel right. These guys both saw lots of action over the course of the last couple of days, going rounds, and then, of course, the W.W. Williams shootout. No! Kiesel staged up. Car wouldn't sit still. Keith Downing. Keith Downing with a free ride at 10.88 as Dave Kiesel staged the car up, and it drove right off the starting line. Final pair, I do believe. Kenny Snow. Kenny's a donut winner in the Mustang here on the left side. And Mark Storms. Perfect reaction time is 0.00. 3 zeros, known as a bag of donuts. And if you drop a bag of donuts, I will give you a bag of donuts. I have donuts. And Mark Storms with the 57 Chevrolet turns it red. Womp, 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 womp. Kenny Snow for the win. 10.87, 135. Storms goes 10.98, 133. And that's that. Here comes Stock Eliminator. All right, stock eliminator, handicap start. Slower car gets the head start. In this case, that'll be Ryan Mangus in the Nova in the left lane. And then we'll send Mike Polvany after him. Here we go. Whole different style of racing where we try to equalize unequal cars by giving one a head start. Mangus, 11:47 for the win, 108 miles an hour. Reaction time still very important in this form of racing. Mike Polvany missed the tree and paid for it. Think about it like this, okay? Let's take a look at the next pair of cars. Handicap head start's going to go to Shane Cherry. That's the Camaro, the white car. Darcy Clark's going to be chasing him. The handicap start is about 1.31 seconds. If the head start car has a better reaction time, he gets a bigger head start. If the chase car has the better reaction time, well, he cuts into the head start. If the red light comes on, it doesn't matter about the head start. And that's what happened here. Shane Cherry goes red by a couple of hundredths of a second. Darcy Clark, 10:25, 1:27, winner. The all maxed out classic Dodge. Okay, this is going to be fun. You ready for this? This is going to be fun. We have a almost 6 Mississippi head start. The slow roller is Bill O'Connor. 4-cylinder front wheel drive dialed in 17.1 seconds. Barry Pollard is in that 1976 meep, meep, Roadrunner, when Roadrunner basically was a trim package. He's dialed in at 11:42. So the handicap, 5.68 seconds, is that right? We're going to count Mississippi's. The slow roller is going to be almost to Nogales before the tree turns green for Barry Pollard. He'll have a lot of ground to try to make up. A, he's got to keep his concentration on the tree. B, then he's got to run the number. We are ready. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, go! Look at O'Connor. He is like ducking down, trying to stay more aerodynamic, trying to stay out in front, trying to stay out in front. Pollard closes in. Got him. 11:47, 108 miles an hour. Bill O'Connor goes 17-19. He was doing all he could. All he could. 73 miles an hour. All he had. And it wasn't enough. That'll bring up Jack Foshi. What do you think of that? The bright red Plymouth. Sweet. H stock automatic. Brett Stephen over on the right side. Now that's Morgan's car normally. Morgan opted to take the weekend off. She thinks that there might be more to life than drag racing. She'll learn. 67 classic Mustang, D automatic. Pollard, wow, dead on 3. Jack Foshi, he had the reaction advantage. He was a mile out in front. He came 4 thousandths away from breaking out. So that's either really trusting your dial or getting lucky because, well, Brett missed the tree and couldn't run the number. And his weekend comes to a close. Cliff Hansen. Oh, look at this. That's a 427 Camaro. That's a 427 Fairlane. We're talking real muscle car here. Real muscle car. Unfortunately for Pond, your number 1 qualifier turned it red. .10:28, 1:26 for Cliff Hansen. 13 seconds for Robert Pond, who was talking to himself the whole way down. Jared Jordan now. Jared had a pretty nice run here yesterday. If you call parking in the winner's circle at the end of the day a nice run, and, well, he does. And Billy Maddox, the car dealer with the Hemi Challenger, out of Nebraska. So So a couple of hot rod Dodgers from different generations hustling on down there. Can Maddox catch him? No. For Jared Jordan, the winning streak continues. 10:47, 116 miles an hour. 9:45, 141 for Billy Maddox. He got there, but he broke out. Ran too quick. Once again, we go back in time for classic muscle cars. Parker Theobald on the left side, 1969. Bear, Cood, Andy Kimball on the right side. The classic Fairlane. 440 in the left, 390 and a 4-speed in the right. Handicap head start, 0.03 of a second, almost nothing, side by side. Side by side, closing in down there on the finish line stripe. Going to be 1083 for the win. Wow. Parker Theobald had a couple of hun on a reaction advantage and then took 1,000th of a second at the finish line stripe to get the win. 1083 at 121. Craig Sauerbaugh now and Dwayne Scheitland. Ooh, this is going to be fun. Sauerbaugh with that beautiful wheel stand and Formula Firebird, and Dwayne Scheitland, that's a 446-pack Dodge Challenger vintage 1970. Couple of really fun rides out here. Handicap head start goes to the left lane. A little more than a bulb. And for Sauerbaugh, when the front end came down, he was seeing red because he left too soon by 18 thou. Dwayne Scheitland gets the win. 10:49 off the throttle, 102 miles an hour, 1090 at 121. All right, listen up in the pits. Oh, attention in the pits. Super Comp. Round number one. Come on down. Super Comp, round number one. Racers, keep in mind, we are looking directly at the left side of your race car. Please be sure your dial is visible on the left. Dave Muller on the left side, Tony Marconi on the right. The Demon dialed in, 1088. Handicap head start goes to a little 283 powered Malibu. Both drivers get away on the green. Tony Marconi trying to catch him, trying to catch him, trying to catch him, trying to catch him, trying to catch him. Didn't catch him and didn't have to. 12:64 for Dave Muller. Breaks out by a mile. He had the reaction advantage. Took a big chunk of the stripe and broke out. 1085 for Tony. Followed him across and also broke out, but comes out on the good side of the math. You know, I've been talking chicken tenders all this time. I talked myself into some chicken tenders. I'm going to go get lunch. Johnny Moto going to step in here with Stock Eliminator. Super Comp, I need you to the lanes.
All right, Alan Reinhardt, thank you so much. Here's the next pair in the Stock Eliminator category, the Photo Lady. Actually, a retired commercial photographer, the Holly electronic fuel ignition car. It's a Camaro, it's a 90 model, it's Chris Ashley. Robert Aceves, E in the right lane with an E-stock automatic, driving that 68 Firebird. So you got the 90 model machine. Look at that, wheels up. Stock cars, that's right, they're stock. How cool is that? Working away right now, working away down the racetrack is Robert Aceves going to catch her? Oh, he did. Took the stripe by 0.005 of a second and got the win. 10:88 with a 3, 119 on the mile an hour. Chris Ashley with 11:51. She was about 400 off her dial, and Aceves made her pay with that E-stock automatic. Here's Dennis Alvey. He, in that beautiful 68 Mustang, got the 428 cubic inch power plant. Guess what? He's going to be grabbing some gears here. It's an A-stick car. Pete Lanciers, F-stock automatic. He driving that 73 Duster with a 340 power. It is a F-stock automatic. Look at a Mustang. Bam, another gear. Bam, another gear. Bam, another gear. But he doesn't have to worry about it. Pete Lanciers went red by 0.02 and a 1039 with a 0. Dennis Alley, man, he was dialed soft there. He ran it out the door when he seen his wind light on, runs it through with a 10.390, while the Lanciers machine, I think towards the end there, he just got it out of the throttle like doing one of those aw shucks deal. Well, you just seen the the stick Mustang in the previous pair. Here you got a C-stick machine. This is Don Keene, also running the 428 power plant. He out of Palmdale, California. Randy Gregg with a D-stock automatic, driving that 67 Camaro in that Radford lane here at Firebird Motorsports Park. Oh, red light, Randy Gregg in the right. So the red car, 67 Camaro, went red. So Don Keene looking for that 1058. How about a 10.61 at 125 at a mile an hour? Man, Randy Gregg's going to be shaking his head. He dialed the car right, was looking for an 1124, just ran through dead on 1. 1124 with a 1, but he went red. Here we go. Richie Pauly. This is the Mustang with a automatic in it. Richie Pauly from California, the Chris Hall, Brigham City, Utah. He's an aerospace mechanic. The Miata Motorsports, 90 Camaro. It's a B-stock automatic. Sponsored by Meta Motorsports, Ashley Hall helping out. Look at that wheels up charge, carrying him out to the 60-foot mark. Richie Pauly went red, 36 thousandths, just like that red shirt on that guy just coming down out of the grandstands. 1090 with an O, but Richie Pauly went red, and the Chris Hall machine was looking to run a 49, 10.49, runs through it with a 10.593. Big City, Phil Mandela down on the starting line. Man, you know, Phil, if you get $10 for every car that you stand out in front of, you must leave here as like a millionaire. He helps a lot of guys line up their cars. Of course, his kid out here is going to be coming up here shortly, I'm sure, in the category. You got Dan Jeska. He from Sun City West. He's retired. He's driving a Plymouth Volare. Wasn't it Bob Fry used to have a Plymouth Volare? This has got a 318 Plymouth in it. He's got this baby massaged to the max. Multi-divisional wins. 1998 Jags All-Star competitor. Chad Langdon alongside. Dad of Sean Langdon, 70 Barracuda. Oh, the Barracuda. Rock, rock. Takes a bite at the tree. It's clean, green. Both machines working their way down the racetrack. Who's going to get the win? Will it be? Yes, the G-Stock automatic of Chad Langdon in that right lane with a Barracuda. Looking for a 38, runs a 11.394, 113. Dan Jeska was looking to run a 1202, runs through to 1205. Margin at the stripe, 14 thousandths of a second. C.W. Hofer, yeah, the Hofer machine last night did quite well, did he? Michael Hackert. This is the Hackert and Hughes machine. Beautiful car. This Fairlane in the right lane. A B-stock automatic out of San Jose, California. Technology marketing executive. 73 Firebird for the Calo Mesa, California-based C.W. Hofer machine. Hofer shows no mercy when he comes up for eliminations, as he did here. Looking to run 11.14. He was actually backing out of the throttle a little bit at the top end. He had the advantage on the leave, did not want to break out. Runs through 11.22, 105. Michael Hackert was off on a leave, a 0.1 reaction time, and clicked it off with a 10.58, dialed at 37. Here is James Buthel. He in that 91 of the Corvette. Corvette in the left lane, Kelly Lane in the right side, out of New Mexico. The only Ford Fairmont stocker. Four-time record holder. I think there was another one, I thought, Kelly. 11.06 for the win. James Buthel, that Corvette in the left lane. 11.06 at an 03 dial. Kelly Lane was looking to run 13.28. And he was off that. He missed it by 11 hun on the dial. The next pair out, Gary Hampton. He, with that whopping, monster motored, 173 cubic inches. Out of Tempe, Arizona. That's cool about stock eliminator. That doesn't matter what you have, just qualify low. Oh, he did not want a red light, though. Wanted to leave first. He didn't want to put the red on because it gave the red car in the right lane, 67 Camaro, the D-Stock automatic, Michael Williams, an opportunity to get an easy win. So Williams was dialed at a 1077. I got a feeling that he let out of it and didn't want to show his hand there, so to speak, because he ran through with a 10.87. Boy, this is Justin Graham's. Man. I'll bet you he could wear out a California car duster at every race with that beautiful, beautiful, shiny black paint job. You know what? He's not going for extra money here. It's like not a sticker one on the car. But you know what? If I had a beautiful, beautiful black paint job like that, I might think twice about putting a sticker on it. But remember I talked about wearing out a California car duster? Well, the kid, the California car duster machine, car cover machine, is Tony DeFrank in the right. Tony DeFrank. There's Jim DeFrank, his brother, over there looking on. 9:27 for Tony. And he gets the round win, 12 seconds even. Justin Graham, just a tick off the dial, but he went red by a bunch, he did. So Jim and Jimmy DeFrank happy with that round win for Tony. He only comes out and races at 2 racetracks. He races here and at Bakersfield, California. Of course, this weekend at this Lucas Oil divisional event, we actually have 2 races rolled into 1. So a lot of points up for grabs. Here's a red Camaro, 67 model, got the little wing window on it. It's Ethan Heil, the 67 Camaro. It's a F-Stock automatic. Chuck Ickmalian, he from Huntington Beach, California, a writer for the Greg Gutfield show. I don't know, 83 Camaro, 305. It's a G-Stock automatic. So F-Stock left, G-Stock right. So the chase, it's only actually 200ths separating the difference in these 2 cars. See if you can see the difference of the tree coming down with 200. I'll tell you this, sure looked to me at my angle that it was the Camaro in the left lane that moved first, and he did, and he is not going to want to see that time slip. He took the stripe by about 4 or 5 car lengths and gave the win back to Chuck Ickmalian. Ickmalian had a .187 reaction time. Thank you, Ethan Heil. Man, he is not going to be happy. Here's Shelby Williams driving that 70 Camaro. It's the K&N filters on the side of the car. I don't see Dad down there looking on. That means he's probably, because they're calling Super Comp cars here, getting ready to bring their first round out. So it's the Mosier Engineering also on the side of that car. Greg Kraus out of Escondido, California. The 2000 Formula Pontiac. It's a AA stock automatic, D stock automatic for that young lady in the left lane, Shelby Williams. Shelby was supposed to leave first. Greg Kraus went first, and that's not what he wanted to do. Shelby Williams had an 018 light, 1094, 99 in the mile an hour. She's like, man, what happened here? And boy, that had to be a tremendous distraction as the Greg Kraus machine just like, bam, took off. It wasn't like bam, but I mean, whoa, look at you, your pants are ripped. Is that a Miller Lite shirt you're wearing? Ah. So don't bug me. Look at the grandstands filling up over there on the right side. Which way do I go? Which way do I go? Look at those cute red bags they got over there. Jody Lang, Justin Lamb. Boy, what a matchup here. Let me tell you, folks that just arrived, this pair of cars right here is worth the price of admission today. These are 2 of the heaviest hitters you might ever imagine lining up side by side. You got the Factory stock D car, Justin Lamb. They call him Lamb Chops. And I'll tell you what, he's going up against the driver of that sexy wagon. That's a little side thing that him and I got going. But it's a Malibu wagon. And, man, I'm telling you, he is vicious. Both of these guys are really fantastic drivers. Oh, Lamb Chop, red, right lane by 2 thou. Jody Lang. Man, you could see the smile come across his face when he seen his win light come on, because he really didn't want to play with Justin Lamb at the top end. You know, and that's one of my favorite spots to watch from. You should watch these guys drive the top end of the racetrack. Keep in mind, when you look up in those scoreboards, you'll see those numbers there. They want to get there right at that time, not quicker than, and beat their competition. So here we got Mark Kirby out of Bakersfield, California. He forwards freight. He hopes to forward his car to the next round. It's a 73 Duster. It's an F-Stock automatic. Yeah, he up against Mark Bourne. Mark Bourne with a nice-looking Camaro. Factory Showdown B car. So he looking to run 9:45. All right, there he goes. There he goes. Here he comes. Here comes Mark Bourne. But he did not wait long enough. He went red. So Mark Kirby looking for an 11:06. Runs through for the win with an 11:13 at 110 on the mile an hour, while Mark Bourne runs through with a 9:92, and he was shaking his head because he went red kind of by a bunch. Here's a guy who's located over in the manufacturer's area. He's driving a Cobra jet. This is the Calvert Racing suspensions machine, and it's interesting. And he's got like 3 cars over there. Beautiful setup. If you're interested in some suspension products for your machine, you might want to talk to John Calvert. Of course, not right now. Norman LaPointe, Sherwood Park, Alberta, Canada. Right lane goes red by 6 thou. 6 thou. So Brent Calvert, he with the time, a 9:04. And was I saying John? It was Brent. There's John sitting down there along the wall. But 9:04 at 1:49. Hey, John, 9:04 with a 0, by the way. That was like dead on 0. What does he get when he runs dead on 0? Pat on the back, right? Pat on the back from Chuck Sundstrom. Yep. Okay, here we go on our next pair. You got Debbie Hughes and Brandon Phillips. Brandon Phillips, the Pontiac in right lane. Hughes with the 71 Mustang got a 429. Man, 429 Mustang. Oh, both of them lift their wheels up out of the beams. D-stock automatic left, A-stock automatic in the right. I would go with the A-stock automatic right lane with a 0:06 reaction time, coupling that with an ET of 1079 at 118. 10.88 Debbie Hughes, but she was off on the leave. I mean, you know, when a guy throws down a 0:06, it's easy to be off. This is a neat car. Neat car. You know, 421 cubic inches. The Whirling Pontiac. It's a 62 Catalina. 62 Catalina out of Golden, Colorado. Where do you see them? 2-door, beautiful machine. And to the right side, Leo Glassbrenner with that Copo Camaro.
Oh, attention in the alcohol pits.
Attention in the alcohol pits. 15 minutes away. 15 from rolling. I'm sorry, 15. Yeah, in fact, you can roll now. Matt says, let's roll. Alcohol cars. All right. Here comes the Copo Camaro. Leo Glassbrenner. Charging hard. Working at the top end. Is he going to get him? Is he going to get him? Got him. 9.54. 130 on the mile an hour. Wow, coming up on a car doing like 117. That was Warling's speed, 11:16 for Warling. But Glassbrenner taking the stripe by only 12 thousandths of a second. Neat. Neat. Doing a little bit of wipe there. Something, a little bit of something came out of one of the cars. That's my man Steve Ferradino. He is our track chef. You know, you want Pop-Tarts or you want, you know, toast. He's the guy. Yeah. All right, Melanie Cox. Now, in front of that car in the right lane is John Calvert, the Calvert suspension products. They are located over here in this manufacturer's area. We just seen Brent run. Now we're going to see Melanie make a pass. And John Calvert has moved from the Southern California area, and he lives here now in Mesa. And he is going to have to deal here with Rick Kagawa out of Huntington Beach with a 70 Chevelle. C-Stock automatic left. Factory shoulder to the right. Calvert Racing, here he goes. Oh, there they go. Red light, Kagawa. 70 Chevelle. Just for kicks. Let's see if Melanie grabs him, the top end. She didn't get the stripe. That red light carried him on, but I'm sure that Melanie glanced up, seen the wind light on, and ran through at an 8.97, 150 on the mile an hour, while Rick Kagawa, who was dialed with an 1085, runs 4 thousandths under that number, but he's going to be shaking his head because he went red by 34. Nice looking Corvette here. Got the Mobile 1 on it. Justin Hutto out of Spring, Texas. I like this look on the Corvettes. Cool. Nice. AA stock automatic. The B stock automatic in the right lane is that 69 Chevelle out of Huntington Beach. It's Randy Chen. Randy Chen is a B stock automatic looking to run a 10.58. Corvette looking to run 9.90 and chase down that Chevelle. He's working right now. And Hutto closing in. Corvette top end. Bam. 9.99, 126. An 010 light, Justin Hutto out of Spring, Texas, took advantage of Randy Chen. Chen, who runs 1062, was looking for a 1058, but Chen was a little late on the leave. I think I even heard Phil Mandela say go. Here we got April Merrill. Green. Now, this is the only, you know, I've seen some green cars out here. Alan Reinhart was talking about it, but this is the only that color green. You know what I want is an app on my phone that I could go bap and say, what color green is it? How many shades of green are they? Heads up race, Phil Mandela. Junior, right lane. Oh, April Merrill. You know, this is tough. When you run into a heads up category, usually the lower qualified car you know has an advantage. So April Merrill says, man, I got to really squeeze the tree. And she did what she had to do. Unfortunately, by squeezing the tree, went 004 red. So by 4 thousandths of a second, April Merrill goes red. Phil Mandela. Is that Big City Phil? Big City Phil, come on, give me a smile. The grumpy man. Phil Mandela out of Rancho Cucamonga with, and when he seen the wind light on, said, I'm going to just throw down 1105, 116 on the mile an hour. And tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Alcohol. Alcohol especially. We need you to roll. We need you to roll. Uh-huh.
Let all my racing friends in Michigan.
Hey, Chuck, you know, I was thinking, man, you know, we're live streaming, and I hear tell some people in Michigan are listening in.
Yeah, I just looked it up, and it's 30 degrees there, and they're watching it on their computers. And we're out here, it's 80 degrees, and we're out here drag racing. So they're obviously in the wrong place today.
Absolutely. You know, like, Chuck, let's give them the old, nah, 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 wish you were here. Hey, what they should do is come out here. You could probably hook them up with some tickets. Well, maybe, I don't know, but what do you think?
For the right price, absolutely.
Yeah, we could get them in. But, you know, that's the thing. We here at Firebird Motorsports Park are blessed with good weather. And, you know, like there's people that are out there cruising around their neighborhoods in boats right now, shoveling snow. And we've got a great day of racing activity on tap here. We're going to go into our alcohol category. Alcohol. cars should be pushing back out of the their respective pits, because we have called them. We got some folks down there doing a little look at the racetrack, some of the crew folk and crew chiefs and such from the alcohol cars. You know what's interesting, there's a young lady in the left lane. She's got a box in her hand, and I think there's a couple different kinds of boxes. One of them has these little scrubbers on it, I think, and another one has like suction cups. And what they do is they put that box down on the racetrack, and then they press a button, and it'll do its thing, and it'll tell them how much traction that there is in the track, and then the cars try to adjust accordingly. But I wonder what one of those boxes costs, Alan. It's probably about a couple $100, you know. I ought to every bit. But that's the thing. You go to especially a national event, and keep in mind, I want to thank all you folks coming out here on the divisional level, but the Mission Foods NHRA Arizona Nationals is going to be happening in April, and you'll be amazed. We actually, on the right side of the racetrack over there, we set up a boxed area, a fenced area, and you'll see track specialists that are allowed in that area. And probably 3/4 of it is taken up by Lanny McGlacy, who's the track specialist for the John Forrest Racing. And then you got the Toyota folks, and all the track specialists are back there checking out that traction to send that information back to the pits. And also when you get to go through the pits, and that's another cool thing about the National Hot Rod Association, every ticket's a pit pass, and when you go through the pits, you'll see a lot of on the top. In fact, at a national event, when you see my good friend Alan Reinhart cruising around, he'll have a pager. Remember pagers? They were back like, I think, 80s-ish, but a lot of the crew chiefs and such have a pager, and it actually will give them weather information. So it's very important. Weather conditions, track conditions. I see some of the alcohol cars making a move right now. There's Johnny Lindbergh in the house. Yeah. Good to see Johnny out here. He's working with Brian Haug, and he is going to be this year helping John Medlin with Paul Lee and his funny cars. So that'll be a cool deal for him. So we got one of the dragsters, alcohol dragsters, getting ready to get suited up. So Johnny Otten, man, I'm telling you, it was great to have Johnny over there with me today. Over at the autograph session. He was hanging out and got to meet some fans. And, you know, Alan, it's really interesting. He has ran as quick as a 5:15 at this racetrack. So, really, this racetrack has been good to him. And, you know, he told me he was having some issues in qualifying, but, hey, he got by round one, and that's the important thing.
Well, once you get to race day, you never know what happens. In the old classic story, you don't have to beat everybody in the field. You just have to beat the guy in the other lane or the girl in the other lane in order to continue on. And he was able to get it done in the first round when Madison Payne's car went up in smoke as soon as she hit the gas. So you go head-to-head with Taylor Vetter this time. Sean and Joey on the other side of the ladder. And that's as good as it gets when it comes to the alcohol dragsters. Over the course of the last decade or so, you get Sean and Joey on the same racetrack, and it's almost like a magnet. They can't stay away from each other. They're going to run at some point in time. 4 cars left in the dragsters, 3 in the funny cars to figure out who is going to come back and run for the trophy a little bit later on. But it has been a perfect day. You know, Bobby Bodie was up here earlier talking about the weather in Chicago, and I heard you guys talking about the weather in Michigan. If I'm in Chicago or Michigan right now, I'm saying to myself, yeah. But in August, I'm going to give a call in Phoenix and go, so how are you enjoying the 127 degrees while I'm driving my convertible around back here in this part of the country? So,
and I know I get an opportunity to listen to you on NHRA.tv, and you're always mentioning the fact, yeah, well, at home right now, and people are walking around, you know, they'll be at Norwalk and say, oh, my God, it's like 80 degrees, and you're like, well, back at home in Tucson, it's 117. Well, it's 117 in Tucson. It's like 122 here.
I love when my car sits out in the sun for a couple hours. I get in the car and start it up. It says 138 on the dash. I go, yeah,
Ooh.
that's not fun. Let's see. 76.76 degrees right now. Let's just, for funsies, see what it's like at Route 66. Because I have the magical way to do that. Called a computer. At Route 66 right now, the density altitude is 868 feet below sea level. So if you get a hold of the racetrack, holy crap, would it be fast. Of course, it's 35 degrees, so that might make getting a hold of the racetrack a little bit difficult. Let's see, what would be the coldest place I can think of right now? I wonder if it's like, I'm going to check Anchorage Drag Strip. You ever been to Anchorage Drag Strip? It's a cool place. You were in Anchorage, you didn't go to the racetrack? It was what, Johnny? What?
30.
I couldn't hear you over your radio. That's what I'm saying.
$35 table dances.
Take your word for that.
You guys use two different lights, don't you?
Yes, why?
Well, because when you talk, I have to turn my radio down. When you talk, I have to turn it all up.
See, anytime that if I'm some. Went to Anchorage. How many years ago has that been now? It's the last state that I hadn't set foot in. I'd set foot in 49 states, but I'd never been to Alaska. 25 degrees there right now. Oh, 1,970 feet below sea level density altitude. You got a head gasket for that?
Probably be in like the 20s or something.
Yeah, the nitro cars would be putting 3 head gaskets on those things trying to get the compression out of them. But I decided once I had set foot in all 49 of the 50 states, I decided I got to wipe the last one off the list. So one year between Denver and Seattle, I got on an airplane in Denver and I flew to Anchorage for a couple of days and then flew back to Seattle for the race. Marked it off the list. Strangest thing, Anchorage in July. Got to the airport about 9:30. Got my rental car. Went and found a little beer and burger joint, local place. Got a bite to eat. I got back in my rental car about 11:30, drove to the hotel, never turned the headlights on. Wasn't dark.
Yeah, I've never been to Alaska, but it's crazy.
I'd like to go to Nome one time. In Nome, if you get up there at the right time of the year, the sun never goes down because of the way the planet is tilted. So like in the evening, it'll just kind of dip down over there and then just come right back up. Of course, you get up there in the wintertime, the sun goes down in like November, doesn't come back up until February 5th or some ridiculous thing.
Yeah,
kind of like we were talking earlier, the Arizona, Chicago. There's a time to be there and a time to not.
Yeah, no, it's better like that.
Yeah. How many times have you checked your phone since the last time you were here?
Probably 5.
I still have a phone. Somebody turned in a phone that was found out there. Nobody's called. Nobody's come looking for it. Nobody's.
I'll trade that. I like that phone.
You want this one?
Let's go back to that phone.
You can have this one.
This picture. That's special right there.
Well, phones that all. All righty, pushing the first pair of alcohol dragsters around the corner. Play a little he said, she said. Coming out here, the last injected nitro car, still standing, is Johnny Otten. And he didn't have to face off with Taylor Vetter if he wants to make it into the final round. Then we'll watch Joey and Sean, the two Division 6 power players, do it for the 9,465th time in their careers. One thing about it, though, you heard Johnny Moto talking about Johnny Otten, the fact that they struggled a little bit in qualifying. I believe they heard it on the test and tune day. Sat out one run yesterday, got in the field. The thing with drag pits and go, there it is. You know, that nozzle was clogged. That wire was pinched. That fuel line was not flowing fully, and you can fix a whole lot of ails in a short period of time. Plug them in and they'll bring them to life. The injected nitro car. Fun fact, I talked about it a little bit yesterday. I actually had a couple of people say, is that true? An injected nitro car fires up on alcohol and then switches over to nitro. A top fuel car fires up on gasoline. You know why? Compression ratio. A top fuel car's got about 6.5 to 1 compression ratio because the blower makes up for the cylinder pressure. An injected nitro car doesn't have a blower, so the compression ratio is closer to 14 to 1. You got to squeeze that stuff in there somehow.
You also want to make sure you're using 90 octane or something.
You don't like the fancy stuff?
Yeah, no, it doesn't like that.
Spitting and sputtering and popping, and I guarantee you Taylor's looking over his shoulder going, no, 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 and then Johnny Otten drove by the number 7 qualifier into the final round. I didn't see that coming.
I didn't either, and it looked like Johnny dropped some holes down there at the end, slowed him down to 556. I was talking to him earlier, and he said he was having some problems with dropping holes, so hopefully that they can, get all sorted out for the final round.
Yeah, it's pretty common in the injected nitro cars, just like it is in the top fuel cars. There's so much fuel going into those things that sometimes you'll just drown out the spark plugs and you'll be able to see the fuel coming out. I did not believe 556 would win that. And I guarantee you, Taylor Vetter was not on her way to a 556 before she had that ignition issue. Well, here we go again. Sean Cowie left, out of Canada. Joey Severance, right, out of Woodburn, Oregon. Mentioned it yesterday. For Joey Severance, you know how you can tell that you've married the right woman? Ask Joey Severance. It's when your family owns a drag strip and your wife will stay home and run the races so you can come out here and race.
That's a pretty dream lifestyle right there.
Sean Cowie, of course, his lovely wife Taylor, down there on the starting line. Spends as much time as she can out here on the road, but sometimes you still got to stay home and take care of the family front. A lot of respect between these two drivers, but they have raced each other time and time and time again, and it really comes to the point that I don't care how much you don't mind having a beer with the guy at the end of the day. You get tired of getting your butt kicked by the same guy over and over again, and these guys have gone head-to-head for a lot of years.
Yeah, these guys have been racing since I was a little kid against each other, so good matchup here.
Here come the RPM. Sean in the left side, Joey in the right side. Joey Severance got off the starting line first. He shook, he rattled, he pedaled, and Sean Cowie drove by 527, 276 miles an hour. Sean Cowie still looks like he's got the best car on the property. Joey, an 0.22 reaction time. You factor that in, 534 would have won that race, but you saw that thing shake the tires out there violently. Joey pedaled it. Sean wasn't waiting around. So Joey Severance goes by the wayside. Your number 1 qualifier, Sean Cowie, will take on the number 7 qualifier, Johnny Otten, in the final round. Sean's got a great race car out there right now.
Yeah, he sure does, and it's never fun when those cars shake. I've had that happen a couple of times, and it's not fun.
I've heard people over the years tell me that when you get into violent tire shake, it's like putting your head in the paint shaker at Home Depot. But I've never found the guy who put his head in the paint shaker at Home Depot. Have you ever met that guy?
We can try.
You want to try it?
I'm okay.
Well, how about this? Pause for burnout. Just got a note from Ulf Leander. Said you were just talking about the Midnight Sun. We have the same thing, summer in Sweden. You should come visit sometime.
I love Sweden. I mean, I haven't been there, but I've seen pictures. It seems pretty cool.
It does. It does. I got to believe if you were hanging out with Ulf Leanders over in Sweden, that'd be the guy to hang out with, don't you think?
Yeah, he probably knows some racetracks over there.
Yeah, when's racing season in Sweden? I'm in. We just have to figure it out. Those guys make my travel schedule look like I run back and forth to 7-Eleven. I mean, when you travel back and forth to Sweden in between races, you're piling up some air miles. All right, funny cars, first pair. Winner of this, going to come back and run Matty Gordon. Now, I'm a little surprised. A little. Not a lot, but a little. Because Annie Whiteley had the choice of going first or going second as far as the pairs go. She decided she wanted to be first. I'm thinking if I'm Annie, I might have said, you know what, Madison, have at it. I want to watch your car go down the racetrack, get a read on it before I take a swing. But she's going head-to-head with Brian Haugen, the Cascade Group. These two cars both finished top 10 last year. Brian was off like a shot, trying to hold on. Wow, 547 beats 548. 265 miles an hour for Brian. Annie Whiteley, 548 at 267, but she was going to have to make a heck of a run. And held on. Great side-by-side run. That's what alcohol racing should look like.
That is what it should look like. Brian Howe, great light, great pass.
Interesting watching Brian's car. If you race fans noticed, most of the alcohol cars will rev the engine way up high before they roll in. Torque converter cars will roll in at an idle and then come up against the two-step on a torque converter. Brian's car has a clutch in it, but he utilizes an electronic two-step, so he'll roll in at an idle, and then instead of trying to set the perfect RPM by using the pedal, when both cars are pre-staged, he can just smash the gas on the floor. He uses a two-step RPM limiter just like a Pro Stock car has. When it's time to go, you let the clutch out and go. Sounds kind of boring to me.
Yeah.
I want to rev it up. I mean, come on. Come on. So here comes Madison Gordon. If she wants lane choice, she's going to have to outrun Brian, who just went 547.5, but I have to tell you, been watching these cars for the last few days. They did some test and tuning on Thursday and, of course, yesterday qualifying. I mean, lane choice, if it might be nice psychologically, I don't believe on this day, on this track, it's going to make a difference. We've seen great runs on both sides.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, both lanes look great. Seen some great races in both lanes.
Chit-chatting up here with Arizona State University student and Nitro Funny Car pilot Bobby Bodie, who's checking things out, getting ready for the Arizona Nationals when he'll be out here in the car. Maddie Gordon, her first race in competition after getting in the car that won 3 world championships in the last 5 years, including last year. You want to talk about a family team? That's Grandpa out in front. That's her sister that just caught the de-icer can, her dad on the wheelie bar, and Mom and Grandma back behind the car as well. The Beta Motorcycles Lucas Oil team, all she's running for is lane choice. Don't think it makes a difference? Well, why not get it if you can? .543, 269 miles an hour. Low ET of the event is 5.433. She just ran 5.434. I mean, not bad for a rookie.
Not at all. I mean, she's driving like a veteran. Yeah, it's going to be a great final round. I mean, 543 to 547, right?
That's exactly right, 543. So Maddie will have the lane that she wants. Of course, it looks like Brian's plenty happy in the left lane. It looks like Maddie's plenty happy in the right lane, so I don't think that's going to be the determining factor. But we've got the ¡1 qualifier in the final in both of our alcohol categories. Sean Cowie on one side. Take on Brian. That should be a big-time run. And Sean Cowie is going to take on the injected car of Johnny Otten. That'll come up a little bit later on in the day. What happened? Touch up on the racetrack. We've got lanes full of Super Comp cars. The 890 shooter is going to be rolling around in just a minute, and they will be racing for real. If we do the same thing we did yesterday, I'm expecting the alcohol finals about 6 p.m. ish. And we'll continue cutting the rest of the field in half. We'll be back tomorrow for even more. Who you keeping? Are you like tuning somebody up over there on the phone?
Yeah, I'm keeping all my racing buddies in the loop of what's going on right now.
Gotcha. Yeah, see, that's something you learn when you start spending time in the tower. That's when you learn how many people have your phone number. So when are we going to really do it? What's the weather like? Have you got a track temp out there for me? What time's the next? And it's like, come on, man, really? I'm working.
Yeah, and this is my first time doing it, so you know I'm not a veteran like you, so you know.
Call me old kid. That's okay, I know. I was at this racetrack opening day. I wasn't announcing, but I was here. 1983.
Wow.
Had your parents even met yet?
No. I wasn't even a thought.
Nah, this place is home. And another reason I'm so grateful. I know I've said it a lot of times this weekend, but we left here last year thinking that we were done. The racetrack would go away and it would be the end of an era. But thank you so much to the Gila River Indian community and Casey Buckman and Chuck and everybody that worked with them to be able to save the racetrack, reopen it, and plan to be here for years and years to come. I hate to think of drag strips closing because that means I might have to get a job, and I darn sure don't want to do that. All right, Super Comp getting ready to roll around the corner. Johnny Motor's like our Super Comp expert. Do you want to jump in and do that, or are you? If you turn on a scoreboard, you get to come back and race tomorrow. If you don't turn on a scoreboard, you don't. Oh, by the way, race fans, the alcohol cars will be back here October 18th and 19th. It'll be a regional event. The alcohol cars will be on track. They're also going to have a lot of the local racers, not necessarily the Lucas Oil competitors that you're seeing here, but a lot of the local racers from the Phoenix area will be here as part of that two-day show as well. Jot it down on your calendar. If you don't have anything going on in October, come back and join us. We'll have the alcohol cars back, and at that point, there are going to be a lot of people thinking world or region championships, because the end of the year is when the pressure really ramps up.
Thank you, Alan Reinhardt. In fact, October, the month where we used to have the Fall Nationals. Man, I'm telling you, that was way back in the day. Wasn't it the Castrol GTX Fall Nationals. Hey, Bong, I turned the mic down. Is that better on your radio? Some of the guys were talking that, a lot of guys listening in on MOTO FM. That's 87.9, and the mics were a little different in volume. I backed this one off, and I'll try to back off myself. But I get excited. John Bolton Super Comp. This, ladies and gentlemen, oh yeah, and you too, is the largest category of cars that we have here this weekend. Now this is like, as Alan Reinhardt would say, target practice. They're looking to run that 890 number. If you look up in the scoreboards on the Firebird side or the Radford lane, it's showing that 890 number. These guys, they're going to use throttle stops. You'll see a lot of times the driver's hand come up, boom, like lift their hand. They got a button in there with a throttle stop, a trans brake, and it'll cut lights like Alan just passed out a bag of donuts. Sometimes these guys will actually cut a perfect light. That means exactly when that green light comes on, they're off and rolling. Then you want to get to the other end and run an 8.900. If you had a triple zip, perfect reaction time, and ran dead on the top, be a perfect run. Will we see one? Boy, rare. Maybe 2-3 times a year. But here we go. Kevin Romfo, Goodyear based. John Bolton from Roswell, New Mexico. Coming back for the next round is the right lane. Kevin Romfo out of Goodyear. 22 light, 891 with a 9, 154 on a mile an hour. 893, 167 for Bolton. Taking the stripe at the top end by 8 thousandths of a second. That was the margin of victory. Another thing is these drivers watch each other as they're going down the racetrack, and they just want to put a wheel in front of their competition and hope they had the advantage on the lead. This pair, Chad Axford out of Mount Washington, Kentucky, and Keith Winters in the right lane. Oh, left lane got their men. All right. Well, yeah, he's a brand new top sportsman car. He wanted to put a lap on it, 6:49. Guess I'll be happy in that respect. Keith Winters happy that he came out and did it. Wow, 893 with a 4. He just paid the money to get a shot at the racetrack, and man, I'll tell you, it was killer. James Melton and Cecil Wiles, the Ridgecrest, California-based machine. Got the PPE, Panhandle Performance engines on the side of his car. It's the Stone Cold Racing machine of the Cecil Wiles out of Ridgecrest in that right lane. As they go down the racetrack, left lane with the win. 1,000th red was Cecil Wiles. 889 with a 4, 175 for James Melton. Next pair of Super Comp, Bailey Neighbor. Bailey Neighbor coming out of the left side, and you got Bobby Dye. Bobby Dye Jr., there's Bob Dye on the wall over there. The Specialty Fasteners dragster in the right lane. Boy, I was with Bobby Dye, the dad, and back in the Denver Mullins area when the International Hot Boat Association was running over in Southern California and right here at Firebird Raceway. Right now, Bobby looking on as his son gets to run. Bailey Neighbor. Super Comp's the category. 890's the number. Off they go. Green, both machines. Going down the racetrack. It's Neighbor out front. Chase coming from Bobby Dye. Top end. Will Bobby Dye get him? He actually didn't get him, but too much stripe for Bailey Neighbor. A too quick 8.875, and Bobby Dye in the right lane gets it with a 8.93 for the win. It was a 009 put down by Bailey Neighbor, but again, you don't want to break out. It's a tough way. You got to race both ends of the racetrack. Here you got Paul Lorton, the pharmacist. He running out of that left lane out of Peoria, Arizona. The Dialed Performance Innovations, Hughes Trans and Converters. So Paul Lorton. Alongside is Chuck Babcock. Chuck Babcock out of Yorba Linda, California. The black with the gray flames. Used converters on the side of that Paul Lorton machine. Oh, Babcock in the right lane goes red. He was too anxious on the lead. Paul Lorton throws down a 003 and runs through the top end in the Firebird lane with an 8.96 at 176. Next pair out in this Super Comp category, one of the Theobald Motorsports machines. This is Tanner. Tanner got that number 4 plate on the side of his car on his intake scoop. That means he finished number 4 in the Lucas Oil Super Comp category for that 2023 season. Ryan Hansen out of Pleasant Grove, Utah. So how do you like that? You come down from Utah and you got to race your neighbor. Ryan Hansen, Tanner Theobald. Narrows down the chances for taking the trophy back to Utah. When you got to square off against a fellow Ute. Is that what they call people from Utah? Utes? Oh no, that's what they call kids in Jersey. All right, here we go. 890 is the number. Bradford Lane is Hansen. Firebird Lane is Theobald. Oh, 001. Hansen, right lane. The win light comes on for Tanner Theobald. He had a 007 reaction time. When he seen that win light on, he just let it loose at the other end and ran under the 890 number, runs through it at 8.80, 175. I had a 2-pack in round 1. Unfortunately, one of those 2-packs was red. This next pair, isn't this Lorton's sister? This is Amber Escobedo and Mark Darsow. He's one of the few Super Comp competitors that utilizes a small block. So he'll be high winding down that Radford lane as he goes down this racetrack trying to take down Amber Escobedo. The Mullins race car. The Mullis race cars on the side of the dragster in the left lane. Oh, Mark Darsow. That little screaming small block screamed too early. How about a dead on 3? Amber Escobedo. She goes to the next round. Mark Darsow with an 8.88 at speed of 164. But again, he went red. Here's Timothy Schuster. Schuster coming out of that Firebird lane. The Schuster racing machine. While the right side of the racetrack is Michael Miller from New Mexico. Pre-stage is on both lanes. Schuster's in. Michael Miller's in. They're off. Green, both machines. They did your job in the start line. Who's going to get the win at the top end? Give the nod to the left side. Tony Schuster with an 8.910. Now, if you look on the scoreboard, you'll see an 8.900. Michael Miller was dead on at the top, but an 017 reaction time. Timothy Schuster had an advantage on the lead, and doing all the math, it was 17 thousandths of a second, the difference at the top end. Here's Steve Stickelmeyer and Trevor Larson. Trevor Larson coming out of that Firebird lane. I like the graphics on that machine. You got Stickelmeyer, who's moved here from the Midwest. Glad to have him out here in the Mesa area. And he goes down to in the first round to a fellow Midwesterner, Trevor Larson. Trevor Larson had an 18 light, runs through at an 8.889. He had an 18 light. Stickelmeyer had a 12 reaction time. Both broke out, but it was the right lane getting the win. Here's James Cowie, the Mundy's Towing, Kevin Thorpe, Sean Cowie's son, and Kevin Thorpe out of Knickerbocker, Texas, in that right lane. I think I seen a picture on Instagram of the Mundy's Towing fleet. It's not like they got 3 or 4 tow trucks. And top end, winner picker. Oh, getting the stripe was James Cowie, but Kevin Thorpe's going to get the win. Breaking out by 9 thousandths with a 001 reaction time was James Cowie. Kevin Thorpe going to the next round, the Knickerbocker, Texas-based machine with an 8.912 at speed of 181. Our next pair of Super Comp dragsters, we got Nikki Bailey and Isaac Stetner. I like these blues, the little bit of ghost flames coming up from the bottom for the Isaac Stetner machine. Nikki Bailey did not even glance over to take a peek. Just getting serious. Top end, winner picker, Isaac Stetner. He within a 16 light and a time of 896, 164, 895 for Nikki Bailey, but he was late on the leave. Spotted him like 0.04 of a second on the leave, and right lane took advantage of it. Well, the left side of the racetrack is going to get the win. An 891 with a 4, 179 on the mile an hour. Raymond Medrano. And he just got it out of the throttle when he's seen that the top bulb dropped. You can't drop the top bulb. No deep staging in Super Comp. So Raymond Medrano, he is out of here in this first round of Super Comp. Damon Bustamante and Blake Williams. Blake Williams, past 2 years, has won the track championship and Super Pro. Oh, he had I believe he had like a 2-pack yesterday in eliminations, and one of them was red. Damon Bustamante, Blake Williams, a claims trainer. He hopes to claim a win in this round. We got the black with the gray and white flames on the Bustamante machine. Left lane's in. Right lane's in. Let the games begin. Top end. It's the winged dragster Damon Bustamante. 8.911, 173. Blake Williams got to be shaking his head like, wow. Bustamante got the stripe by 9 thou. Blake Williams had a better reaction time. Runs through in an 892 with a 6. MOV, margin of victory, 9 thou. Grant Dury and Emmett McKillop. Dury in that left lane. This is the Durlove Farms sponsor machine. They got the Protect the Harvest also on the side of that car. Down from Division 6. There's 7 geographical divisions with the National Hot Rod Association. In fact, he's got to run Emmett McKillop, who's also down from Division 6. Question is, who's going to get to head home early? Oh, it's going to be Emmett McKillop leaving because the next round's going to Grant Dury. Grant Dury, an 011 reaction time with the time of 8.910. Emmett McKillop with an 8.94 at 171. And tough luck there for the McKillop machine, but Dury, he'd be smiling. Jason Week out of Long Beach, California. This is, now Tom Bayer is out in front of the car. See the guy in the left lane? if you're ever thinking about getting a license in the Super Comp category, he would be the guy to talk to. Doug Johnson, right lane, out of Pleasant Grove, Utah, in the cement sales. Sponsored by Fast Lane Machine. A couple beautiful schemes on both of these Super Comp dragsters as they get ready to do battle in this first round of Super Comp. Working on the top end, Super Comp's the category. Winner picker says give it to Doug Johnson, right lane, 8.943, 160 on the mile an hour. Had a better reaction time than Jason Week out of Long Beach in the left side, who ran through with an 8.95. Next pair of these Super Comp dragsters. Beautiful car in the right lane. That's Bo Hicks. Bo Hicks got the single strut wing on his machine. Gabe Torres, the kid, La Puente, California. You know the Torres family, they're infamous for running in Super Gas and Super Comp. A couple dangerous competitors, but right now Bo Hicks says, I don't care. Don't care, I want to take you down. Bo Hicks, right? Gabe Torres in the left. I like those really sharply painted valve covers on the Gabe Torres machine. Both machines are green as they work down the racetrack. Winner picker comes on in the left lane, dead on 3. Gabe Torres had an 009 light. That's a 12-pack, yeah. Everybody loves a 12-pack, right? Now and then. Bo Hicks, he's got to be shaking his head because he also ran dead on. He ran dead on with a 6, had not a bad light in 19. Doing a math, it was 13th thou margin of victory at that top end. Here's Trey Vetter and Jerry Denton. Jerry Denton out of that right lane. He with that black dragster with the flames on the machine. Got the Penske Racing School also on the side of his car, while you see the Matco Tools on the side of the Trey Vetter machine coming out of that Firebird lane in this first round of Super Comp. Now the plan is that we're going to go through first round of eliminations in a lot of our categories and then finish it off tomorrow. Top end, winner picker. Oh, Jerry Denton goes down in the round. Trey Vetter goes on to the next round. 8.880, 164. Jerry Denton also going under the 890 number, but he going an 8.85. So it's the, when both machines don't break out, it's the lesser of the two that gets the win. Justin Morris in that Firebird lane. He out of Pomona, California, a student over there. He'll get the race at the In-Out Burger Raceway coming up here and just like seems like weeks away, probably about 4 weeks, month. Trent Flores out of Lemoore, California, also a student. The Victory Express machine. Well, the students doing battle. Who's going to graduate to the next round? It's going to be Justin Morris, 8.930, 178. Within a thou on the lead for both machines. And Trent Flores runs 8.95, 162. 22 thou at the stripe. Nod going to Morris in that Firebird lane. Robin Lane. Todd at Redline Automotive. Herb Yancer, Height Performance. Tom Yancer Race Cars, Speed Sports, Top End Graphics, Stinnett Racing, all helping out the Robin Lane. He's a Arizona home inspector. Tanner Thorpe in the right lane out of Midland, Texas. Good to see the Texas folks from Division 4 also dropping into the Division 7 opener. I guess this is like the second race, so it'd be the race number 2, but it's the opening weekend for Division 7. So as the machines bring on the pre-stages, another 7 inches, and they'll be in. Come on, Thorpe, they're in. They're off. green, both machines, as they make their way down the racetrack. Which Super Comp dragster is going to go to the next round? 1,000 separated the two at the top end. Roth, both run dead on numbers. 8.908 beats an 8.909. Doing the math, 2 thousandths of a second at the top end. Tanner Thorpe, man, what a driving job both drivers did, but it was Thorpe coming out on top. Mike Cornelius, Covina, California, a retired electrician. Jason Lawrence, he, with the trick chassis machine, coming out of the Radford Racing School side of the racetrack here at Firebird Motorsports Park. James Brown getting his donuts. I like it. He got to the dance floor last night. Close. Ran up against Keith Downing. Getting if anybody cuts a perfect light, they get complimentary donuts from Alan Reinhardt. Well, Jason Lawrence and Mike Cornelius going to do battle right here. They're in. Oh. Mike Cornelius dropped the top bulb. Can't do that in the super categories. Top bulb's dropped. Even though he runs through it at 8.889, he's out of here in the round, but Jason Lawrence is going to go on. Lawrence had a 006 reaction time, and then once he's seen his win light on, wanted to test the waters, so to speak, and see how fast the car would be. So this is that Land Shark. You know, out of all these Super Comp dragsters, these are cool, man. They're like short wheelbase. So Tim Walker, the Sheriff, the Van Poppering machine. That's Robert out of Castro Valley. Well, Robert Van Poppering's going to take a shot at the Sheriff, and he didn't shoot the Sheriff down. 893 with a 5, 167. It's Tim Walker in the right lane with a Land Shark short wheelbase dragster over Robert Van Poppering, who broke out. He ran 16 thousandths too quick, did he? So he out of the round. He was behind in the lead, tried to make it up at the top end, and doing so broke out. Here's Dylan Hagewood and Mike Thulin. Mike Thulin out of Phoenix, Arizona, retired. I dream about that day. Greg Ventura, you know. I used to just work for beer money. Now I work for prescription money. All right, here we go. Working it right now. Super Comp dragsters. Who's going to get the win? Look for the winner picker. Come on, left lane. 8.914, 168. Dylan Hagewood had a better reaction time, taking a stripe by 13 thou. Mike Thulin, not a bad job, but running through it at an 891 also with a 6, 165. But the margin was on the reaction time, and it was 13 thou for Dylan Hagewood. Here's Rick Marcy. Rick Marcy from Farmington, New Mexico. Randy Beck, his dad, Gary Beck. If you look back in the drag racing history, Gary Beck, very famous nitro competitor for many, many years. He's got the kid out there doing it now, up there from the upper northwest region. The Division 6 competitor. Great to see Gary and his son Randy down here. Good luck. But Rick Marcy from New Mexico is like, hey, I really like you. You're cool and all, but I want to beat you. I want to beat you. Oh, Rick Marcy with a 66 thousandths red. Runs through it at 8.896, and Randy Beck, 002 reaction time. Seen that win light on with a 002, ran 2 thou under at the other end, but he won't break out. He got the win because Marcy went red.
Keeping them going.
Bill Dennis, thank you, by the way. Roswell, New Mexico. Michael Lane. Got the Sunoco sticker on there. By the way, we do have Sunoco race fuel available on the property. Want to thank the folks from Sunoco Race Fuel for coming out and hanging with us. Also the tire guys, Goodyear, Mickey Thompson, Hoosier. You got all those tire trucks located across from the administration office where they have souvenir Firebird Motorsports shirts and hats for sale also. Mike Lane, Bill Dennis, Lane in the right, Dennis in the left. Top end, winner picker, left lane, Bill Dennis. Bill Dennis from Roswell, New Mexico, 8.895, broke out by only 5 thousandths, while the right lane breaking out by 11 thousandths. Tough race. Doing a math, 6 thou MOV, margin of victory. Next out, we got Mitchell Marcy from Farmington. One Marcy has already went on. This, you know, Mitchell has bowled 4 300, that's perfect games. Perfect games. You with the green shorts over there. Do you bowl? Do you bowl? Do you ice skate? You don't even put your fingers in your ears. Okay. Yeah, he's pointing. Dave Alves out of Princeton, California. So Dave and John Alves, the Farmers Brewing. Working their way down the racetrack. Which Super Comp dragster is going to get the win? Left lane, Mitchell Marcy, Farmington, New Mexico. So the Marcy team, 2 for 2. 8.913, 178 on the mile an hour. Dave Alves with an 8.916. Margin at the stripe was 18 thousandths of a second.
Was this next pair, Johnny?
Yes. David Wolf. You know, wolves, I pointed this out to Casey the other day. Did you know they mate for life? Life! Tyler Smith. Tyler Smith in the right lane with those Miller chassis machine. First call, another one of the Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing machines. Got the Sherway. The Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing, first call. This was actually a car that Maddie Payne got her license in Super Comp. Nice looking dragster. Bump it in. Come on, right lane. Come on. There you go. They're in. Off they go. Clean. Green. Both machines. Winner. Left lane. 8.933 for David Wolf with a 150 mile an hour pass. Tyler Smith breaking out. He broke out by 18 thou. 8 thou, actually. No, 18 thou. Gotta give me that pencil and paper. Let me see. Yeah, he's out of here, Tyler. And David Wolf up to the next round. Here's Carol Kransich. There's Tom Bayer walking out in front of the car. Steve Williams. Whoa. Okay, here's the deal. You out there in the grandstands, watch that Super Comp dragster in the right lane. Watch him make me look silly. That car can actually go 192 miles an hour. Alan talked about that yesterday when he was running eliminations, and then he went only 170. But he really intimidates a lot of the racers he goes up against. You'll watch the throttle stop come on for that K&N Filters machine. Steve Williams, look at that. He doesn't have to worry about it now. He sees the wind light on, but now he comes off that stop. Let's see if he's in the 190 range. Nah. See? I talk about it, makes me look silly. But he got the win. 887 with a 4, 187. 004 for Carol Kransich, red. Runs through with an 8.93 at 166. So the Tacoma, Washington base student for the Tom Bayer teamed machines goes out in the round. Now, on the side of this car, you'll see M&B cabinets, and you'll also see AJPE. That's Alan Johnson Performance Engines. Laureen Rogers in the right lane, one of the few door cars you'll see in competition. That Alan Johnson Performance Engines, this young lady is his daughter. It's Melanie Johnson. So she says, look, you know, one thing, she could probably get a discount on a motor if she wants to change categories or, you know, build her own car. Right now, she's going through the Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing, and she's getting her taste here of competition in the Super Comp category. You know, again, I think there's a roadster, a door car, and of course that one top sportsman that came out ran like what, a 6:49. 014 light red Laureen Rogers. Melanie Johnson goes through with an 8.916. Good job there for Melanie. She will go to the next round in the Super Comp category. The Laureen Rogers, after going red by 14 thou, runs through at an 8.925. There goes Tom Bayer and his crew, his lovely wife. They be smiling, they happy. All right, Allison McCone and Bob Earlywine. Will Earlywine be in time out of Winchester, California on the leave and at the top end? Allison McCone out of Clovis, California. You know, they actually ran Super Comp, 4-wide competition in Las Vegas, and she got the win. It was at the 4-wide race that she got the win. 890 with a 6. You could not really run Super Comp in a 4-wide. Could you imagine that, looking back and forth, trying to judge the stripe? 890 with a 6, 179. Allison McCone breaking out Bob Earlywine by a bunch, 876 on that 90 number. So again, the Vegas 4-wide is going to be coming up. The Mission Foods NHRA drag racing schedule has the opener in 2 weeks in Florida. They got the Baby Gators next weekend. Then they got the Gator Nationals. Then they got a week off. Then they're going to Pomona, California at the In-Out Burger Raceway. Then they're going to come over here to the Firebird Motorsports Park. And then they're going to have a race right after that up in Las Vegas, Nevada, where they're going to have 4-wides in the Nitro category. But again, they have a lot of other competitors. And actually, they run the alcohol cars also, I believe, in the 4-wide competition at Las Vegas. But these guys here, and again, one of my favorite spots, one of my favorite tracks to watch the sportsman cars race is Dallas, Texas, the Motorplex, because they got a set of grandstands right at the finish line. And, boy, it's really great to watch, or interesting to watch these drivers when they get to the stripe. They want to beat their competition, but not by too much. You don't want to risk breaking out. Kaylee Hill, Lamar, Colorado. Jacob Beakley helps out Kaylee with the machine. The Maynard family, JCM Racing, in loving memory of Kathy Maynard. Adam Hicks from Nevada City. Working down the racetrack, top end, right lane, 892.6, 160, Kaylee Hill. Lamar, Colorado, Adam Hicks with an 892.0 at 177 out of here in the round. Attention in the pits, super stock, designated pairs. Super stock, designated pairs. You may now come to the staging lanes. Glenn Kern out of Modesto, California. Johnny Burke, real estate developer. I kind of leaned, I like Johnny. I like Johnny because I'm Johnny, you know what I mean? We Johnny's got to stick together. Will Johnny be good? Johnny Burke. Real estate developer. Oh, Johnny Burke went red by 18 thousandths of a second. So Glenn Kern working down the racetrack. Firebird Lane, dead on 5 was he. 890 with a 5, 156. But Johnny Burke, who went red by 18 thousandths, goes down in the first round. So designated pair, super stock. Graham and Comstock. Doug Brodus and John Calvert. Shay and George, you are our designated pairs. So they designate the designated pairs by the virtue of qualifying. Here's Ty Lafferty from Oklahoma. Sunoco Fuels sponsoring his machine. Cecil Johnson, he in that right lane. Who's going to get the win? Will it be Ty Lafferty from Oklahoma? Yes, indeed. He Ty Lafferty runs through with a 8.98, 169. You got to believe that Cecil Johnson had a problem at the tight end. 300ths advantage in the left. I mean, in the right side, and he didn't hit the number at the top end. But hey, Ty will take it. Ty will take it. Madison Payne. Madison Payne came out in that first round of the alcohol dragster. She was the defending champion in the alcohol dragster competition 2023, but right now she's focused on the tree super comp, and she's got Todd McCann out of Colorado to deal with. Working in. They're working in. All right. I think right lane's going in. Yep, here comes Madison. So Maddie just flickers the ball. Maddie utilizing the single strut wing. Top end. Oh, right lane, dead on 3. Todd McCann. Margin of victory, thousandths of a second. Maddie did a good job. Better reaction time by 6 thou. Ran an 8.910. Doing the math, 1,000th at the top end. What is that, about 5 inches or so? Close. Steve Flatt, Kevin Wright. Flatt with the machine shop on the side of his car. The Flat Out Racing engines. Cool looking car for the Kevin Wright machine. The greens, the blues, the grays. Don't want no shade of gray here. Looking for a win light. And Kevin Wright got it. 8.924, 180 on the mile an hour with a 16 reaction time. Steve Flatt didn't have as good a leave. Threw his wheel out in front of the Wright machine, but because he was behind, gave him an excellent opportunity to break out, and that's what he did, running through with an 8.84. Here's Toby Payne, defending champion from 2023. Just had an opportunity to watch his sister lose in the round. He would love to get a win here. Timothy Parker coming out of that right side. The Parker Racing machine. You can bet that he's utilizing a Brad Anderson power plant, Toby Payne. The third generation family racer. Got Bad Brad, Mom Shelley, Dad Jay, and he goes out in the round, but Timothy Parker not only gets the round win, he's going to get a bag of donuts, compliments of Alan Reinhardt. So the triple zip reaction time, he's seen his win light on when Toby went red and runs it through with an 887. Toby was dead on 6, but again, he brought on the red light. Jeff Dorenson, he in that left lane. Mitch Lippin coming out of the right side. Lippin got the black, the grays, the blues. He out front. Now the throttle stop machine, Jeff Dorenson tried to run him down to the left and picked him off, but broke out. How about that? A identical 11 lights both sides. Mitch Lippin ran a dead on 9. So the winner in the right side, Jeff Dorenson, breaking out by 7 thou. Took the stripe by 16. So there was really no opportunity there doing the math on that top end number. Here's Logan Moore and James Warden. Tension in the pits. We need all of our super stock competitors. All of our super stock competitors to the lanes, please. All super stock. Come on down for your round of eliminations. Logan Moore, James Warden. Still got some overcast conditions here at the Firebird Motorsports Park, which is kind of nice because keeps that track temperature down a little bit. Keeps the tower so nice and cool. Chuck Sundstrom's over there. He's still got his jacket on. Well, kind of. All right. Oh, James Warden, right lane, goes red by 3 thousandths. Logan Moore, 009 reaction time, 8.854, 183. James Warden broke out by 6 thou, but again, he went red by 3 thousandths of a second. Logan Moore, the War Racing Machine, for the win. Here's Travis Theobald and Brian Kelly. A couple of hitters here in the Super Comp category. Travis Theobald finished number 3 in Division 7 for the 2023 season in the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Brian Kelly, pre-stage on in the Theobald lane. Now Kelly's got the pre-stage on. Who's going to go in first? Which one's going to tickle the second light? Come on, let's go. I'll get rights in. Kelly, Theobald, he just flickers it. They're off. Oh, red light. Brian Kelly by 1,000th of a second. So it's Kelly out of here. Runs 8.88.6 and an 8.849, 176 for Travis Theobald, who goes to the next round in this Super Comp category. Jason Flatt, Dylan Haug. So Dylan in that right side of the racetrack. Jason Flatt. Now his dad's going to go to the final in the alcohol funny car category. But right now you can bet his dad's rooting Dylan on. But I think Dad back there working on the alcohol car, but you can bet he's listening in. So it's Dylan Haug, Jason Flatt, top end. Oh, Dylan ran it too quick, 8.89.4, and still couldn't put a wheel in front of Jason Flatt. Jason Flatt had a double 04 reaction time and a dead-on 0. So a 4-pack, Jason Flatt. Wow. Here's a guy who does spectacular paint jobs. He's out of Maryland. It's Jerron Settles. If you want to check out some of his paint jobs, check out the Ted Weens pit area down at the top end, but not right now because Jerron Settles is getting ready to run. Virginia Wolfringer coming out of that right lane. Oh, Virginia Wolfringer, red. How about Jerron? Jerron Settles going to get some donuts. Man, he's going to get to come up here and talk to Alan. 8.88.2 for Jerron with that triple zip and Super Comp. And Virginia went red by 24 thousandths of a second. And then she really turned it loose, man. Runs like 8.60. It's like, whoa, whoa, how low can I go? Whoa, what do you got? We got something found? Hey, keep in mind, if you find anything out there, like you can bring it here to the tower. We'll try and get it back to the rightful owner. Anybody out there lost an air box or like a little device that measures air pressure, let us know. The tire, yeah, like a little air. Yeah, that's one of those things. Air gauge. Brandon Dozel goes red by 3 thou. Auto Image Paint and Body. Dead on 7. That was a 10-pack, but 3 of it was red. Bill Weber, he with a 009 reaction time and an 8.87 at 177. That's, man, my air gauge don't look like nothing like that. It's got it's a little like pen-looking thing. This is cool, man. Digital. You can wear it on your belt. Yeah, like the blue color. What do you think? Jessica, she likes blue. All right. How do you do? Here's Chad Weber, Joe Galati. This is the Sherway Engine and Machine sponsored machine. And he being a machinist up there in the Kingman area. Joe Galati, cool looking dragster, got the black and red graphics. Red. They're off. They're clean. They're both green. Top end. Winner picker. Left lane, 894. 169 with a double 07 reaction time for Chad Weber. And Joe Galati with an 8.93, 167. There's Nick and Stacy Alejandra's machine. I know that she's got her tire gauge. I see it in her hand. While Trevor Harkema out of Coeur d'Alene coming out of that right side. Look at her laying these tire gauges all over the place. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they're probably on eBay even. That'd be probably $50 or more. Nick Alejandra, Trevor Harkema. Oh. Trevor Harkema in that right lane. Goes red by 9 thousandths of a second, then goes a thou under at the top end. The winner is Nick Alejandra. Stacy, she be smiling. 891 with a 6, 168.
Next pair, Johnny.
Joe Garbiso and Frank and Debbie Locasio. Did Frank come up and get his donuts? I don't know. The double take. We're giving it some thought. We're getting low on donuts. Geron settles, though. Triple zip. Yeah. All right, top end. How about Frank Locasio? How about an 011 light for the win? 8.915 in that Radford lane, while Joe Garbiso in the Firebird side runs through it an 8.92. But an 11 light for Frank Locasio gave him an opportunity to get that win. George Garbiso in the right lane out of Las Vegas. Debbie Dozel, the Race for Home Realty. Brandon went out in the earlier, about 4 or 5 pair ago, so Debbie hoping to carry on. I believe that's Brandon standing down there, looking on. We got a fleet of cars out here this weekend. Oh, Debbie's going to get a win. Win picker on because George Garbiso in that right lane went red. He's reflecting right now. You can see he just like took his foot out of the throttle. So Debbie Dozel cruises through with an 8.895. Earlier in the round, Gabe Torres. Gabe got a win, so now it's Vale trying to go to the next round. So Vale Torres from La Puente, California, is in the contracting business. While Alec Bianco in that right lane. Bianco, kind of a busy paint scheme. Bianco Motorsports, Division 5 competitor. Oh, Bianco, red, right lane. He's out of here. Vale Torres, he going to the next round. 8.871 for Vale Torres for the win. 180 on the mile an hour. Running it out the back door was Alec Bianco after he's seen the red light come on. Runs it through with an 8.882. Next out, Jason Rosenbaum. He in that Townsend Stillhouse and Grill machine. Robert Neighbor, one of the Neighbor clan up there on the lakeside. Hoping to send another car to the next round. Tomorrow's going to be elimination day. Again, we're running first rounds. Oh, Neighbor, 11th thou red. Jason Rosenbaum, double 02 reaction time. Seen his win light on, ran 8th thou under the number at the other end. Robert Neighbor, again, 11th thou red, runs through at an 8.93. All right, we're changing categories, ladies and gentlemen. We're going now with super stock cars. Now, Mike Graham was supposed to square off against Karen Comstock. Karen Comstock not showing, so it's Mike Graham on a single. Whoa! Look at this. Is that the wheel stand winner? I think so. Gotta be. 003 lifted those wheels up and out. Cool. 1020 with a 6. 128 on the mile an hour. Karen Comstock, of course, not being able to make this round of eliminations. John Calbert and Doug Brodus in that right lane. Doug Brodus, the GTD automatic. Last call for Superstock. I'm telling you, we are running Superstock. So if you're not there, you need to be. So it's Calvert, left. It's Brodus in the right. Brodus going to try and hold off that hard charging Cobra Jet. They're in. Brodus way out front. Calvert, I don't think so. No, Calvert's out of it. 937, 135. Calvert, man, I'm telling you, 0.2 light. So Doug Brodus with the win. Runs 937 on a 33 dial. So Superstock's the category, Alan. I'll tell you what, track still got a lot of bite, overcast conditions. This is nice.
Well, John Calvert didn't think so. He just knocked the tires off of that thing at the step of the throttle. I was watching that Super Comp. What's the record for most races to the red light? I think I counted 7.
That was there was a lot. There's no doubt about it.
I think I counted 7, where both drivers left first, but the one that did it first, well, he got the red light. That's the race you want to lose. Jody George over on the right side. Dad Shea on the left side. They're off and running. The GT Oldsmobile out in front. Here comes Tad. The little 327. Can he close him in at the finish line? No, a 10.909. Dead on the dial. Jody had the better reaction time. Ran dead on the dial, left no room at all. As a matter of fact, Tad also run dead on the dial, 10.52 on the 10.52.
Well, you know, Alan, Jerron Settle's going to get to come up here and hang out with you and grab his donuts. I don't think we got a choice anymore. I think we're all down to powdered donuts.
I think we still got some chocolate ones.
Do we?
Yeah.
What do you got? Some Twinkies over there you're hiding?
Yep, I'm hiding the Twinkies. I'm hiding the Twinkies. Today I learned. Do you like being smarter at the end of the day than you are at the beginning of the day? Today I learned that if you are going to commit any kind of like financial fraud, Thailand is probably not the place to do it. The world record longest prison sentence was handed down by a court in Thailand. Shamoy Thipasu, something like that.
My cousin.
Okay. She was involved in a pyramid scheme that defrauded 16,231 people out of $501 million. So she was doing okay while it lasted. She was given a prison sentence of 141,078 years. Now, 2 questions. One, after you've been sentenced to 141,000 years, do you even notice the 78? Does that even really bother you?
Well, my question would be, like if I was in America, when am I eligible for parole?
6 months.
Yeah, there you go.
Depends on what state you live in.
Yeah, we're going to let you out before you go to court on your own recognizance. Okay.
No. I absolutely, positively steer clear of politics in public discussions, except for one thing. I will tell you this. If you are running for office, I don't care if you want to be dog catcher or if you want to be king of the world. If you will promise to utilize special forces and nuclear weapons against robocallers, I will vote for you. I don't care what the rest of your program is. But if you will send special forces and use nuclear weapons against robocallers and robotexters, I will vote for whatever office you're running for. And like they used to say, vote early and vote often. Super stock. Let's match. To the pitch. Super gas, come on down. Super gas, come on down. By the way, competition eliminator. I think most of you got the memo, but in case you didn't, comp eliminator, you will run round 1 tomorrow. You will not run tonight. So comp eliminator, if you want to jump into the ice chest, have at it. You will not run tonight. But I bet I had 50 phone numbers committed to memory. Because if I needed to call my buddy Jeff, I know Jeff's number. I need to call my dad at work, I know the number. I know the number. Now, I can barely remember mine. I got on a plane going to Atlanta. This has been a while back. I got on a plane going to Atlanta, and I got to the airport and realized I didn't have my phone. And I thought, oh, this is bad. And then I thought, no, you know what? I'm just going overnight. It's not going to be that big a deal. I'm going down on a little business trip. I got along in my life for 25 years without having a phone. I can get by overnight. I can call and check my messages. I can do that, no problem. So I get to Atlanta, get off the plane. I call and check my messages, and I get a message from my buddy Jeff. He said, "Hey, Alan, I need to talk to you. Give me a call. It's important." At that moment, I realized I had no idea what Jeff's phone number was. Jeff's phone number is Jeff Send. He called me 3 more times, getting more and more frantic each time, and calling me like dirty names because I never called him back. Since then, I have not forgotten my phone when I went to the airport. But I do have one that doesn't belong to me. Super gas, come on down. Super stock, pull forward. Come on, let's race. It's race time. Hopefully get out of here early enough tonight to go to cold beer and cheeseburgers again. Huh?
Which one did you go to?
Which one? How many are there? There's one on Chandler. There's one on Chandler, like, half a mile from the hotel. I thought about going to the one in Cleveland, but that made more sense to go to the one that's right down the street.
I heard the one in Cleveland's a lot better, though.
I didn't hear what you said.
Hey, question. We didn't give the belt away.
No, I'm going to use it to whip you with later tonight. That's
use that again, actually. What? The bell. For what? Oh.
I hear rumbling race cars. Good, that means I don't have to play the Phantom of the Opera song again. Amazingly enough, that was not a big hit last night. I know we got people listening on the live feed. If you're a regular NHRA-er, you can email me. If you're not a regular NHRA-er, you might not. If you have a question or comment, or if you want to tell me you're a Nigerian prince that wants to give me $2.6 billion, I am announcer@nhra.com. You can use that email address. It'll come to me. Speaking of Nigerian princes, did you hear, that they actually found a Nigerian prince dead in his apartment, and he had $6 billion in cardboard boxes? Been trying to give it away for years, and nobody would write him back. So you just never know. You never know. Ooh, we're going to take the opportunity to bring out the old 170 Demon again, huh? Isn't that crazy? The amount of power you can get today off the showroom floor. That'll be Don Thomas in the left side. All the way down from Canada, and Tom Ferrugia in the right side. From Manatee, California. 427 Copo. Ferrugia with the Patterson Elite sticker on the side of the hood scoop. The cowl hood, that is. You know what that means, right? Big power, big power. Those guys got like a Copo factory down there. Pretty impressive joint. Don Thomas off and running. He takes his head start, and he is charging down there trying to hold off 427 inches of angry Copo to the finish line. Oh, no. Ferrugia for the win. 9:45, making it happen. Don Thomas got there first by a mile and broke out. Thomas was holding 500 and got down there and just kept the nose too far out in front. Classic Camaro's coming at you. Henry Slawinski on the left side. Small block machine. And in the right side, that is Trey Vetter. This is a huge wheel standing car. Trey Vetter, 68 model machine. It's an SS 396 on the right side. It's a 350 on the left side. It's a handicap head start going to Henry by one bulb, minus 300, 47 hundredths of a second. See if Vetter gets the 60-foot clock with the back tires. Vetter got the 60-foot clock with the back tires, and he also had a wind light. It's going to be red light left side, wind light right side. 981, 116, easing back for Trey. Henry Slawinski goes 10-14 at 128. Remember, if you turn on the scoreboard, you get to come back and race tomorrow. Evan Kowalski and Guy Merrill coming at you now. Kowalski, I do believe that's the newest member of the Riverside Transmission Fleet, the Cobalt, and Guy Merrill in the Hugger Orange 68. Super Gas, need you in the staging lanes, please. Super Gas, round number 1, need you in the staging lanes. Ruh-roh. Kowalski's car kind of hiccuped and spit and coughed and fell on its nose. No! Guy Merrill goes 10:07 and breaks out. Kowalski was done, finished, toast, no chance, unless Coy gave it to him. And Coy gave it to him. Evan Kowalski runs 13 seconds, 85 miles an hour, but Guy Merrill broke out. Oh, that's painful. That's painful. Normal point in the left side. In the Cobalt, Matt Hawk in the right. That's Maverick Matt. His dad was kind of a Maverick guy, too. If you're a racer in the Arizona community, you know Matt's dad. That's going to be a win light for the little Maverick, because normal point jumped too soon and left a red one burning on the tree. 1175 on the 64 for Matt, 110 the speed. 968, 136 for normal point, but he went red. Here comes Chuck Stubeck. Let's see if Chuck stands this thing back up. I said earlier when we were qualifying, I said, watch Chuck's car. It always does big wheel stands, and it spun the tires and didn't do a big wheel stand. Ed Niquette over in the right side. The A modified Stalker. Dial 869. I really, really like the Roadrunner. I had a 1970 Roadrunner when I was younger. Mine was like this, only his is nice and mine wasn't. Well, the good news for Chuck Stubeck is he got his wheelie back. The bad news for Chuck Stubeck is he initiated at 8 thousandths of a second too soon. Ed Niquette for the win on the red light, 880 at 148. Now it's going to be Kirsten Ball, the Chief Financial Officer. Want to know where the money went? Ask Kirsten. Len Snyder, the 351 Cleveland-powered Thunderbird. That's a neat car. Len's been racing it a long time. Talked about it earlier in the weekend. Schneider's a long way down there. The 351-inch Ford trying to hold off supercharged Chevrolet. Here comes Kirsten. Finish line. She's not going to get him. Dialed 999, ran 10 flat at 129. And that's good enough. For Kirsten, I don't know if it make you feel better or worse. Dead zero, 8.610, and couldn't get there. Snyder was a tick better on the tree and held her off to the stripe. Here comes the Division 6 champ, Jody Lang, out of Trucktown, Washington State, and Rich Ahrens. Rich had a heartbreaker yesterday when he had a race won. His car stood up and crossed the center line. Rich Ahrens trying to track down one of the best in the biz, Jody Lang, trying to hold on. It's going to be Jody. 1079 on the 1078, 117 the speed. Rich Ahrens got there first by 0.02 of a second. He broke out by 13 thou. Ahrens had about a hun to work with, about a hun. That was it. Super gas, final call. I need you to lanes, please. Final call, super gas to the staging lanes. Here comes Brock Broadus with the V6 in the green Camaro, and Phil Kakuza in the Cobalt. E-automatic over on the right side. That Cobalt rolled off the assembly line and got sent over to East Tex race cars, where it was whopped and chopped and back halved and converted to rear wheel drive. It really is amazing how much room you've got under the hood of one of those cars once you get all that sideways stuff out of the way. Kakuza unfortunately hit the gas too soon and he goes red. The blue car gets a red light, the green car gets the win light, 1240 for Broadus. Didn't need any of it. Won it as soon as the red light came on. Tibor Kadar. Hadn't seen Tibor in a while. Walked in the tower earlier today. Dropping off the old W9. Why? Because he intends to get paid this weekend. I'm going to win money. I need to give you the W9. That's an absolutely beautiful car. He's got Chris Hall in the other lane with his supercharged Copo. The folks at Made Up Motorsports. Tibor, classic Chevrolet. Chris, new gen horsepower. Kadar holds him off. Wow, Chris is going to be really annoyed. He was 001 on a reaction timer. Runs 898. Runs 150 miles an hour. Came up 2 thousandths of a second short. Tibor with 32 on the tree. I thought he was in trouble. But he runs one above the dial. Able to snug Chris 2 thou. Take the win. Jimmy DeFrank on the left side, Tom Nolan in the right. The California Car Cover Company, California Car Duster Machine. And they're off and running. .936 on the 935 for Nolan. Give it to him. Jimmy D, way back of the dial. Predicted an 872, goes 878. Reaction time was just a 5 thou coin flip, but Jimmy couldn't run the number. Tom sends him home. Home. Here comes Justin Lamb and Shelby Williams. Wow. A couple of proud dads down there on the starting line. My kid's going to beat your kid. No, my kid's going to beat your kid. The Rad Torque car for Stone Chevrolet. That's Lamb Chop. The Foggett machine. MBE. That's Shelby. 990 dial on one side. 881 on the other. I can do that math. That's 109. Green and green. Shelby is a long way down the racetrack. Old Camaro, new Camaro. Which Camaro comes back? Double breakout. Justin Lamb wins it. Shelby was 005, got there first and broke out 200. Justin went across second, only broke out by 6 thou, so he comes out on the right side of the math. Sergio Crespo down on the left side. The classic 66 old school Mustang. And Peter Lindbergh in the bright orange Challenger. The number's 26, the color's red. And the race is over. 972. Pete Lindbergh, 134 the speed. Sergio goes 66 on a 69, but Red lit away his chance of the trophy. Moving on. Bill Deavy on the left side, Chad Colford on the right side. Another one of those supercharged loud cars. Cylinder pressure makes noise. Yeah, made a lot of noise, didn't make enough ET. Deavy, 848 on the 846, was holding 3 in reaction time. Runs 2 above the dial. That's a winner. Chad Gulford, 3 above the dial. Wasn't getting there. Yesterday's winner, Billy Maddox, in the right side. Todd Rodberg. I'm sorry, Billy Maddox on the left side. Todd Rodberg on the right side. Todd was a donut winner yesterday. I mean, if you had your choice of win the donut or win the race, which one you want? I know it's not easy to pick. Because, I mean, you know, donuts are like a right now thing. You don't have to wait until the end of the day. You don't have to hang around and get your picture taken or anything like that. You just have a perfect light and come get your donut. Maddox keeps on keeping on. Predicted 923, ran 924. Couple that together with an 018 light, and Todd wasn't going to get inside that. Locked out. 045 on reaction timer. Could not get there. Bring up Roy Craycraft. Cars for sale. You want one of these really loud, really fast, high horsepower supercharged Chevrolet Copos? For sale. Larry Zavala over on the right side. I always wondered if you won the race, would you raise the price or lower the price? Because on the one hand, you know, you could tell everybody, well, it's a proven race winner, so the price is, you know, going up. On the other hand, you know, if you won the race and, you know, you won a bunch of money with it, you might go, you know what, I'll knock $10 off for you. I'll knock $10 off. The Gen 3 out in front of the Gen 5. The 2 Camaros down there, and yep, that one went about the way I thought it was going to. Larry Zavala was 012 on the tree, and Craycraft, I don't know if he flinched or blinked or missed. Let's just say missed. Reaction time started with a 1. Derek Stephen. 68 Classic Nova. GTL automatic, dialed in 1079. And Brina, who holds the record for performance in that Mountain View car, because she got in the thing. They've been racing the thing for a couple of years. She got in it and she said, does the throttle feel weird? And I don't know, it's always been like that. And they looked at it and went, oh yeah, maybe we should fix that. And all of a sudden the car's fast. Imported from Illinois. Brina gets to stay here as long as she keeps winning. If she doesn't win, she's got to go back to the cold country. It's as simple as that. I mean, no pressure or anything. Stefan off and running. That's a whole lot of head start, but that's a whole lot of Camaro closing in. Look at Brina. Can she get there? Yep. 836, 139 for Brina. 014 on the tree. Derek had an 031 light. Not bad, but his car not performing where he needs it to be. Joe Faraday left side, Tim Seymour in the right. No, not a red light. Joe Faraday turned loose too soon by 12 thousandths of a second. Tim Seymour for the win, 921 at 141 miles an hour. Faraday 12th out red. Darn it. Darn it. Here comes John Dorley. John Dorley went all the way to the final round last night. All the way to the final round. He would like to do that again tonight. It'll actually be tomorrow, but you get the idea. Toby Torres would like to stop John Dorley. Let him head home a little early, if possible. Ruh-roh. Toby Torres let the smoke out. Win light for John Dorley. Neither driver is going to brag about reaction time, but John Dorley is going to get the win, and Toby let the smoke out down there. We're taking a quick look. They're obviously going to take a look at the car when it rolls around the corner down there, and they're checking out on the racetrack. Smoke is always scary, but it doesn't always mean that we got a mess. We got Jared Jordan waiting patiently in the left lane here. He's going to be a solo. He was the number 1 qualifier. And there's an odd number of cars, so number 1 qualifier earns the bye run. And we got Super Gas at the ready line. And for Jared, and I talked about this car earlier, but while it's a little quiet out there, you see the 512 on the rear quarter panel? That's cubic inches. It is a V10, 1 year only, NHRA only. They didn't even build a street version of the V10. But it's a really neat hot rod. All right, good news. Looks like all's well down there. Jordan going to take the solo run. The old V10 humming along. 921, 146 miles an hour. We're going to send our 170 Demon down one more time. A little ride-along program, part of the things you can do at the Radford Driving School here. The street-legal, ridiculously overpowered Demon. Why not? Why not? $982, 141 miles an hour, and you can drive that thing to Circle K if you want. All right, Super Gas at the ready line. Round number 1, Super Gas will trim the field in half. Brent McKinney on the left side, that's the Corvette. Tim Vargas on the right side, that's the Chevelle. One of them gets to come back. One of them doesn't. Both of them are green. Problems down there for Vargas. He slows. Now, had the practice run this morning, he didn't get a clean run down the racetrack either. McKinney eases back to a 999. 999. Last time I heard that many nines was when I asked my German grandmother if I could have another cookie. 999. Russ Ginger. Way too spendy. Seafoam Products for the Dodge Aspen and Mike Boner. Chevrolet powered Thunderbird over on the right side. Red light, Russ Ginger. 004 is the number. Red is the color. Mike is the winner. 9908 for Mike. Save that for when you need it. Ginger goes 986, 164. And now we got Trent Langen. Wasn't Trent the run for the money winner the other day? I believe he was. Craig Henderson. In the right side for the City Tavern. Hey, as long as it's a tavern. City Tavern, Country Tavern, Backwoods Tavern. My favorite tavern? The State Line Bar in either Kentucky or Tennessee. Either one. 9907 for Trent. That's a winner. 141 the speed. 992 at 153 for Craig. There's actually a State Line Bar just south of Adairville, Kentucky, that it sits on the state line between Kentucky and Tennessee. And if you're thinking, okay, so what? Wait, I'll get to that. Ed Olpen on the left side, John Filippi on the right. It sits literally on the state line. There is a line painted on the floor down the middle of the place that's blue on one side and orange on the other. Right? Kentucky, Tennessee. Down to the stripe they go. Olpen on the brakes. And he gave up the stripe. 991, 155 for John Filippi. He's going to win it. Olpen had the better bulb. Goes 994 to 165 and made the wrong choice down at the stripe. Keith Winters on the left side. Ryan Smith in the right. Okay, so there are two doors separated by a couple of feet on the front of the building. One of them is in Tennessee. One of them is in Kentucky. But once you get inside, the building's wide open. You can walk back and forth, no problem. Here's the funsy part. One moment, please. Throttle stops doing their thing. They come off, they turn loose, they charge down to the other end. 9904, that's going to be a winner. Ryan Smith had the better light, runs dead on forward, 149. Keith Winters with 043, 991, had no chance. So here's the deal. When you are on the Kentucky side, you're in a dry county. Not allowed to sell alcohol. When you're on the Tennessee side, it's not a dry county. They are allowed to sell alcohol. So the bars in Tennessee, the dartboard, the pool table, that kind of stuff, it's in Kentucky. You can buy your beer in Tennessee and then walk over to Kentucky and throw darts or shoot pool, no problem. But if you're in Kentucky and order another round, they can't bring it to you. You have to go to Tennessee and get it. Don Shanks, 003, R-E-D. Brian Fritz with the automatic win. And 991, 143 miles an hour for Brian. Won it before he moved. Now, I haven't been down there in a long time, but I'm assuming it's still there. It was the 10 TENN-Tucky State Line Bar. It's a great place to go after you've knocked down 500 acres of hay. Because I've done that too. I'm a really good tractor driver. Yeah, just give me a little cooler and give me a little radio and get out of the way. Kevin Romfo on the left side, Mike Wiblishauser in the right. Topless Corvettes a pair. Double breakout comes up this time. 009 for Kevin Romfo. He gave up the stripe and takes the win. Mike Wilbershauser had a 27 light, got there first, ran 987. Romfo, with a couple hundred in his pocket, 989 for the win. Ryan Giacone on the left side now, and Marv Weeb in the right. $991, that's going to be a winner for Ryan Giacone. Marv, $984. Wow, he got there first by way too much. Well, they have a Facebook page, so I guess that means they're still in business. How about that? How about that? How about that? How many places have you been where they have a different set of laws on one side of the building than on the other? Sounds like a place I worked when I was 20. Pete Zach on the left, Mike Miller on the right. Coming at you. At you, at you, at you. $9,900 for the win for Pete Zach. Mike Miller's going to be hating himself when he sees that one. Oh, he got there first by 300, broke out by 5 thou, and he had the better light. Pete Zach threw an egg up on the scoreboard. Turned it into a winner. Mark Price, Jerry Colton. A race to the red light. We saw this like 7 times in Super Comp. Both drivers leave early in eliminations. The one that leaves the earliest gets the red light. That's what happened. Mark Price goes 0-15, gets the red light. If he'd have shut his car off and never moved, he would have won. Because Jerry Colton left early as well. But when Jerry left, Mark had already turned on the red light, so Jerry got the green. Because in eliminations, you only get one red. You only get one. Don Cruz on the left side, Ray Cordero on the right. It'll drying up a little spot down there on the starting line, and we'll continue on. Ray taking care of business for the win there. 991, 161 miles an hour. Don Cruz fell way off the pace down there and paid the price. Peter Yoon. I really like that Peter Yoon car. That thing's street legal. The parachute kind of gives away that it's fast, but I think he takes that off when he's on the street. I think. Could be wrong. Lorene Rogers driving Punch's car. I guess Punch decided not to race it this weekend, so she just did the borrowing. Did the borrowing? Yeah, okay. That's you know, English is a second language. Gibberish is a second language. 10:03 for the win to a 10:08. Peter Yoon, not sure what's going on with his car. He was 13 seconds in the practice run. He was 10:09 there. That car will easily run the number. Looks like he's just missing a little something. Doreen taking care of business. Dan Moore in the copper-colored 67 Camaro, the hockey stick stripe. Greg Martin on the right side, the Lumina. Both drivers away. I'm telling you, right place, right time. How many times do I have to tell you? It's the right place at the right time kind of sport. Man, a lot of brake lights down there. 992 to 995. Winner Dan. 006 to 007. Both drivers doing their job on the tree. 995, however, for Greg Martin. And you saw the brake lights come on for Dan Moore. He's like, he's not coming, he's not coming, he's not coming. Okay. Here comes Greg Ventura and PD. Pete Booth. Yesterday's big winner. Hughes Performance decals on the side of that Porsche. There's not a whole lot of really competitive Porsches in NHRA, not on Lucas Drag Racing Series anyway. I mean, there is this one, Keith Mayer, out on the East Coast. I just like the guys that do things a little different, you know, a little different. Ventura's got 2 of those Chevy 2s, by the way. They both are beautiful. Side by side down to the stripe, and well, Pete's win streak ends at 1 race. 992 to a 993. Again, both drivers doing their job on the starting line. They're separated by a thou. Pete, 993. Greg, 992. Reaction time was 12 to a 13. Margin of victory was 11. Crazy. Top dragster. Attention in the pits. Top dragster. Come on down. We need you to staging lanes. Top dragster. Round number 1. Come on, come on. John Dexter in left. Gary Hasselbrock in the right. Ugh. Whenever it looks like a bracket race, you do not want to be the guy that left second. I mean, I don't want to say I told you so, but, well, look at the scoreboards. 993 got there in front of a 987. That's one of the real difficult parts of racing in the .90 categories. If you mess it up on a starting line, the other guy can bury it. There's nothing you can do about it. You can't outpower him. You can't outrun him. There's nothing you can do about it. One mistake and you're done. Bill Dennis, left side. Mark Philbrick in the right. The flamed Cadillac XLR. Right place, right time. Bill Dennis was 004, had no chance to win. Philbrick goes perfect, taking 1 thou. That's mean. That perfect reaction time, taking 1 thou at the stripe. Mark, come get a bag of donuts for your bag of donuts. How'd you like to be built at 004? He's got no chance. Nothing. Nothing you can do about it. Perfect taking a thou. You know what we need? We need some "you're a real meanie" stickers. We could give them to guys like that. Because that's mean. Mean, mean, mean. Val Torres for the win here, 992. At 160 miles an hour. Mark Yeager, 12 reaction time. Actually had a little bit of room, but just a little. Torres was 008 and got down there and decided to let him have the stripe. Yeager broke out. Trip, zip, perfect, taking 001. That's the big old meanie. Big old meanie. Bill Packard left. Paul Prang right. The Messier Performance. Very patriotic red, white, and blue Corvette. Against Bill. How long has Bill been racing this Vega? I mean, a long time. Trust me on this. Long time. The question now is how much longer is he going to be racing it this weekend? Will he continue? And he will. 994 to a 994. 008. Bill Packard, 994 for the win. Again, Paul Prang, not bad at 018. But 994 was not the number he was looking for. 152 miles an hour crossing stripe, never got there. Mike Lang in the left side, Gary McNaka. I understand Gary's having a birthday tomorrow. A little birdie told me. I was also told that he's actually older than Kevin Humard. Do you believe that? I know, right? I didn't know anybody was older than Kevin Humard. I mean, you know, Moses, but... Oh, man. Don't let Mike see the time slip. Don't let Mike see the time slip. Gary McNaka's 195 reaction time, 1081 after the car about quit on the starting line and he won it. Because Lang went red and then dead 4. Gary, happy birthday. That's your present. That's your present. John Perino on the left side. That little Altered's for sale if you're looking for a 27T. Davey Adams on the right side. The Benz. $993 beats $993. You don't exactly need a PhD in SG to know who had the better RT, do you? Do you? Remember earlier we had 005 locked out. John Perino was 031. He was in charge and won the race on a hole shot. Crazy. Steve Williams and Brad Pierce, you guys really did a bad job of pulling into the staging lanes. Round number 1, for those of you who don't know, in the .90 categories, is a random draw. You just pull in, and whoever you drive in next to, okay, you race him, you race her, you match up with that guy. I don't believe either one of these two left the trailer going, okay, this is who I want to race, because that's a couple of big hitters. I mean, I guess you got to beat them all sooner or later, but as a general rule, First round isn't when you go after a guy like that. Well, here's what I know for sure. Steve Williams is going home. 10:04, 118 for Brad Pierce. Both cars left the starting line clean. You could see Steve's car, the K&N machine, never came up off the throttle stop. And he just eased on down to 15 seconds. Brad Pierce is not the guy that's going to make that mistake down at the finish line. He's going to realize, ain't nobody in the other lane. I need to slow down, stay on the safe side of the 90, come back and race tomorrow. Top dragster, I need you to the lanes, please. Top dragster to the lanes. Brings up Tim Parker in the left side, Mike Blodgett in the right. Parker, one of the Colorado players, in his topless Corvette Roadster. I'm looking at the Z28 emblems, but I'm pretty sure that's not a real Z28. Pretty sure. Have to check the numbers. But I don't think it is. Blodgett, I'm pretty sure that's a Vega. And that Vega has been around a long time. I mean, I guess technically all Vegas have been around a long time, but you know what I'm saying, right? Tim Parker goes James Bond Red, 007. 989 for the win, 140 miles an hour for Blodgett, 992 for Parker. 175 at that red light. That was end of day. And here comes Paul Lorton in the flamed old school Roadster. Steve Parsons in the right side. Parsons in the Camaro, topless Roadster. It's going to be a breakout for Parsons. Had the bulb, ran 974. Hello, Steve. Hello, Steve. 992, 136 for Paul Lorton. Paul had to be down there wondering, where is he going? And please keep going. And wherever you're going, get there in a hurry. Keep going. Randy Bowers on the left side. Mike Boehner in the right. Boehner, another good run. One of the big hitters out here in this part of the world. Runner-up in the division last year. A little different look on the car this year. And trying to figure out, I mean, I don't hate it, but I'm trying to figure out if I love it or if I'm just like, I mean, you know, Randy Bowers, 001, taking 12 thou. Wrong. Boehner, 006, crossing second, right. Double breakout, comes out on the right side of the mouth by 7 thou. They both run 986, but Randy Bowers, 001, put the nose out in front by 12 thousandths of a second, and that was the wrong choice on that run. Needs to be out in front by 5 thousandths of a second for the win. Jesse Cerna in left. Larry Scarth in the right. And Larry got a gift. Larry's been like struggling on the tree in the Corvette, and I don't think I'm telling you anything he wouldn't tell you. I think he would tell you exactly the same thing. He has been struggling a little bit on the tree in this car. But Jesse turned it red for him, so dead on 6 at 163 for Larry for the win. 991, 162 for Jesse. But a red bulb on this end. Jerry Denton left. Gary Cook right. Team cooking. Team Roadstable. Half a windshield. We call it a Roadstable because Convertistor would be stupid. I'm going to have to go on eBay and list my flip phone and tire gauge. Telling you. Got to be worth something. Corvette's a pair, separated by a couple of generations. 9902 Jerry Denton. Gary Cook 008. Jerry Cook in charge of the race. He got down to the other end and gave up the stripe by 1,000th of a second. Jerry Denton wins it dead 2. Dave Thompson, left. Daryl Mitchell, right. Like that. Double breakout, 988 to a 984. If that's going to be the math, you want to be the 88. Daryl Mitchell for the win. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Competition Eliminator, we already told you you would run tomorrow. Sportsman Motorcycle, you will run tomorrow. And Top Sportsman, you will run tomorrow. So here's the deal, race fans. I got Top Dragster in the staging lanes behind Super Gas. We're going to finish Super Gas round 1. I got Top Dragster, which is 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour players. And then we've got our alcohol finals, and we're going to call it a night. Get out here early enough on a Saturday evening that we can all go have a beer and a burger or a whatever, and we'll come back tomorrow. But we're going to run Top Dragster, we're going to run our alcohol finals, and then we're going to put it to bed. Roger Cotto was perfect earlier, and he was red this time. Dave Gotts, 007 for the Maui-style win. Whoa, 007 9900. Oh, save that. Cotto was 991. He had the car where he wanted it. Just needed a green light. Needed a green light. Roger Knapp driving the Chrysler LeBaron. And Paul Weichman. Paul has been racing for 57 years. All of them in this Corvette. He built that car 30 years before Chevrolet even thought of it. I'm telling you, he's a visionary. A visionary. 995. Paul for the win. Roger flinched on the tree and paid for it at the other end of the racetrack. Simple as that. So comp, motorcycles, Top Sportsman. See you tomorrow. Team Yeoman over there on the right side. Team Morris over here on the left side. Oh, and a red light start. Morris by a Hun. Ken Yeoman. Come on and get your free ride. Free ride, free ride. 992 at 161 miles an hour. 987 for Ryan. Didn't matter. Once that red light was on, he was done. John McCone and Martin Lamas. Easing their way in. McCone driving the Corvette. Lamas over there in the 34 Chevy. Lamas off the throttle stop, and he's off and running. But watch John McCone. John pulls up alongside, and wow, 9901. Martin had the better reaction time, but he ran 994, and that left too much room. John McCone runs down there and sticks a wheel on him. 9901 for the win, 161 miles an hour. Rob Neighbor left. Larry Bradshaw right. Looks like our alcohol cars are starting to push out from under the awning. Well, we can see the end of Super Gas. And then we got round 1 of Top Dragster. And then we'll have the alcohol finals. Call it a night. Good. I need a good night's sleep after last night. I got out here so late. And then the bar stayed open so late. Then the alarm went off so early. The Iron Eagle is Larry Bradshaw. Topless Corvette is Rob Neighbor. That is gently, gently, gently pulling into the stage beam. And that is a green light. And that is a win light. 9908. Larry Bradshaw. That's a winner. 167 miles an hour. Neighbor got down there and fed him the stripe. Bradshaw had a reaction advantage of 0.04 of a second. Ends up running dead on 8, even though he got more than he wanted down there. Dead on 8. Tony Manning, Big Tony as they call him, in the Corvette. Hank Pramov in the Vega. It's going to be a 994 for the win. 137, that's going to be Hank. Tony had a 005 light. That part was good. Tony got there first. That part wasn't good. 989.9. He got there first by 0.05 of a second. If he gets there 1 thou, all he needed to do is back up 1 thou for the win. Sometimes 1,000th of a second can ruin your whole day. Or sometimes it can make your whole day. Kevin Bryles on the left side, Brandon Dolezal. The Team Torco machine. Whoa, the dart is for sale? I like darts. I like that dart. I'll have to check my funds. 942. Kevin, I got a question for you. Where are you going? 942 against an, I mean, he's no Chad Axford, but come on, who is, right? Brandon Dolezal goes 10:24. I guarantee you, Brandon was thinking the same thing. He's sitting in his car going, I don't know where he's going, but keep going. Yeah, have at it. Yeah, have fun. Yeah. Chad, who set low ET of Super Comp earlier today. I bet that'll stand for the season, as a matter of fact. Rick Marcy on the left side, Bill Bathello in the right. They're in, they're set, they're off. Separated 3 thou at this end. Dead on 2 at that end. 158, Rick Marcy for the win. Bathello goes 992. After he's 0-19 on the tree. So Rick will get to come back and play again tomorrow, and Bill will head back towards Smith, Nevada. Looks like we got a pair and a single. Evan Kowalski left, Joe Galati right. The Galati clan wants to celebrate again because they had a big celebration when he won that W.W. Williams shootout earlier in the day. The only little pesky thing standing in their way is Evan Kowalski. Evan, who is in charge of making sure the bathrooms are clean at Riverside Transmission over there in California. That and stocking the trophy case. He's pretty good at both. Winner gets to come back tomorrow. And whoever doesn't win, I guess the next time we'll see you is Las Vegas. Maybe Pono for the Nationals, but Galati's got the nose out in front. He's trying to hold on. Double breakout, and Galati gets the win. 989.6 for the win, 989.3, and that time it was Evan Kowalski that needed a little bit more brake pedal. If Evan backs up 0.04 of a second, he could have come out on the right side of the math. If only you knew that. Closing in on the stripe. It's like, can I have that information earlier, please? No. Chris Nafzinger, last car down the racetrack. Nafzinger on the solo run. 996, 170 miles an hour. All righty, we got top dragster back in the lanes. And then we got our alcohol finals, and we're going to call it a night. It's been a fun day of racing. Fun day of racing. A couple little glitches, but for the most part, it's been a fun day of racing. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. If you were a winner in a W.W. Williams shootout today, and that's either this one or the year end that we finished up, if you were a winner in the W.W. Williams shootout, we would like to have you bring your car up for photos, please. The winner circle is in the staging lanes, and there should be enough room back there. You can get past the top dragsters, come up, and we'll get everybody lined up and get in the staging lanes. That way we can make it official. That way you can have it framed and put it on the wall and give it to your sponsors. And thank everybody from W.W. Williams. But our W.W. Williams shootout winners from earlier in the day, we're about ready to start running top dragster. And if you would be so kind to head on up this direction, get some pictures taken. We're going to let the track safety team do a little cleanup, do a little sweep up, and get the racetrack ready. 200-mile-an-hour bracket racing coming at you in top dragster. And then we'll find out who's going to get the first alcohol trophies of the year. And then your announcer is going to have a beer. That's the run of show. Race fans, we'll be running the rest of these cars tomorrow to conclusion. If you enjoyed your day hanging out here at the drag and you want to come back tomorrow, feel free. We'd love to have you. I do believe the
Thank you so much, John.
I do believe the ticket price tomorrow same as it was today, but we're going to be out here most of the day battling it out with the sportsman cars and putting this thing in the history books, and everybody will catch their breath. Next stop on the NHRA Tour, Gainesville, Florida. The Hatchlings next week. Then the Gators. Then we head back west. And we'll be back here for the Arizona Nationals again in April. And I cannot tell you how glad I am that we will be back here for another Arizona Nationals. I don't know if we got any NASCAR fans out there, but I'm a big NASCAR fan. How about this? Xfinity today at Atlanta. Austin Hill for the win, but Shane Van Gisbergen finished third. Breaking news. Dude's good. Oh, here's shocking news. The Craftsman Truck Series won by Kyle Busch. Crazy. Kyle Busch winning a truck race. Who saw that coming? Oh, that's right. Everybody. Oh. Jesse Love, who had such a great run at Daytona a week ago, dominated, ran out of gas, leading the field to green for a green-white checkered. I was like, come on, man, really? That's one thing you don't have to worry about in NHRA. Almost never does somebody run out of gas during the race. Mike Rice did one time, but, you know. It happened. The guy in the other lane had gone red, and his car quit. And he said, as soon as it quit, I thought, oh, crap, I was supposed to top the tank off and forgot. Yeah, oops. No, it's definitely not good when a nitro car runs out of fuel. A nitro car runs out of fuel, we usually pick the body up over in the Radford parking lot. When they run out of gas, they go kablooey. Spray rig going down and back, putting a little sticky stuff on the racetrack. Hey, reminder, tomorrow, racers, if you're going to miss your normal Sunday worship services, RFC Chapel going to have two services, one at 7:15, the other at 8 o'clock. They will both be lakeside over there, if you'd like to stop by. See Mr. Steyer, we'd love to have you. Again, I know a lot of racers come out here and camp, and that makes it unable for you to catch your normal Sunday services. Top drags. Somebody's got to warn me when those loud cars are coming. Those loud cars scare me. Mark Colton over here on the left side. By the Dunes Storage. That's a great place to have a storage facility. By the Dunes. So everybody can just leave their toys and come home. Geneva Nash over on the right side, the Gambler. There's something about a supercharged gas burner, right? Don't just let it rump, 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 rump. Geneva's dialed in 620. Mark Holden is going to get a 1.11 second head start. 1 and 1 and 1. And then Geneva's going to be really charging down. These drivers all utilize crosstalk. Top bulbs come on the tree at the same time. You ever watch the tree from the backside where you can see both of the yellows? Everybody said, wait a minute, that was kind of weird. It's all with electronics. It's magic. Magic, I tell you. $36-car field, 18 pairs getting ready to come at you. 18 drivers come back tomorrow. 18 drivers will pack up and head home. Was I hearing things, or did Colton's car sound like it coughed when it came up on the enhancer? Oh, Geneva. Had the reaction advantage, 0.06 of a second. Took a 1/10.5 to break out by 2 thou. Looking at her qualifying numbers, though, she was down 15 solid mile an hour. Broke out by 2 thou. Mark Colton was not getting there. Mark Colton had one chance to win that race, and that is if Geneva made a mistake. Fortunately for Mark, Geneva made a mistake. Here comes Mike McBrayer, the Superman car. Chad Axford over on the right side. Remember Chad Axford from earlier in Supercomp? He set low ET of Supercomp because his Supercomp car runs 2 seconds faster than his top dragster. Well, it's a brand new car, and he once wanted to make a test run, and he, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Axford screaming down the Boulevard Hill, hold on, 7-11. At 181 miles an hour, 631 for Mike McBrayer, but the difference in that race was a 003 light to an 078 light. Axford 6 above the dial, coasting across for the win, 631 for McBrayer, but he was late, couldn't get there. That's one of the Weens mobiles over on the right side. Tom Molinari. Now, interestingly enough, Tom Molinari's car was on fire in the staging lanes. Literally, when they fired it up for the last round, had a fuel leak and had a massive fire. They were able to get it squared away. Nothing damaged that they couldn't fix. So he's got it back up here, dialed in 625. The Ted Weens Tire and Auto Service car in the right side. Ted staying home, keeping the business running. The girls out here. Both of them get off the mark clean. Loud cars, 656 for the win. Tom Molinari goes 626, 047 on the tree. 13th out at the finish line stripe. So Brianna Wayne's making it happen. They're in round number 1. Reed Taylor now. In top dragster, anything that doesn't have a roof and doors runs in top dragster. So a roadster and altered, and they would just call those dragsters just for fun. So why not build a 125-inch altered with an Alan Johnson blown Hemi on alcohol? Because everybody's got a dragster. Mo Trujillo over on the other side. Down from Happy Valley, Oregon. Inside ready. Mo's off and running. Here comes Reed Taylor. Not going to get him. Wow. Mo Trujillo with a 001 reaction time. Runs dead on 3. Out in front by a mile. When he's going to look at that time slip, he's going to go, okay, I might have got away with one. He was 10 miles an hour off his qualifying pace, but was still only safe by 4 thousandths. I guess you take them where you can get them. Paul Rolandelli now comes up in the left side. The Napa Auto Parts team for Fisher Tools. Dialed in at 770. Taylor Weens in the right side. She's going to try to join her sister in the next round. We saw Brianna just a couple of runs ago. Ted Weens Tire and Auto Centers, 964 stores in the Las Vegas area. Or they will come visit you at the track if you get up there and are in need. If you are a W.W. Williams winner, would you please bring a car to the winner's circle? I want to get some pictures taken of all the W.W. Williams winners, whether you're a this week winner or if you're a year-end winner. They had one around the corner they wanted to hold up for just a second, take a look at, so that's why we're holding up here. And then we'll get back after it. Taylor's predicting 6.4 seconds. Paul is predicting 7.7 seconds. Without breaking out my abacus, that's a 1.3 second head start. Almost a full Christmas tree. Just waiting for him to top in to say, A-OK. We got alcohol cars rolling into the lanes. Top dragster. Then our alcohol finals. And we'll call it a night. Come back and start all over again tomorrow. See the flashing lights in there. I guess I must have misheard. I thought they said we're cleared off down here, but still see some flashing red lights down at the end of the racetrack, so we'll let them take care of what they want to do. Now they tell us we're cleared away. Might have just been a simple case of somebody stopping a little short. You come down there in the top dragster, and you got to make sure you got room so somebody doesn't come around the corner and parachute the guy. Because that's no fun. None at all. Zero fun. We got nitrous oxide on the left side. We got a side slung blower in the right. As Paul Rolandelli will be off and running. And Taylor will be on the chase. I do believe Paul Rolandelli put the wrong numbers in the box. 672 for Taylor for the win. 177 miles an hour. Rolandelli either forgot to let go of the button or literally had the wrong numbers in the box. Reaction time started with a 3. When your reaction time starts with a 3, your time ticket starts with an L. 789, 170 miles an hour. And I guarantee he was sitting in there, he saw the green light come on, and he went, oh, man, because there's nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. Andy Spiegel, the engine builder, the SRE car. Line it up here in the left lane. Looks like he's going to roll in here on a solo. Wasn't supposed to have any solos, so I guess somebody was unable to answer the bell. .658, 204 miles an hour for Andy Spiegel, just driving her on down the boulevard. Roger Comstock rolled in left side now, and Hannah Cook, Roger the MTS car. Comstock. Apparently they ran out of fish in Costa Rica because that's where he's been hanging out for the last, 3 years. Hannah Cook on the right side. Dialed in 635. Another one of the side slung blower cars over there. Roger turns loose. 5 Hun too soon. Red light left side, wind light right side. Hannah 632. Hannah 214. Hannah. See you tomorrow. Roger's going to start thinking he should have stayed on the boat. It was Mallory Reese and James Warden. Two different supercharged machines, different style, roots on top. That's Mallory. Centrifugal side mount. That's Warden. Warden is dialed on the floor, 6.10. Johnny talked about earlier the fact that you run quicker than a 6.10. The run will be disallowed. If you run 5.99, you will be disqualified from the event. I touched on a little bit earlier. The reason for that is simple. As you get quicker and faster, different safety rules and different tech specifications come into play. Like if you got a car that's certified to 10 seconds, you run 9 seconds, well, you need to go get your car recertified. Once you break into the fives, you've got a whole new set of certifications that have to be met. So top dragster is not allowed to go that fast. 6.10 leaves you a window to break out without being disqualified. You can see that coming. 6.12, 228 miles an hour, but James Warden, the car lurched into beams. And that moved him far enough forward that it left red. Mallory missed the tree. You don't often get away with a 225 light, but you do when your opponent lurches the beam and goes red, and that's exactly what happened there. Joe Glenwinkle now for Olhausen Billiard Supply. I can't believe he's got a 1 ball inside. Wouldn't you think like a billiard guy would have like an 8 ball or a 9 ball? We were doing Schoolhouse Rock earlier in the weekend. Remember Naughty Number 9? That was the billiard thing, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Kendra Larson in the right side. They're not doing a lot of farming up in Minnesota right now, so the Larson Club gang, especially the West Coast version, are all out here playing around in Phoenix. They're in and ready. .627, 216 miles an hour. Glenwinkle goes right on by. They were separated by 1 Hun on reaction time. And then Kendra runs 7.04. Glenwinkle runs 27 on a 24. So they're both 3 above the dial. In essence, the difference at the start was the difference at the finish. 100th in reaction time turns into 14,000s at the other end. Taylor Vetter in the green Redline oil car. Doesn't it sound funny to say the green Redline oil car? Team Torco. Saw her earlier in her alcohol dragster and some kind of, it sounded like electrical gremlin took her out of competition. She's going to try to take out her frustrations on Randy Dahlberg. Randy over on the right side, who was dialed in at 6.70, going to be off and running. Down the stripe they go. Difference at this end, 0.05 of a second. Difference at that end, 0.03 of a second. Taylor got there first, broke out, 6.15 on a 6.18. Randy Dahlberg, 6.71 on a 6.70. Taking care of business. Taylor had a little bit of room, and I mean a little bit, to try to sneak into. Couldn't quite get there. This car's cool just because it's different. How about a 540-inch twin-turbo silent monster? That is Don London's car. And this thing really runs. Where's our Team Hurricane boys? There's a couple of small block top dragsters that normally run out here on the West Coast. Conspicuously absent here this weekend. Rick Milanazzo on the right side. Rolling down here from Colorado. Blower? I don't need no blower. Turbo? I don't need no turbo. A little extra oxygen? Yeah, we got that in a bottle. A little nitrous oxide. More oxygen, more power. Listen to the turbo car spooling up. Thing about London's car, you can't hear him coming. You can't hear it coming down there. 6.15, 220 miles an hour. Don London runs right on the money. Honey takes a stripe, takes the win. Milanazzo, not bad at 14. Not bad at 1 above the dial, but not good enough in that side-by-side pair. That'll bring up Kevin Kleinweber here on the left side, driving the Mark Simmons car. Got the blower parked right down behind his back. Kleinweber, the multi-time national event winner, division champ out of Hughes Performance. And Kleinweber is pulling off. Something happened down there at the end of the burnout that Kevin didn't like, and he just wanted to get out of the way. We appreciate the fact that he is thinking of his fellow racers, wanting to get the car out of the way, off the track, and not mess up Terry White. Terry White is going to pick up a bag of donuts on his solo run and then shuts off to a 750. But he had the race won as soon as he knew there was nobody in the other lane. So Terry White, you got a bag of donuts coming. I might have to do some donut shopping before tomorrow. Steve Will and Dylan Howe. Steve, who's in the trucking and logging business, no matter what he does, and unless he makes like a big late career move, he'll never be as fast as his kid. Well, one of his kids anyway. His daughter Hillary, former top fuel racer and national event winner. His other daughter Kim still races out here, but she apparently decided to take this weekend off. Dylan over on the right side, the Mr. Rags paint, a tribute to his grandfather, who ran a uniform company and raced alcohol dragsters back in the day. Steve, one of the quicker cars, dialed in 613. Dylan's going to get one bulb and one hun, dialed in 664. Winner gets to come back tomorrow. As both drivers gently nudge their way into the beams. Dylan trying to hold on. He's going to hold on. 667, 196 miles an hour. Steve Will goes by him, goes 610 on the 13. The 225, he was down about 10 mile an hour, but didn't scrub quite enough. Went by, broke out. Dylan Howe. See you tomorrow. Tony Giardino rolling in now on the left side, and Jeff Conley. Conley, the Landmark Iron guy, and he is dialed in on the floor at 610. The Big Inch. Free breathing big block over here on the left side, dialed in 651. So not a ton of handicap here. A little bit less than one bulb on the tree. .612 for the win. You could hear Conley easing back off the throttle down there. Pulled up alongside Giardino. He's 12 on the tree, which is pretty good. He was out in front at the finish line by less than 1,000th. Tony Giardino got there second, broke out by 3 thousandths. He could not win the race. And Conley, you could hear him off the throttle down there, cruising on by. Margin, 0008. Mike Mendenhall now on the left side. And George Slatton. And looks like we might have had one go a little deep out there. So it shouldn't be long. I understand they just have a vehicle down there they need to get moved, and once they do that, we'll be back into it. Just a couple more cars back here behind the tower, and then the alcohol machine's ready to rock. Hey, racers, just a quick heads up. If you are either headed out tonight for good or if you're going to head out for dinner or something like that, you'll need to come through Gate 2, and Gate 2 is the one. Head start goes to the right. Couple pairs left. Alcohol at the ready line. George Slatton goes 008 and then breaks out a ton. 620 for the win for Mendenhall. He missed the tree, ran 620 and got a gift. Now, to be fair, Slatton did not get a clean run down the racetrack in qualifying. So he was coming in dialed a little bit on the blind side, but he predicted a 740, ran 731, and that's that. Jennifer Weens now. She is mom of the Weens girls. Lined up over here on the left side. Top 10 player from last year. And Baruch Lamas from Hermosillo Won yesterday, broke the transmission yesterday, called his shop in Hermosillo, Mexico, and told somebody, get that spare and get it to Phoenix. They drove all night to put him back on track. And after winning yesterday, Baruch goes red today. Jennifer Weens for the win, 6:17 at 2:27. Baruch goes 6:30 at 215 miles an hour, but Lamas will not forget his weekend in Phoenix. He picked up his first NHRA Wally, closing the deal yesterday. John Richardson now, the MSI, Maintenance Services Team. Is that really Nick Janik? I thought Peyton was driving that car the other day. As a matter of fact, I know Peyton was driving that car the other day. That car in the right lane, when we were here on Thursday, did a huge wheel stand, came slamming back down, and broke the front A-arms. It has obviously been repaired. It now has a wheelie bar. And they're telling me that Nick is driving it, not PJ. Well, either way, John Richards is going to be the one that comes back tomorrow. 6:36 for the win, 6:79 on the 680. Janik gets there first by a tenth and a half. 200 miles an hour. I think he figured John Richardson was going to be coming about 220 or so and just put his head down. Richardson wasn't going to get there, cut him loose, and gets the win. Final car, Cody Weber, out of Sherway Machine. Cody was to have run John Freer, but if you're here earlier, you remember John Freer blowed her up. But he still has his spot on the ladder, and that means Cody gets a free trip to Sunday. Puts a 23 on the tree, puts a 656 on the scoreboard. Dialed pretty soft, but when nobody's in the other lane, does it really matter? Does it really? All right, we got Alcohol Dragster at the ready line. They're going to be rolling around a corner. Final round. Somebody's about to take the nationwide point lead because this is the first regional of the year. And then somebody will tie them tomorrow because they're running at No Problem Raceway down in Belrose, Louisiana for the Division 4 or Southern Region opener. And then we'll all go to Gainesville. We have a jet car?
We do.
Where did we get a jet car?
It landed about 5 minutes ago.
Really? I never even saw him come in.
Oh, it was at the Chevron. I'm sorry. It was at the Chevron. Heard we were running.
Oh, is it the Chevron?
Yeah, he wanted to run too. Is that
It was
right?
over at the Chevron. They were filling it up with diesel fuel or something.
Those things run on Chevron gas? Huh.
So I dragged him over here.
Who knew?
Good job, Chuck. I'm so proud.
Hey, jet. I love jet cars.
Tow him over the Demon?
Huh?
You tow him over the 170?
I love jet cars.
You're not hurting my car.
Exactly.
Johnny Otten, injected nitro car, going to line up over here on the left side of the racetrack, or the Firebird lane, the Radford lane, or the right side. Going to be your number one qualifier,
Or from
Sean Cowie.
and drove down. Turned.
Wow.
We just locked all those gates. So.
I think it's awesome we have a jet car. I wish I'd have thought of that. I'm usually a good idea guy, but that one got away from me. Ten cars attempted to qualify. 8 got invited to come back and race. We're down to the final 2. Anybody that's followed the sport for any time knows one run, anything's possible. Anything's possible. And for Johnny and Al Otten, struggled a little bit in qualifying.
Red funny car. The red one.
But they keep getting another shot and another shot and another shot to make the car quicker, to make the car faster. The performance has not been what that car's capable of. We all know that. Even Sean Cowie knows that. Sean knows if they've figured out what the choke is, it's been stuck on that thing, that they can definitely step up. But to be fair, Sean Cowie has had the best car in the dragster field. #1 qualifier with a teen. He's the only one that's been down there. He's had low ET the first 2 runs as well. As a matter of fact, conditions were pretty darn close to this last night. So let's see if Sean decides to crank this thing up again. Or if he decides to just stick with those 20s. Run a 25 and Johnny Ott can outrun that, let him have it. I've been around long enough that I can remember when injected nitro cars were almost a novelty. It's really a pretty simple equation. You've got to burn more fuel to make more power. And if you're thinking to yourself, well, duh. The problem with nitro cars since the beginning of time has been magnetos strong enough to fire the nitro. Every single performance improvement in nitro cars in the past 70 years, and I'm not that old, has been better magnetos. Well, once they got good enough magnetos to fire the injected nitro cars, all of a sudden, they became very competitive. And we're talking 20 years ago when this happened. I mean, it's not like it happened overnight. But it's still one of the most fun classes, I think, in all of NHRA to watch the 2 different combinations go at it. Because there are some who would never put nitro in anything, no matter what. And there are some who would never put a blower on anything, no matter what. Johnny Otten, the Los Angeles fireman in the left side. Sean Cowie, the Canadian Towing Company owner, in the right. 1 time, 1 run for the trophy here at Firebird. Cowie's car's moving around. He gets up on a center line, and Johnny Otten's going to take the win. 532, 266 miles an hour. Johnny Otten out of the #7 qualifying spot. They kept giving Al shots at it, and he got it done. Cowie, car started moving around out there about 500 feet, got up on the center line. He had to lift, but I'm not 100% sure by then he was going to catch Johnny Otten anyway. Johnny got off the starting line first, runs 532, 266 miles an hour. They kept the cylinders lit down there. And Johnny Otten picks up the first win of the season out here on the West Coast. Congratulations to he and Al. And nice job down there, guys. Just kept picking away at it, picking away at it. And they got the win. For Johnny Otten, his last win, Bakersfield, a couple of years ago. And I am told they found a broken frame rail on the car that they believe has been making it act a little bit funny. They stopped by Welders R Us on the NHRA Tour, which is also known as Doug Gordon's trailer. Got that taken care of. Made a nice clean run here in the final. So Johnny Otten kicks off the season with a win. His 3rd in division competition. Now we got 1 pair left. It looked like they were just, kicking up some dust down there when he got dancing around out of the groove and over by the wall. So I think that's all they're going to do is run a broom down there and back. And then we should be ready for our final. And that'll be the funny cars. And And the funny cars pull up to the ready line. Brian Haug and Madison Gordon. And I'll tell you this is Madison. We've been talking about it all weekend because it's really a big deal. Madison's first ever competition start in the funny car. And I guarantee you, there's not a funny car driver in the alcohol world that's going to pull up next to that Beta Motorcycles car and think that's a rookie driver. One, because, well, that Beta Motorcycles car has been beating people up pretty good for the last 5 years or so. And two, because they know that's going to be a championship force again this year. A couple of runs back and forth with the broom. We'll fire up the funny cars. A couple of great family operations. One from Northern California, one from Oregon. Final two cars down the track in competition. And then we have a jet. Yay, jet. Oh, I didn't realize Belle Rose was running today. I thought Belle Rose was running tomorrow. Thank you, Chris Hool. Jackie Frick picked up the first win of the year down in Belle Rose, beating Angel in the final. Kyle Smith, the funny car winner. I appreciate that, Chris. I looked at Belle Rose earlier. I really thought they were qualifying today and racing tomorrow. But apparently they were on the same schedule we were. Qualify Friday, race on Saturday? Really? All righty, doing a little realignment down there on one of the timing blocks. Get the broom out of the way and let's race funny cars. All right, I think they got everything checked out down at the top end. We're just got to get everybody off the racetrack, and we'll figure this thing out. Remember, the alcohol cars will be back here in October. I'm going to piggyback on a Summit Series ET race here at Firebird Motorsports Park. But there will be another shot. The alcohol cars do not run at every stop on the national event. Again, for those, I just know that we've got a few first-timers out here today. When you come back for the Nationals, we will have the Mission Series. We'll have the top fuel cars. We'll have the Nitro Funny cars. We'll have Pro Stock cars here. But the alcohol cars will not be in competition that weekend. They will be back later in the year in October. And if you have not already been there, hopefully most of you have, any of the W.W. Williams shootout winners, they are taking pictures in the winner's circle back behind the tower. Well, Maddie Gordon's getting a little time to savor her first final round. I can't figure if you sit in the car get nervous or, I don't know, she's been so loose and so excited, but she might be taking a nap. You're not going to rattle Brian. He's been doing this so long, so many years. Yeah, wait a few minutes, no problem. We'll be ready to go. All righty, word from the top end. The broom is coming back, and as soon as he clears off, we'll be ready to go. Bobby Bodie decided to hang out for the whole day. Didn't you just, come out for a couple hours this morning and then typical deal, right? You got hooked. You get to a drag race, and it's like, I'm not leaving. They're still racing.
Yeah, it was supposed to be like that, but I love drag racing so much I had to stay the whole day.
Well, I mean, it's Saturday. You're in college. It's not like you had, a frat party to go to or anything, right?
I mean, yeah, there was a frat party, but I like the drag strip better than the frat parties.
It's only 6:30. He's going to the party tonight.
I know, don't you know?
It's
Young
college.
people don't even go out until like 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, dinner's at like 9 tonight, right?
When you go to ASU, the party starts at 10 a.m.
Does not stop.
It's Saturday.
So it doesn't stop, is what you're saying.
Well, it doesn't stop until, Sunday at 10 a.m.
I see. I'm gonna drop it. Well, why would you tell? That's 6.
Well, you got to do homework sometime. All right, the broom clearing off the final two funny cars. Brian Houghton for Oregon Motor Coach, Cascade Truck Bodies. Here's an interesting, fun little fact. See the guy down on the starting line in the left lane, standing next to the very attractive blonde lady? That's Johnny Lindbergh. He built both these funny cars in his shop. No kidding. So Brian and Madison. Bobby and I were just talking up here off mic, said one of the issues you're rolling around the corner, they're plugging in the starter, you're about ready to go, and then you got to wait. It can be difficult to get refocused and ready to go again?
Yeah, no, I've had that happen a couple of times, and, you're just so focused, so ready, your adrenaline's pumped up, and then, you have to sit around for 10 minutes, you get calmed down and kind of out of it a little bit. You have to refocus in a moment's notice. It's pretty hard.
Let me just give you a little, just for funsies here. Let's talk about experience. Brian Haug is in his 59th final round. His 59th final on the division trail. Madison, her first ever race. So I don't think there's going to be any rattling here on the left side. Watch Mike Gordon in the right lane, giving his granddaughter a little pump up fist. Go get him. That's been tradition ever since Mike got out of the car when Doug started driving, and they're continuing the tradition here. Both drivers get away clean. 1 thou at the starting line, and it's going to be Brian at the finish line. 007, the margin of victory. They left within 1 thou. Advantage Madison. At the finish line, 7 thou. Advantage Brian. 5:47, 264 beats 5:48 at 268. For Maddie Gordon, her day's coming. For Brian Haug, his day was today. What a great way to finish things off in the I'll Call Funny Car Final. Obviously, especially if your name is Brian. His 26th regional win. Wins it by 7 thou. Let's go best 2 out of 3. Let's go best 2 out of 3. I want to see that again and again and again and again. Wow.
That was a heck of a drag race. Great final round.
Yeah, 1 thou to pick on the starting line. Both drivers doing their jobs. And Brian, a little quicker on the early part of the racetrack, and even though Maddie had 4 more miles an hour on him, 7 thousandths of a second short at the finish line.
And even though Maddie came up short today, she had a great day, and her day's coming, like you said. She's a heck of a driver.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt that we're going to see that beta car in the winner's circle sooner rather than later. But today, it was all Brian and Mindy and Johnny, Oregon Motors coach, Cascade Truck Bodies. And here comes the Jet.
I don't even know who this is. Do you?
Tony Franco driving the Muy Caliente. Remember, we learned yesterday, Caliente is hot.
Is that what that means?
You weren't here yesterday? Johnny Moto was talking about the Caliente Wolf Wolf, and I said, the hell are you talking about? He said, that's a Sonoran hot dog. Or you get a Muy Caliente Wolf Wolf. Hey, credit, I'm giving Johnny the credit. That was his deal. All right, fired up. Let's see a little, how about a little smoke and thunder under the lights here at Firebird Motorsports Park. I tell you, I'm still looking at the numbers on the screen here. That's a terrific drag race if your name's Brian. And if your name's Madison, you did absolutely nothing wrong. Came up 7 thou short. This might be the only car on the property that's turning more RPMs this weekend than Sean Cowie on the burnout.
He's going to beat you up.
Do we have a run sheet for tomorrow?
We go shortly.
Okay.
Tony Franco, the Muy Caliente, in the neighborhood, having a drag race. Hey, I want to come out and make a run. Okay. Am I the only one that thought I wish I'd have brought my s'mores stuff? Am I the only one that wants to put Matt DeYoung behind that thing with a hot dog on a skewer? There you go. Now he's cranking her up there. Love the afterburner action. A little pop and a little bang and a little fire. Tony Franco rolls the Muy Caliente car into the beams. Now he's winding her up. I got to get me one of them. No clocks on for the jet car, but what a way to finish the night. Well, fire-breathing jet all the way down the quarter mile here at Firebird Motorsports Park. Race fans, thank you for coming out today. Said we're going to do this again tomorrow, not with the alcohol cars, but we're on the rest to conclusion. If you didn't have Sunday plans, come out and join us. Or make sure you make plans to come join us at the Nationals. Tomorrow morning, church at 7:15 or 8 o'clock, the late service. Super Street on track at 8:30. Appreciate everyone being here. Enjoy your Saturday evening. Absolutely beautiful day here at Firebird. We're going to do it again tomorrow. Thanks to Johnny Moto coming up here and sharing a little mic time. Thanks to Bobby Bodie for coming out here and hanging out, sharing some stories and some of his expertise from behind the wheel of the Nitro cars. Thanks to FNH Productions for the live stream. Weren't planning on having one this weekend, but it turned out okay. We'll be back up on YouTube, I do believe, tomorrow. Enjoy your evening, folks. For everybody here at Firebird Motorsports Park, National Hot Rod Association, I'm Alan Reinhardt. Good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Can't wait.